morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's Thursday. 2 more of these left, and they're both going to be very good. I can vouch for today. I'm excited for today. I don't know if like my style is changing as I get older. I feel, we got through last night's evening show, and it was very good, and I encourage you to check it out. But I keep showing new facets to my game. Yesterday it was my spit and bars game.
It was good.
Yeah, and eventually, as Marquise continues to call me blacker and blacker, we'll get into my freestyle game.
Okay.
As well.
So you can
own bars.
Freestyle.
Own bar. I've been known. You've hung out with my buddy Bame, aka Dry Ice.
Yes, I have.
If we get together and there's enough alcohol flying around, he will talk me into Dry Ice. Of course, two studio albums. It's weird to say. A friend of mine was a rapper in his 20s, and now he's kind of since grown into a cell phone impresario and father. So. He'll go off and he'll be like, all right, we'll just get drunk and we'll once in a great while, less and less as the years go on, we'll go and we'll just have a little fun and do some freestyle. Sounds weird to say because I'm me.
And you're white.
And I'm white. But I don't know. It's fun.
You wouldn't know he was a rapper by looking at him either.
No.
He's remarkably white and
I'll say something. We all bust his balls about it and everything.
Yeah.
He's fucking good.
Yeah, he is.
Like, he's very good.
I think the last time I heard you freestyle, you were getting choked out at a wedding.
And that wasn't even freestyling. That was just like when John Cena would freestyle and he'd just talk and like in rhymes.
Yeah.
It was more like a John Cena promo freestyle. Well, yeah, they wanted me to do that to one of my buddies.
Your buddy.
Yeah, because we were just kind of busting each other's balls, and they were like, oh, freestyle battle, freestyle, and we're fucked up at a wedding. So I start talking shit about him in rhyming fashion, and it was so painful, I'm sure, if you were the other people, because he had nothing.
It was pretty sad.
And I would just sit there and wait for him, and then I'd go, all right, never mind, I got another one, and then when I stood up after that, he got up, came up behind me, and started choking me. Just put his arm around me and started choking the shit out of me. And I remember my first thought as he choked me was, you're at your friend's wedding, don't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, don't retaliate. This is your butt. Like, even in that moment, I kind of, there was that feeling of I'm not really in any danger. It's like when somebody at a bar, like, pushes you, you're like, okay, there's no danger here.
There was also enough people around.
Yeah, and that's kind of my thinking. I was like, you're at your buddy's wedding. And I had the wherewithal, as drunk as I was, to think this. I went, you look really good right now. He looks really shitty right now. Put your arms out. Don't do anything. Go to the ground. You'll look great. He'll look like a piece of shit.
Yep.
And that's what I did. And that's how it worked out. It was everyone coming up to me going, are you all right? He's fucking crazy. Like, what the
nerve
hell?
Of that guy.
The nerve of that fucking asshole. I'm like, yeah, what do you do?
It was a weird time to do it too. Like it was towards the end of the evening, so everyone is just pissed drunk.
Everyone's getting ready to leave.
Like,
we've all had a wonderful time, and then you said mean things about me, and the words rhymed. So I'm sorry. Question mark.
All the married women didn't leave me for.
Oh, that's right.
Didn't leave their husbands for me.
I forgot he was hitting on married women all night too.
All night.
All the married ladies. All the married ladies. He was hitting on all of them.
Every single one.
Yeah, just talking about how their man ain't shit. And I have to say this about my buddy. I don't know anything about the husbands of these women he was hitting on, other than me.
And apparently you had no game, according to him.
Right, and I mean, and that's an interesting take for, like, the single guy can't really say to the married guy that you have no game.
No.
Like, clearly more than you.
I think he missed what was happening there.
The data here that we've compiled shows that there's definitely a game discrepancy, but it's not in the direction you think. But I don't know anything about the women's husbands they were hitting on. Maybe they weren't shit. I don't know.
Maybe.
But they were definitely better than him. And I think that's the problem that he has. He has United States foreign policy attitude about himself. Just because you topple a regime doesn't mean the one that replaces it is going to be better.
That, and then didn't he wear like a Hawaiian shirt to that wedding too? Like he looked like kind of a douchebag.
He did.
Everyone's got nice suits on and shit, and he's wearing...
I disagree with you.
Oh,
he did not look
really?
he did not look like kind of a douchebag.
Okay.
He looked like a big douchebag.
Right.
The level of douchebag to me is different. King Louis says, you're a soul man, Aaron. A little bit. I'm a little bit of a soul man. I will plead guilty. Style is changing from just say your to I got news for you. I don't know what that means. Elza Belza says no such thing as a good rapper except at Christmas time. Oh, it's going to be a long show today, boys and girls. Galloway Farm says, you see Jim Florentine talk about you guys and Chad. I saw that Husey interviewed Jim, and I know that Jim is friendly with Chad. I don't know what he said. I would hope that he stood up for Chad.
Because it's his guy, right?
Yeah, I would hope he didn't say anything nice about me. If he said anything nice about me, that's bad. I've only met the guy one time. He was incredibly nice. I wouldn't expect him to remember me.
That's true.
But if he, I know I haven't watched the clip. I'll be very honest with you. To me, the Chad thing was fun. And the Chad thing, like it was, and it's always going to be fun. We bring him up, every couple of days in passing to kind of make fun of him and, just kind of goof on him a little bit.
Sure.
But like, he's kind of like turned into mini Kevin without any kind of success, where it's just like, all right, we get the gimmick. It's very repetitive now. Like we run into this with when the person is untalented, the gimmick runs out really quick. I got a great comparison for like how I feel about the Chad thing. DSP.
DSP's way more fun than Chad, in my opinion.
See, in my opinion, they've both run their course. In terms of like 30, 40-minute steel toe coverage. Mm-hmm. He hasn't run his course as like a lol cow and a guy that's fun to make fun of every once in a while. But as far as like an intense focus segment, I mean, if you... Brendan, Opie, people who like do things and like continuously do different things. Like with Chad now, it's just a gimmick. And if we go and do like a big coverage and lean in on Chad, it's going to sound like a repeat. You know what I mean?
He
like
is kind of a one-trick pony.
Yeah, it's the same thing all the time. We get it. Yeah, you play in the mud. Yup. If you play anything Chad related, you go like, A, I've heard this before, and B, who you trying to convince, brother?
Oh, that's long gone.
Like, you trying to convince us or you trying to convince you? And E-Rock says that Florentine is going to be on Anthony's show today.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute.
We'll have to check it out.
So does this mean, E-Rock, does this mean no Kevin? What's the goss? Let's get the scoop here early in the morning on Steel Toe.
You can tattle everywhere?
Yeah, so I can rat and tattle and everything else. Is Kevin, like, is he, because I'm really, my thing about Kevin is this, shit or get off the pot.
Yep.
Like, either bitch about it and leave, or shut the fuck up and do your shows. Nobody's intimidated by the way you talk.
But maybe that's why Anthony keeps bringing him back, too, because he's not intimidated by him. He just likes to watch him complain.
Anthony, like, I can't think of, and now talking to him, like, especially off air when we talk to him, I've never talked to a person in my life who gives a shit less about the bullshit that's going on around him.
Right.
Than Anthony. Like, especially when it comes to a show, it's just so, hey, is it good for the show? Let's do that. No,
he knows what's good.
Like, people will call in while Kevin's on, and they're like, hey, Anthony, you gonna let this piece of shit fucking bury your network every time he speaks? You'll see Anthony go, I don't know, I'm just doing my show. That's it.
I just want to have fun.
So anyway, I don't know what the deal is for today, but I'm definitely going to be watching the show. And then I'm also, I will admit I'm also going to watch Gino's show today on Compound Media. I'll tell you why. Gino did text us yesterday and say he's going to talk about us today. So
obviously we've got to be there.
Look, anytime someone says, if someone tells me, hey, Mersh and Royce made fun of you guys today, we're very playful about it. Even when they tell me that they made fun of you, I go, I have to see this.
Aaron's ears are buzzing.
Yes, absolutely. Mersh told Royce, he goes, hey, you be nice. He told Royce, hey, you be nice to the sworn enemy of Chad Zumach.
Thank you, Mersh.
Now, look, see, Matt Field says, I made fun of you guys today. I would love to hear that.
Yeah, but what if he's alone in his bathroom?
Matt Fields?
I was joking.
Why am I not getting... No, I'm not saying... I feel dumb. Why am I not getting...
That was a joke. Like, what if it's just a person that's by themselves? And
I thought it was a reference to somebody else. And I was like, shit, I'm not getting the reference. He says, I am alone in my bathroom.
Oh, you thought so hard about that.
I know. I was like, who streams from inside their bathroom?
What the fuck, Aaron?
But somebody asked me about the Florentine thing. I'd love to hear what his take was on here. You know what I would respect as a take on the Chad steel toe thing that happened?
What?
I would, if someone asked someone about it and they looked into the camera and they went, you really want to waste your fucking time with this?
Yeah, I was going to go the route of like, I'm exhausted. I haven't started.
If I'm Florentine, he'd be like, what am I, 6? I'm not going to talk about that. It's stupid. Dr. Love says, at least you have the balls to make fun of DSP on cameras. On camera, the other guys you troll in secret codes are either unaware or just don't care. Do I have codes?
Make sure you get his next line.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Is that 49ers? I don't know.
I don't know.
Do I troll people in secret codes?
You might. I don't know what you're doing.
I want to say this about myself. I feel like I'm the least subtle guy in the world. You've said this before. You're like, I know you were trying not to say something just a second ago, but you clearly said it.
You said a lot there, bud.
So I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't like that somebody asked, as we're just kind of getting started this morning, I don't like that somebody asked, hey, did you see the Husey Florentine segment on you and Chad? And I'm like, no, not at all. Why? What was said? And now that person's like, I'm not telling you. I just wanted the cliff notes.
Just want to tease it.
Yeah, Elza Belza says the only take he had was calling your generation sensitive. Well, that was it. Pretty good take.
Are you sensitive?
Look.
Am I sensitive?
Okay, let's be honest. He's Chad's friend. When he's saying that generation is very sensitive, I don't think he's talking about me. I mean, when you watch all the words that have been spoken about that, who comes off as the sensitive one?
Well, clearly he does.
Yes.
But he's got to stick up for his mans.
Balls and Wiener says, I'm still hard as a pipe from yesterday's shows. Well, I'm glad you are.
That's good.
I have actually solved a problem that I've been having the last couple of days. And that is the yawning at 8 o'clock in the morning problem I've been having Monday through Thursday.
That's good.
Or Monday through Wednesday. April took me to Target yesterday because I'm a good boy. And she showed me some new energy drink stuff that's 0 sugar and
vitamins.
Vitamins, only 10 calories. Holy shit. 1,000% of my biotin.
Oh, really? There's that much? So your hair and your nails are going to be great.
I'm going to be a biotin having motherfucker.
Do you know what biotin is?
It sounds bad.
No, it's something that's really good for like your hair, skin, and nails.
Really? So I'm going to be a shiny skin bitch.
I'm
going to be loaded up with B12.
That's good.
My B6 is going to be off the charts.
Energy.
I'm going to have a lot of niacin.
I don't know.
Oh, man. I'm going to be the riboflavin kid today. You look out. If riboflavin makes you horny, I'm going to chase you around this house because I'm going to be full of riboflavin.
Fun.
And don't be so excited. Chromium. A lot of chromium. I'll be making bumpers. Erox says
making bumpers.
Well, chromium. Here. Does riboflavin make you horny? Let's take a look. Vitamins for erectile strength. Best vitamins for ED. Or as Bob Levy famously called it, ED.
You don't want Ed.
You don't want Ed. Vitamins for ED. Now, wait, by the way, I can't wait to see what my ads are going to say on all my social media now that I've clicked on this. This will be great.
They're all Blue Chew.
ED can be distressing, but it is very common. The most common sexual dysfunction there is. In fact, nearly 1 in 5 men experience ED by the age of 30. Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
And about half of all men over 40 experience ED.
Why?
I feel like, though, erectile dysfunction is one of those things where as long as you don't have foolish pride, it's easily fixable.
It is, but I'm wondering why the percentages are that high by that young of an age. Is it because you've worn the damn thing out by
You
then?
just fucked and jacked off too much, and now your dick ain't working right. That's
Poor
probably a
thing.
blood circulation thing. As you get older, your blood slows down.
I feel like 30 and 40 is not old yet.
Yeah, but I think it's because you're comparing it to when you were 20 and you were just popping boners all the time.
I guess.
I think once you get in your 30s, it's like well, maybe not 30s, maybe 40s. It's more of a I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. Like it's like a fighter, you know, as you get older, you get smarter, but you don't have the legs to go 12 rounds anymore. So you pick your spots.
Got it.
And you can whip these younger lions with your smarts rather than so like what you can't do in boners anymore, you make up for in choking and spanking and tying up and
Throwing around.
see, because as your ED increases, your disgust and hatred for women also increases, so you can treat them more like property. Secretly, that's what they like. Okay. So you kind of learn things as you get older.
And the more you hate the women, the less this guy wants to get hard too, right?
Well, no, the better you fuck them. No, you get harder once the hate really builds.
Oh,
but you got to fill the hate meter. It's like, you know, you go to an arcade, you're playing a racing game, and that boost meter fills up, and then you hit that button and you go ape shit. That's misogyny and boners as you get older.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Wait, we still didn't find out what vitamins.
Yeah, what vitamins are good for Ed?
What the fuck?
And since vitamin D is great. Well, obviously.
Clearly.
Vitamin C, great. Niacin. How much niacin? April. I got 125% of my niacin today.
Yay.
You're going to get hit with a wooden board right in the back of the head. B9. Okay, no B9. Bingo. Horny goat weed. Yohimbe.
Yohimbe?
If I find out you're sleeping with anything like a yohimbe, you're in big trouble.
What about ginseng?
Red ginseng. Oh.
Can I have ginseng?
I mean, you're not going to know it. I just figured it was an Asian thing. DHEA. That sounds like a drug enforcement agency. All right, so I just got to, I pop a little, what's my vitamin C look like today? 67%. Look out.
But you got vitamin C gummies for your immunity.
Oh, shit. I got my immunity gummies. I got my niacin. Oh boy. You're going to be.
So I'm dead, basically.
You're going to be making a deck out of me.
I'm going to have internal bleeding.
Adonis Paul says, no, he's right. Hate can motivate men to do some amazing things. Bro, it's how the entire world got built.
Look what Hitler did. It was awful.
Oh.
Just filled with hate.
Oh. See, I didn't know what the judgment was on that one.
I think most would line up on the bad side of things.
Most, but everyone gets an opinion.
Yeah, what's yours?
Look, at the very least, I would have told the guy, we got to tone this down a little.
Behave.
Like, we gotta dial it back just a little bit. It's
getting out of hand.
Dude. Your people are gonna get upset. All right. The economy's turning around. I think this Volkswagen thing can take off.
About NASA.
You got Hugo Boss on your side. You're making rockets. Chill.
At least you can look good while you're killing people.
No, this would be before the final solution. But I would have tried to get him to dial it back. If he would have listened to me versus like Goebbels and Himmler.
I always like the name Goebbels. It's fun.
Would you fucking
I don't like
stop?
these people, but their names are fun.
Stop it. Adonis Paul says there is a strong movement building of people who believe that Hitler was in fact a bad guy.
Yeah, a tiny bit.
There are people out there, pray tell, that do believe that Adolf Hitler was indeed a negative force.
A really angry man.
If white women like Eliza Blue were to judge Hitler, they're saying he's bringing a lot of bad energy to the room. That's what they'd say. And you have to counteract that with positivity.
And twerking.
God, we're getting a good taste. Like, since we've let women take the steering wheel a little bit more, we're getting a good taste of, like, all the good things that wouldn't have happened if they would have been in charge this whole time. Like, okay, so Hitler coming into existence, like, we would have had crystals and shit, and they would have been like, we're going to positive energy the shit out of this guy, and he'll go away. It would be like the way they try to fix bad guys.
Yep.
Whereas with men, there weren't perfect men that stopped Hitler. They were just other pricks who weren't as bad.
And hated him.
Like, think about your grandparents that fought in World War II. Every single one of them, by today's standards, a fucking asshole. Yes. Insensitive.
Yes.
Hardened.
Bigots.
Bigoted. Like, emotions were fucking gay, bro.
Maybe still anti-Semitic, but they were fighting to save the guys.
That's okay. I always think about that when people talk about the veterans. Like, I sometimes watch the guys who stormed Normandy, and I go, hated Jews, hated blacks,
well,
hated Jews,
obviously.
didn't even know Mexicans existed, hated blacks, hated
that?
Jews. Right. Thought Asians were gay.
Probably don't like the Japanese.
Ooh. Even before the war.
Even before the war.
That's the thing. A lot of World War II, you just got to exercise what you already believed. Because
You
back
just got to flex that muscle.
in 1930s and 40s America, we weren't really like one Americans yet. We were still the Irish and the Germans and the Swedes and the this. So there were plenty of people who already hated those dirty, stinking, rotten kraut bastards. So going to war with the Germans just allowed them to beat up their neighbor and feel better about it.
Yes, it gave them an outlet,
Yeah.
if you will.
A lot of people named Schweigelhausen changed their name to, Schweigensen during World War II.
Okay.
I don't know.
Schweigelhausen.
So anyway, I don't know how we got on that.
I don't know.
Shit got weird. Win by 2 Radio says Eliza Blue was also a Holocaust survivor advocate. We have a Holocaust survivor story on today's show.
Yeah.
And look, I don't want to play into any stereotypes about myself, but I have a problem with the person in the story.
In what way?
In that, like, look, we'll get to the story eventually. I don't know how to tease it. You know how I feel about senior citizens who get caught up in like scams where they send their money places?
They deserve it.
But now in this one, there's the news. I think the news is starting to tell that all of us think that these scam things, it's like, well, fuck them. Don't be so goddamn stupid. Just because you're old doesn't mean you have to be that dumb.
How many Nigerian princesses do you have to save?
There's not that many Nigerian princesses. Like, even in real life, there's maybe 4. All right?
Do they have princesses?
And not only that, if they're getting abducted this often, they got to be doing something that's their fault.
They're dumb.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saving any more Nigerian princesses out of principle. You can keep your money.
Like, how many times are you going to believe your grandkid is in jail before you finally give him a call first just to check?
Right.
Okay.
Hey, hanging up and calling the county jail and like, hey, I heard you have my son there.
No,
like,
just try to call your grandson first.
Yeah, you're like, hey, is my grandson in the county jail? And be like, is your grandson black? And you'd be like, no. Chances are he's not here. I didn't mean it.
That's really rude of you to be that way.
You don't say things like that into a microphone where there's people around. White Americans are mostly German, you dumbski. Oh, really? The Italians and Irish have entered the chat. Wonderful. There you go.
He's not wrong.
Most white Americans
White Americans? I would say Scandinavian and German.
Yeah, here in Minnesota, but like in the country, I'd say there's more Italians and Irish than there are Germans.
Is this a look-upable thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like German's pretty common.
More Irish. I'm going to go more Irish or Germans in the U.S. This is a hard to look up thing.
I feel like you'd have to look up...
More than 1.5 million Germans between 1820 and 1860. Watch, we just kind of died off after slavery ended. The Germans were like, well, I don't want to go there anymore.
It's not any fun.
It's no fun now. God. The last place we could exercise. Eric says Germans on the East Coast hated Germany during World War II. Well, they learned their lesson during World War I when we threatened to throw them all in prison. We threatened to do the thing to Germans during World War I that we did to the Japanese in World War II. We're like, we'll throw you motherfuckers in camps. We don't care.
Of course, though, like, Germans on the East Coast would have hated Germany during the war because, like, they're not part of it. And they're like, look, I'm not doing anything.
You're making me look bad.
Yeah.
Everybody, I got a lot of Jews in my life. I can't be hating
I work
them.
with them.
Bone CK says this guy thinks that Italians are white. You know what? Touche. Touche. You got me there. Win by 2 Radio says, dude, I can only imagine your search history.
Your search history is interesting.
Does riboflavin make you horny? Pickleball, Trump, Facebook. Oh, a lot of these are my image searches to make the
Why pickleball?
The thumbnail. Because I fucking hate pickleball. I hate the old people who play pickleball. I hate young people who play pickleball. Use your goddamn legs and play some tennis. I took up tennis at 35 years old. It's a great workout, and you can do it just fine. You can play tennis till you're like 75.
It is exhausting, isn't it? It's a good one.
Well, you and I try to play like legit games, like
I don't
couple
like
of sets.
Just kind of hitting it back and forth. How gay is that?
It's pretty gay.
And when I tried to teach the kids this last summer too, and like I figured the oldest two would have more fun with it than anything, and they just kind of sat there and cry as soon as they can't barely hit it back with me.
I think they're going to enjoy it a lot. I think you are very excited for the children to get older. And you want them to be older than they are. I can tell you this. Think back to when you were 6 and 8 years old. You didn't give a shit about anything for more than like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think it was even that. It's more so like they just felt bad that they couldn't barely tap it over the net. And I'm like, guys, it's okay. I'm not mad. Like, no, we're just trying here. And
okay,
I want to go home.
Consider the source here.
They're your kids.
When they pick something up right away and they're not a master of it, they get frustrated and angry. Who does that sound like?
That's what I just said. They're your kids. Of course, I should be expecting.
I'm not the best in the world at tennis. My first time out. Fucking bullshit.
That was you the first couple times when you weren't doing well.
Yeah.
And then suddenly he got good at it.
A 120-pound girl is kicking the shit out of you in tennis. It's remarkably frustrating. Because you're sitting there, she's kicking your ass at tennis. You're like, I'm not getting any pussy today, bro. I'm getting the shit kicked out of me in fucking tennis.
Or maybe I just, fuck you because now I'm all aggressed because I'm good at it.
Right, but it's just going to be her on top choking the shit out of me going, you like that, bitch? And then I have to admit, a little bit.
I'll shove a tennis ball in your mouth.
Fucking a racket handle up my asshole. And I'm like, Jesus, man, I really am just kind of a victim here.
It's got out of hand.
Yes, it really did. And we got to talk about pickleball later.
Ooh, I'm with Ned. Badminton is the shit. I was asking Aaron all last summer, just for ideas to get the kids outside more because I want to be outside. I love badminton. We should get a net.
You want to turn the old swing set, swings. You want to turn the old swing set area into a badminton court?
I don't know that I like the idea of running around on the P-Rock.
You take the P-Rock out.
And then what?
You put something else in there. Grass, sand.
So why not just get rid of the whole pit?
A man dreams.
I want a fire pit, though.
Well, then we do fire pit. Oh, shit. We can do fire pit this summer. Oh, shit. All right, guys. Let's do a show for you fine people. What's going on here with all my shit is fucking up.
PayPal's rejecting you.
PayPal does not want to let me in today.
They just want you to get a credit card.
Oh, they want me to get a credit. Well, why didn't you say so?
Right.
Speaking of which, boys and girls, 3:30 we start at today. There you are. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal. We've had a couple people become VIPs this week. If you feel like doing so, awesome. If not, everybody just throw in a couple of bucks. We'll knock out that 3:30, and then after that, it's 1 day away from another successful Steel Toe week. All right, but to have a successful week, you got to actually do a show for these people. It's been fun the first half hour, catching up and whatnot.
Yeah.
But let's talk about some things. Number one, and I like doing this, let's check in on California.
Fun.
It's always good to check in on a state that is remarkably progressive, It's turning the corner. It's showing the rest of the country how to do things.
I think so.
It's showing us the America of tomorrow. The vision and the execution of said vision to bring us into a bright American future will always come from California.
It's showing us what we could be.
Would you like to see a vibrant culture?
Vibrant colors?
No, culture.
Cultures?
Vibrant culture.
Okay.
Well, have you ever been to a Walgreens or a
Yeah.
CVS pharmacy?
In a pinch.
Well, they have a wall, April, at CVS and Walgreens, and an entire wall that stretches the length of the store, and what's there?
Usually makeup.
Makeup, hair care products,
Yeah.
things like that. Quite
Toiletries.
expensive items.
Very.
I mean, outside of some of the drug prescriptions they fill, probably the most expensive stuff in the store.
Yep.
Well, there's this thing in California where they're incredibly nice. Like I said, progressive state. In California, a lot of these cities have, you know how a lot of stores have like a leave a penny, take a penny jar? Well, in California, they have a take a bunch of makeup, whatever you need, go ahead, and then walk out the front door. You can skip. People like the self-checkout because it's a lot quicker. In California, they've actually added to that program, and now they have a no-checkout policy.
Okay, so you can go from having someone scan your shit to you scan your shit to you just walk out.
There's no scanning your shit at all. How convenient
Well,
is
that's
that?
really quick and easy.
Oh, man. It's been so successful that a lot of Walgreens in California have decided, well, we don't even need to be here anymore. I mean, we've got so many different Walgreens that are offering this wonderful service that a lot of us have become redundant. Now, a lot of these arch white male conservatives are saying it's because, when there's a lot of shoplifting, it leads to higher insurance rates and decreased profits and the smaller operating margins and the store can't stay open. That's bullshit.
The hell you say?
It's just Walgreens realizing, hey, with this no checkout policy we have, we don't need as many of us anymore.
Yeah, I guess their work's done now.
Exactly. Consolidation.
Are the shelves stocked? Okay, then.
Chock full. So what people will do is they'll come out with backpacks and they'll just fill them shits up and then just walk right out the store. In the old days, back when there was all this white supremacy, what would happen is you'd steal one thing and some guy, security guy would come out of nowhere, tackle you to the ground, hold you there till the cops came, and then recover the stolen items and put them back on the shelves. But as we now know, that's basically Nazi behavior.
That is, I think we're being racist when we do that.
It's disgusting.
Typically.
Right, yeah. So instead, we've decided, well, we've taken the Celine Dion and Hurricane Katrina approach. Let the people touch the things. That's, I think, our new shoplifting policy is Celine Dion saying, let the people touch the things. And so now the people get to touch the things. And from what I understand, it's working out great. Let's take a look at California. This is Woodland Hills, California. Okay. Let's see how they're doing.
I don't know why y'all recording for when she said something.
First of all, pajama pants out to the Walgreens, perfectly okay.
It's a nice view.
I mean, we could go back 70, 80 years and these two would just be dressed to the nines in a dress and a suit.
Oh, yeah.
And that was just for going out to pick up a prescription.
They'd be like nicely picking stuff off the shelves.
Yeah.
With some manners.
80 years ago, if you didn't wear a nice hat when you went out, they would just beat the shit out of you for looking like a hoodlum. If you didn't have a nice bowler derby on. Look at that. I mean, maybe that guy needs concealer.
So just at their leisure, though. No, she definitely prepped him on this. Do you see what this is? I need 10 of this.
Yeah.
And 20 of this one.
Or
Go.
he's telling her and he's like, I got somebody who's going to buy all this shit. So make sure you get
all
this.
of his side pieces asked for things too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got to pick up. How are you supposed to pick up gifts for all your bitches if you don't go to Walgreens and take part in their no checkout policy?
Look, I agree. It's expensive.
Yeah. But look,
I'm at the Walgreens on Main Street. Can you send a police officer over here? These individuals are stealing.
No, we can't send a police officer. Sending police to enforce shoplifting is racist, ma'am.
It's absolutely racist in this situation.
Can you believe the white supremacist that's in the background of this video?
Nope.
Calling the police on a couple of downtrodden black people who are just trying to get some lip liner.
Arrest her.
For their children.
For the children.
You got some people just trying to pick up some lip gloss and some foundation for their children. and they're having the cops called on them.
Did you see the man, by the way? He's definitely wearing that concealer.
You think he might be a bit of a
tiny bit?
I think Kumar is a fagula. You want to suck on this? So these two are stealing shit. And to me, all sarcasm aside, to me, the biggest bummer of this shoplifting epidemic we're seeing, because all these stores have been told by the cities, because the cities are full of racist white liberal ladies who go, well, you know, black people just steal, so we should let them steal because that's what black people do. To me, that's progressivism boiled down to its most simple version.
Yeah.
Is we think black people just do lesser shit, so just let them do it. That's the kindness that we're doing people. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take for minorities in this country to realize they're having a racket run on them.
Oh.
To have them basically realize that there's a game of 3-card monte going on with their souls.
It does. Like, what scares me about what you just said, though, like, oh, how long is it going to take? Like, should happen by now. That's, to me, the scary part.
Part of the reason that it hasn't happened yet is because there's not an alternative for them that looks good. Because Republicans, to their credit or to their discredit, Republicans' attitudes towards race and people is, we're just going to pretend it doesn't exist.
Oh.
So their whole attitude is, everyone just go pick yourself up by your bootstraps, which don't get me wrong, I like. But when the alternative is, hey, we'll just give you everything and we'll just assume you can't do it on your own and we'll bribe you. Like, it's golden handcuffs. You're getting all this free shit. You're getting all these cultural leeways from progressive white people. You know it's not good. And you know that a lot of people are going to take advantage of it. Mm-hmm. But jumping to fuck all that, we're not giving you any of that shit, build it on your own, while that may be more prideful and better, it's hard to say. It's kind of like when we talk about, hey, if someone offered you that deal, would you take it? And you're like, yeah, even if it goes against my morality and everything else, I'll take the deal. You know, it sounds pretty sweet. It's, it's kind of one of those deals. So it's kind of the cancer that is a two-party system.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, they shouldn't vote for these disgusting racism, soft bigotry of low expectation Democrats. But when your other option is Republicans, it's like, why should I trade one dog shit thing when my other option is a dog shit thing? But at least this dog shit thing, it doesn't think anything of me. It sees me basically as paid for votes and, just above property. But at least there's some fringe benefits to it. To these guys who just pretend I don't exist.
I always find it very interesting and funny, though, that like Democrats run on being a friend to minorities and being an ally and an advocate and all this shit, but they do the most racist things possible.
Like, hey, we shouldn't, hey, don't call the police when there's crime. Well, I'm sorry, but in the inner city, they only focus on the perpetrator and not the victims. I'm sorry, but the victims of these crimes usually tend to be black people.
Yeah, what about them?
Or Asian people, or Hispanic people, or whatever. But the shoplifting thing to me is the most egregious policy of all. Like the don't call the cops, no security, don't tackle people who are shoplifting, don't enforce shoplifting. It's the most egregiously racist item that they do in California, because it's basically saying, hey, don't. It's racist to enforce shoplifting. Well, white women shoplift a shitload.
I was going to ask, are they treating white shoplifters the same way?
Well, I'll say this. White women shoplifters are not this egregious. They're very sneaky.
How do you know, though?
They put shit in those giant bags and they steal stuff. They don't just go into the store and just start going just like that.
Even if it's allowed? Like it obviously is here?
No. At least not what I've seen in the videos and whatnot. But like, to me, the policy of we're not going to call the cops on shoplifters, it's almost like Democrats going, well, that's just what black people do.
That is what that sounds like.
And it's gross.
There's like two people.
Look at that. There is absolutely no fear of being caught.
No shame whatsoever.
She might as well be shopping. Taking her
one
time.
already walked out with a bag full.
Essential oils or something?
No, that's mascara. That's mascara or something.
Glad there's a woman here.
I don't wear it, but I know what that is.
She's taking it. She's all dressed in blue. Now she's
And then
the
she
male
gets-
walks out, now the female's walking out. And they're usually
Just taking off.
But again, why not?
Why not? Do you think these two got caught?
Oh, and the guy was already in the car waiting
Yeah, he
because
was-
they're taking off.
Come on, bitch, let's get out of here. I mean, why wouldn't you do it? Do you think those two ever got caught or ever got held
No,
accountable?
they're fine. They're selling that shit. They're using that shit. I do not agree with shoplifting in any capacity, of course. But when there's a state like that that's basically allowing you, saying, hey, come on in, take our shit.
Yeah.
I don't know why you wouldn't, because it is expensive.
Right. Let's go to let's go see what was going on while we were talking about this. Irrational Time says, I'm going to try this in the Walmart in my town. Let's see what happens. That's the other thing is we have
Look at
what do you call it? Contrast to make. Like you go to a small town Walmart and they'll fucking shoot you over a thing of hair gel. Mm-hmm. You know, there'll be a guy, not here, motherfucker.
right.
A pack of gum.
But look at what that person just said, though. Like, I'm going to try this in my Walmart. Like, when people see shit like that, and he's probably joking, obviously, but there are people that are not joking with that type of thinking. Like, oh,
Right.
I wonder what I can get away with now.
No, it
because
does-
if they can do it, why can't I?
It does enable. It's like the locked door thing. I know it's not going to stop the people who are going to do this anyway, but maybe it keeps some people on the fence honest.
It
you know.
does, yeah.
Now we're even in the town we live in, the fucking Walmart and it locks up underwear and socks.
Yep, there's 3 to 4 aisles, and I mean aisles of locked up, like, men's clothing. Okay? And then yesterday we go to buy some end dust at
Some what?
Target. End
Oh, end.
dust.
I thought you were telling them my secret.
Yes, we were buying end dust.
Yes, it's what I sprinkle on my dick.
Makes it bigger.
There
Obviously.
you go. That was the joke.
No, we're buying some end dust at Target, and that shit's locked up, and they only keep one on the shelf at a time. Did you notice that too?
Yeah,
there
there
are
was only
certain,
one.
There's certain items where the stores will not put out more than one at a time, lest somebody be stealing it. And for that end dust particularly, I think it's because of huffing.
Yeah, the end
But
dust
it's like
thing.
you can still buy it and go home and huff it. So I don't know
You
what
can
the
still
point is.
steal it. I mean, it's just plastic. You break it with a hammer and you have your dust. By the way, I think that one though is for the white boys.
Probably.
I think it's the white boys
But
causing that
like
one.
we've got to put in our birth dates just to like.
That's
buy
right. I
it.
had to enter my birth date to get the computer dust.
That's been that way for a little while. For a little bit there, I think there was one time I tried to buy like those dishwashing detergent pods or something like that, and I had to enter something for it a long time ago.
Jesus.
You try to buy cold medicine, like Sudafed or something.
Yeah.
You got to go ask for it. You got to get it unlocked.
You know what always kind of weirded me out, and I don't think they do this anymore, but when I was in high school, sometimes they'd lock up the condoms.
Yeah, that is
And I'm
weird.
like, if you're worried about teen pregnancy, even if they're stealing them
Just
a little bit,
let them use it.
jack up the price of like Uncle Ben's rice and have it make up for the condom theft money that you're going to lose. Like, jack that up like a quarter. And then, because if you're worried about teen pregnancy,
Yeah.
I know when I was in high school, like buying condoms was the most terrifying thing in the world. You're like, I don't want to go up.
Yes, it was.
When, it's funny because you should be, if you're in high school, you should be proud. You're buying
Yeah,
condoms.
I'm buying
You're telling
condoms.
you just throw them shits down at that 60-year-old lady with the cross necklace on. You're like, that's right, bitch. I'm laying dick tonight.
Some magnums.
That-
No.
That's no, yeah. When
Okay.
I had to do a puppet show, but not for my dick. I would buy Magnum condoms when I was doing my great. They hired me at the zoo my senior year because I was a very funny kid. Mm-hmm. My senior year, the zoo hired me to do the Reptiles of Africa puppet show. And there would be a snake and an eel, and there would be, some of those giant, Japanese worm salamander things.
Yeah,
and
I
would
like
buy
that you specified African.
Well, you did because of the reptile population.
I thought size.
There was a rainforest show as well. But yeah, that's why I would buy Magnum condoms. I ranked my condoms. They're gay now. Like I don't.
Condoms suck.
Condoms are awful. But
Kids still use them though.
my least favorite back in the day, Durex.
I was
hated
okay.
Durex.
I was hoping this wouldn't be an inappropriate question, but was there like a select brand or a favorite among men
Look.
to buy?
I'm not saying that I'm built like a fucking space shuttle or anything, but Durex condoms were all. It just felt like. That was the sound my dick made when I put on a Durex condom. I hate to be a hack and I hate to be a brand loyal here. Trojans were great.
Yeah.
Trojans were wonderful. Durex, ugh.
All condoms suck. Trojans are probably the best.
Matt Fields with 1999 says, I accidentally stole a case of Cokes from Walmart and went back and paid for it.
Yeah.
I know now this was a mistake in California. What's our favorite dancing friend have to say about this terrible situation? Oh, Lord, I don't like when they come in and steals all the makeups. As you can see, Shaka likes to keep a nice dark-toned complexion, and when they's out of my foundation, boy, I could just kick one of them boys right in the ass.
But don't you want your bitches looking good?
Shaka respects all women. I don't like that pimp culture. You come in with all that mess on you, looking like a monkey. Shaka doesn't like it. I was quoting Barnes from Malcolm X in that one.
Okay.
Strutting around on the street with that mess on you, looking like a monkey. The white man looks at you and laughs because he knows you ain't white.
I feel like you don't want a chick where like her whole...
Here, give me your wrist. Reach up like you're trying to turn off a shower in prison. No, let it burn. Get your hands off me. I got to wash this out. Let it burn. Everybody on the outside caulks. Why does everybody on the outside caulk? Because they don't want to look like what? Look like me? Sorry. Now I want to watch Malcolm X. Prison Barnes fucking rules in Malcolm X.
I have a hard time with that movie because I find it interesting. I think it's a good movie. It doesn't hold my attention though. It's like boring. Well, it's very dull.
It's a long movie.
It's a slog.
That's for sure. All right, I am so far behind in this chat.
They probably had some good shit here.
Sorry, boys and girls. You guys have probably had some awesome stuff. I know I missed a $5 in there somewhere. There we go. The Mood with $6 says, Shaka did not dance for my VIP contribution. He is my... Didn't you already say that? And then I danced for you? Or Shaka danced for you?
I don't know. But thank you for becoming a VIP.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate it. And thank you to Scarface with $9.99. Says, it's almost like there's a reason why at every liquor store across the country, a $30 bottle of Hennessy is behind the counter, but an $80 bottle of Irish whiskey isn't.
Yep, that's the truth.
What? I don't know what he's talking about.
I do. You ever try to buy Hennessy? You got to ask for it
I'm
first.
sorry, April. No, I've never tried to buy Hennessy. I just know that all my good bourbons are sitting there.
Ready to go?
Right. They have my old fashioned, just how I like it, ready and waiting for me. That like when that scene in Super Troopers where Captain O'Hagan talks about the lodge and how they always have his old fashioned waiting for him. Yeah. I do have a portion of me that's an old soul, and I hear shit like that. I'm like, that sounds lovely.
No, I do that too. I think you and I are both people that have like old people trapped inside of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just
where you hear
I like the old shit like that.
Yeah, they're like, I like to go to the lodge. And when I go, they have my old fashioned waiting for me, just like I like it. I'm like, sounds like heaven to me.
That sounds great. I want to walk into my favorite bar and just have them know that I want that waiting on the counter for me.
Exactly. Andrea B with $10. Thank you very much. Guys, in the first hour, you've dropped us under the 300 mark. That's very nice of you. Thank you. $295 away from this morning's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, etc. If you feel like chipping in, that is great. It's going to be a little hard for me to check all of the Streamlabs and stuff because the website is just refreshing every couple of minutes.
Why is it doing that?
So hang with me when I want to do like an hourly check to see what's going on, and if there's anyone I need to thank, it might take a minute. Somebody says 18 likes away from 100. Oh, you know what? We haven't been promoting the like button, which is always good. 200 by 7 o'clock is usually what we like to see. Why don't you go ahead and hit that thumbs up? As Brian says, smash the like button. He also says drill the share button. Hey, great if we can get shares. Shares are wonderful.
Good deal.
We're up over 100. Let's get to 200 by 7 o'clock. Slammin69 says your reparations just walked out the store.
You know, speaking of like locking shit up in like the stores and stuff, like you said, like condoms and stuff, you'd think that even if they're stealing them, you'd want them to use the condoms, right? Like Plan B too for the longest time, and obviously I haven't had to buy one for years now, but it's like they used to lock that shit up. Like when I'd go get one for a friend or something, they'd always be locked up, and they make you feel so shameful for not wanting an accidental child. you know what I mean? But it's like, don't you want people to have access to buying that shit? Because
so you would be picking it up for a friend.
always for a friend.
You do know that I know you weren't a virgin when I married you, right?
Yeah.
You don't need to smile about it.
You
But
came with 3 kids, so go fuck yourself.
How do you know that I didn't have them the way David Crosby had his children for the lesbians?
Anally?
No! David Crosby did not fuck Melissa Etheridge in the ass, as far as I know.
Anal babies.
KF says, just filed my taxes, owe a few thousand. I'm going to start donating more and count it as charitable donations. Cheers. All right. Well, thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
Can I file taxes yet? Because last year I couldn't, because I have to do corporate taxes. I have to do all that, the S-Corp shit.
Yeah.
Last year, they wouldn't let me do it until like March because there was some kind of law that needed to be like adjusted and shit like that. Is that happening this year? Or because I know we have listeners who also have businesses and corporations and whatnot. Can I do it now or do I have to wait a couple months again like last time? Because I would really like to just get that shit done and be over it.
That's how I always feel about taxes.
Yeah.
I just want to be done with it.
Can I just be done? So if any of you are, the business owners, I would love to hear if you can do it. Yeah, cannot e-file in Minnesota yet.
Okay.
See,
Thank you.
That's always that's what it is. It's always the state of Minnesota. It's never the federal part. They're making you wait until May this year. Shut up. I'm a fan of chat. I am not buying that for a second. Thank you.
That would be not okay with me.
Thank you very much. All right, let's continue on here. You're a farm kid.
Yeah.
And a cowboy. I'm a roughneck. Daddy was a roughneck too. Oh. Now I want to listen to Toby Keith. I worked myself into a shoot. You want to go to Raleigh's tonight and dance to some Toby Keith?
God, I haven't had Raleigh's in a long time. I could do that.
Something to think about.
Their wings. I still hate for like how they left us because they were kind of mean to you about it and shit.
They weren't mean. It's just that I would have liked to hear from Raleigh.
After that long of being in business together,
Yeah.
I think that's rude. But
The
I
one
do
guy,
like their wings.
the manager guy, he was very cool about it.
Oh, it's not his fault. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. Good old JR with 9.99 says, I keep smashing the like button, but the count seems to be going up and down. Am I doing it wrong? Just one time. Just one time is fine.
One time and make sure it lands on like.
Yes, make sure it lands on the lit up part. So you're a
farm boy,
a farm kid, and a plow boy. Which one is that? Which song is it? Now I got it.
That's
when country comes.
That's when country comes down. Yeah.
I'll admit, I may not like a lot of post 9/11 Toby Keith. A lot of that may be insufferable, but like.
What?
I'm a fucking Toby Keith guy.
Oh, Toby Keith is the best.
Look.
One of the biggest sins of my life is I have seen Toby Keith in concert before, and it was when I was like too young to really appreciate it. And I hate that about it every time.
Because he's dying now.
He's dying. It's over.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to see Toby Keith.
Nope.
Won't see him no more. Yeah. Have we had an update on Toby Keith?
No, I think he's dying.
That's
in
not
silence.
good. Yeah. If you haven't heard updates, that means that watch Luke Bryan and Dustin Lynch honor Toby Keith.
He's not dead yet.
Yeah, that's not good.
Don't do that.
If you're giving tributes to him.
And that was only 2 days ago.
Toby Keith gives update on debilitating stomach cancer.
Oh.
That sucks. And he's only like 60.
Yeah, I guess.
Toby Keith confesses his battle with stomach cancer is pretty debilitating in his first interview since revealing his diagnosis earlier this year. This was a month ago. I'm thinking about getting back into fighting shape. This should have been a cowboy singer, 61, says in a sneak peek of blah, blah, blah. I need a little bit of time to just rest up and heal up. Oh! Keith adds it's pretty debilitating to have to go through all that, but as long as everything stays hunky-dory, then we'll look at something good in the future.
That's good, right?
He was stepping away from music to undergo cancer treatment. Oh, so maybe he's not done yet. Last fall, I was diagnosed with stomach cancer. I spent the last 6 months receiving chemo, radiation, and surgery. So far, so good. I need time to breathe, recover, and relax. In recent months, the country superstar has been hinting at his return by venturing out publicly more.
That makes me feel better.
Oh, fuck.
Maybe there is hope I could see him again.
In November, Keith surprised fans at Jeff Ruby's Steakhouse with a performance of songs like I Love This Bar and Sweet Home Alabama.
Fun.
Oh. Carrie Underwood and Eric Church sang tributes to him at the BMI Country Awards last month. That's because Eric Church is a fucking good dude.
Can we change the name BMI Country Awards?
That's him at the 22. He actually looks pretty good.
He does look good.
Oh, shit. Well, he's not dying then. Well, I mean, look, not out of the woods. You got stomach cancer, but still.
That makes me feel a lot better, though, because he's one of the great ones.
Well, let's take a look here. Jeff Ruby's Steakhouse on Twitter put pictures up or video up of him performing. Oh, I mean, he's lost a shitload of weight, but like...
He does look scrawny.
I'll say this. You could look worse.
Yeah, you could be dead.
That's true.
You could be laying in a coffin.
I mean, it looks... The way he's talking and him being out like a month and a half, 2 months ago does indicate... Because he announced that he had cancer like in April or May.
And it seemed dire. Right?
Yeah. So if 6 months later he's out and doing shit, that's got to mean... You never want to say someone's out of the woods if they have cancer, but it looks like he might be over the toughest part.
Do you know that there's somebody that's been in my life before, a woman about my age, who actually got her stomach removed, like her entire stomach, just like the physical stomach, right? That got removed, and just like you hooked up the esophagus to your intestines, because there's a type of stomach cancer that runs in her family that if you didn't remove it like preemptively, you're probably going to die.
Okay.
Isn't that something crazy to think about? And like you can just exist like that, apparently. Like you can live without your stomach. Did you know that?
I did not. I wasn't aware
It's
of
the
that.
strangest thing in the world, but I guess it's a thing. People just do that to prevent getting this type of hereditary stomach cancer.
Well, I did, for some reason, okay, this dovetailed into Toby Keith, but what I was going towards is you're a farm kid. Oh, that's how.
Okay.
You're a farm kid.
Yeah.
Did you ever see how they relieved bloat in cows?
I never saw that part. I was around for...
But do you know it? Do you know about it?
No.
Do you know about how they relieve bloat in cattle?
No, I was only around for like milkings and calving.
Oh, this is cool. I get to show you something farm related. I've seen this a couple of times now. It's fucking wild. So if you have a cow and it's bloated as shit. No, it's not with fisting, Michael B. That is not how they solve bloating. I don't know what they do in your house.
Oh.
But.
Is there a chance that they're poking with a needle or something like that? Like a large needle? Because that I've heard of.
Okay, well, check this out.
Oh, God,
This is how they relieve. Like, cows bloat so bad.
Yeah.
And that, well, it's all that dairy.
It's really bad for you.
So they bloat, and then you have to relieve it. And there's so much gas built up in the cow that when you go to relieve it, flames actually shoot out of the cow. Like the cow, a blue flame comes out of the valve.
That's wild.
That they use to relieve the bloating in cows. This is actually really satisfying.
You were kind of teaching me a little bit more about it. I have heard about the, impaling with the needle to relieve it. I've never had to see it, though.
It looks like they're trying to deflate a basketball.
With flames, thow.
With flames, yeah. No, the flames are produced from the cow.
Right.
This is how they do it. Look at that. It's on fire, for fuck's sake. And look at it go down. Look at the cow deflate.
That has to feel so good.
Oh my God, are you kidding? Way better than a shit.
Maybe we should try this on you. You get bloated a lot.
Just stick a needle in me and...
Lately, Aaron's been really complaining a lot about bloating. We could just try the needle.
Here, cow bloat relief. Bloated bovine emergency. The Incredible Dr. Pole.
Oh, she has a TV show.
Now, wait a minute. Are we gonna get popped for this one?
Dr. Emily has been called out to Chris's farm for a ballooning bovine emergency.
Guys, I'll put the video up in a when they're getting to the bloating part, because I don't want to get popped.
You don't want to get popped by Dr. Pole?
No, I don't want Dr. Pole to pop me like she's about to pop this cattle. All right, here we go.
Poor cows.
A little pain for a lot of gain.
That'll work.
Yeah, that's just the draining of the blood.
Got in there, boy.
Do you know how good that's got to feel?
Oh, incredible.
Yeah.
That's just come right out.
That should be some relief there, bud.
How bad does that smell, though?
Probably
how
pretty bad.
Awful does that smell?
You're on a cattle farm already. I don't know.
It already smells like cow shit. Yeah.
And I kind of like that smell. It reminds me of
You
home.
can tell he's feeling better.
Issue 1 is relieved.
How much do you think he weighs?
I was guessing 600.
badass.
I love how farmers talk.
I would say about 600.
God, that's wholesome.
Just relieving the...
Just the relieving of the cows somehow makes me feel wholesome. Like, you just made that animal so much happier.
600 isn't a lot. I agree. It's to weigh that much, that's not a lot.
What would be a lot?
Well, 750,000 is a lot.
That's what I would say.
Sit on you and kill you.
That's right. 285 away from today's goal. There you go. Go ahead. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal links in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. Thank you guys very much if you feel like contributing to the show. I remember about a little more than a year ago, Joe Biden was talking about our involvement with Ukraine and Russia. And Joe Biden was talking about how, hey, there's a limit to how much we're going to help. For example, we're not going to send tanks to Ukraine because if we sent tanks to Ukraine, that would be seen as an act of war by the Russians. And we don't want to be at war. We just want to help Ukraine defend themselves. Fast forward to yesterday, CNBC reporting, U.S. will send Abrams tanks to Ukraine ahead of expected Russian offensive. So
just screw all the shit we said already.
Yeah, forget all the stuff we said. Let's go back on it. And not only that, let's give Ukraine our main battle tank. I mean, this is basically everything but American soldiers fighting there. This is all of our military equipment, all of our weaponry. The only difference is an American kid won't be driving the tank.
Yet. Watch it. Watch it. Honest to God. That's going to be the next step. It's going to be, oh, well, you see, if we just sent some American troops over there to help the Ukrainians, we could just end this thing right now. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be a comment like that, and it's going to be ugly.
The only way I can see us getting directly involved is if we see Russia like at a breaking point, and
that's what I'm saying. And
we can take them off the board.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, they're going to say, look, if we just send some troops over there right now, it's over.
Yeah, we can break the Russians. Here's the ultimate play. Now, I don't want this to happen. Fuck, I don't even want us giving them money and weapons at this point.
No.
But if they would have gone, if they get to the point where it's like Putin's about to be overthrown, like the Russians have fucking had it with him, and they're going to take him out of there, and we see it as an opportunity to install something, like to work our way in with the Russians, help them overthrow Putin, and be like, by the way, if we help you overthrow Putin, we want to handpick your next leader. Like, do you know what a coup for as evil as that shit is, as it's you not being the good guy, it is my team doing it. So I'm more okay. I'll fully admit it. I'm more okay with my team. I'd rather, if it's going to happen, I'd rather have my team doing it than somebody else.
Okay.
It's a dirty, disgusting, awful move. But if we get to that point, and you can take Russia off the board and put an American, Western-friendly leader in Russia, that is a gigantic momentum shift in the world. Because China's then alone. So
there's that, I guess.
If the game here is keep putting all this money into Ukraine because we're going to make this Russia's Vietnam and Putin's Vietnam, Putin's Afghanistan, basically, where he can't recover from it. And the long game is the United States gets to continue expanding their European influence eastward into fucking Russia, which we have been trying to control since the Tsar was in power over 100 years ago. The West has been trying to sneak into Russia and go, how about you let us put our guy in there? I mean, that's what Yeltsin was when the Soviet Union collapsed, and we said, hey, Boris Yeltsin, he's a good dude. Put him in there. And the Russians were like, you mean that filthy, stinking drunk? Yeah, he's great. And Yeltsin was our puppet for a while. And then Putin came in and went, all right, that's great, but I want to be in charge. Like, he basically came in and go, fuck you guys, I'm in charge now. And now we're, again, trying to destabilize their government, install a leader that will be friendly to us. Like, there is a long game here. It's just disgusting and gross, and it's, you know, we're all like Ethan Hawke in Training Day, finding out how dirty Alonzo and the police are, you know, taking all this money, and Denzel's giving him the speech in the car where he's like, I know, it's ugly, but this is the way it works, son. If you want to change things, you got to change them from the inside first. And you're just like, oh, this is fucking gross.
Okay, and then so watch this happen then when So right now, a lot of Americans obviously are not for sending anything over to Ukraine or anything like that. Okay, so if we get to that point where we get to install an us-friendly leader, then they're going to be like the heroes and look what we've done for you now and all this stuff. And you never trust us. Look what we've done. How great is this?
Look.
And I also don't understand how we're not already directly involved in that war just because we don't have people over there. We've sent billions upon billions of dollars and
Putin
equipment.
definitely sees our involvement as we're directly at war with them.
That's a direct involvement.
Yeah, he sees it as we're directly at war with them. Adam Folk says we should be de-escalating the situation now, not be thinking about regime change in Russia. But that's our end game.
It's the only reason
we got into this to go, we'll just break Putin right here.
Yeah.
Like, it's not war like it used to be. War used to be like, okay, we take out the enemy, we gain territory, we do this. Now all this war shit it's proxy, it's regime change, it's destabilizing the leader at home so the people overthrow him. Like that's the way the game's played now. We have thousands of troops in Ukraine, says Hillbilly. Doing training and shit. Yeah, somebody's got to show these people how to use all this equipment we're giving them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't want to be involved there. I don't want to be involved with the Ukraine, but it's also one of those things where you're like, okay, you're there. You better not fuck it up now. You know, it's kind of like you're a parent watching your child do something, and you're like, all right, man, I don't think you should do this, but if you're going to do it, you better do it right.
That's what I end up telling the kids when they're screwing around, like jumping off shit in here.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, you're going to do it. Don't kill yourselves.
Don't die. Yeah,
and
exactly.
I walk away like, all right, no dying.
That's exactly what it is. KF says, didn't Crenshaw make some dumb statement yesterday about a U.S. soldier dying in Ukraine? I can't keep track of the dumb things Dan Crenshaw says. Max Bringle says, if you want to know who the next enemy is, look who we're funding now. Unfortunately, yeah. You're right. I mean, since the Cold War, we've inched over towards Finland, towards Ukraine, into Poland. Like, we're taking all the old Soviet Union territory. Why wouldn't you think that Russia's next?
I know.
Why wouldn't you think that we're trying to conquer Russia? And not conquer them in the, America's going to go in and take over. No. Now controlling goes, just put a leader in there who will do what we want. Like Zelensky. Zelensky is America conquering Ukraine. We've taken it over now. It's ours.
Yes.
Because we've got a guy in there he'll run his country, but then the minute we need something, he has to do it.
Well, and there's going to be excuses too, like, oh, Putin's sick, he's weak right now, let's go for it. And
yeah. Scarface says it's literally a reverse Warsaw Pact. Yeah, NATO won the Cold War, and now NATO is taking over all of Europe. They want one Europe. Not Eastern and Western Europe. They want it all. And look, man, what sucks as a person is you're just like, none of this shit impacts me. None of this shit helps me at all. It helps all the billionaires who run shit. It's a bunch of countries playing a game that none of us are invited to, that none of us are a part of. But the very wealthy will reap all the benefits of this, and the rest of us will take all of the hits for it.
Yep, it sucks.
I mean, look, the United States government fucked around in the Middle East for decades. And when people in the Middle East got fucking tired of it and did something, did they hit the government? No, they killed 3,000 people in the streets of New York. The people who got killed overall, and young high school kids from Arkansas who went to fight the war. That's who went and died. So all these billionaires manipulate, they play games, they fuck around, and then when it's time for the find out, when the government fucks around, and then it's time to find out, it's 18-year-old kids from Arkansas, and it's innocent people in skyscrapers who do the finding out.
Yep.
And then the government, the audacity of these billionaires and weapons dealers to sit there and go, never forget America. It was an attack on us, blah, blah, blah. No. You brought this onto us. You went and fucked around. I didn't care if the Shah was in power or if the Islamic Revolution was in power in Iran. You fucked around and did that.
That's the part people forget.
I mean, and of course, now rant over. Nothing changes. This is why I don't like talking about the news.
You're falling on deaf ears.
Rant over, nothing changes. Thank you very much to Nicholas for the $10 over there on Streamlabs. $275.
Thank you.
Away from today. Thank you guys very much. Don't forget to hit like. How close to 200 are we? here at the 7 o'clock point. Doorman says, smash the share button. Now the world may enjoy the 2 best racks in Minnesota. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. That's very nice. 144 likes. All right, let's take a quick break to get it to 200. Let's do a little rally here. Everybody hit the like button. If you feel like hitting the share button, if we're doing a really good job today, that's always nice as well. Let's get her up to 200. Keep me updated on the count. Let's do the live count now. Here we go. We start at 144. Everybody hit like. Tell me when we get to 200. Or no, keep me updated as the likes continue to go up. Keep hitting refresh. Keep telling me where it's at. And before we get to our next story, let's get to 200. All right, so already 154. So each 10 seconds, we go up by 10. In the next minute here, we'll be doing the next story. Everybody hit the like button now. Let's go on a rush. There you go. 162. Getting up to 200. 163. 167. Like. Share. All that good happy horse shit. Only 30 away from 200. Let's do a little puke and rally here on that like button. Keep hitting refresh. Keep telling me in the chat. Oh, my God, 475. 175, only 25 away.
Everyone in here, get hitting it.
From getting to 200. Hit the shit out of it. 178, it's going. 180, says Coach Kevin. 181, look at that, just climbing like crazy. 187, 200. No, there's no way it jumped by 13. You're fucking with me, Dr. Ho. I don't trust Dr. Ho.
Never trust a hoe.
Nope, they only work for you. That's it. 189, we're getting there. 11 away. I told you, less than a minute. We'd be up into the 200s. Albatrax says 500. Well, problem solved for the day. Oh, no, down to 47. What happened? 191, 193. Uh-oh. Here we go, 196. And 197. Oh,
He's
shit.
edging. Come on.
I'm edging.
Go,
197
go.
and 200. There we go. We have hit 200 on the likes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now on to 400 by the end of today's show. 275 away from overtime today. All right. So, yes, we're sending tanks into Ukraine, which we said we'd never do.
God bless.
Ground troops to actually fight the war. I'm sure we'll never do that. Never. It's never going to happen. Let's talk about this story. This is, if people think that I only pick stories that are going to be easy for me to do, or that, hey, Aaron never challenges himself with the way he preps this show. Bullshit. I didn't want to do that last story because all I did was get mad and get conspiracy theories in my head.
Agreed.
I don't like that. This next one, I have to now take a position against a person that's going to make me look like an absolute piece of shit. The problem is, I know I'm right. I know the world is a better place if my advice is heeded on this one. You know how I feel about old people getting scammed out of money over the phone?
Yes, as I said earlier, they deserve it.
You deserve it. Come on, you've been on this earth 70 years and all of a sudden you turn retarded?
Yeah, do better. Stop trusting people.
If anything, old people should be the hardest people to scam.
They should. That's kind of the thing. Like, when we're older, I would hope that nobody's pulling one over us, right?
Right. Someone calls you on the phone and goes, oh, yeah, your kids are in the county jail. Send Target gift cards. You're like, what are you, out of your fucking mind? That's a hang up right away.
Target gift card.
Yes, but people do that. Like,
I know.
Old grandmas hear that their kids are in jail. They ask for no follow-up. They trust. How can you be that trusting at 70?
I don't know.
You've been
I
lied
don't trust
to.
anybody now.
Right. You've been lied to your entire life, and now you're just going to start being trusting? You know what it is? It's that arrogance of being old. They start thinking who the fuck they are, and they go, well, nobody would lie to me. I'm a poor senior citizen. Mm-hmm. No, you're easy to lie to.
I have been told by the police before that college students and old people are the ones who get scammed the most often because they're the most vulnerable.
Yeah, and now it's all boomers. Boomers should know a scam. They fucking invented them.
That's true.
Boomers
reverse mortgages.
Boomers fall for reverse. And you can quote him. Anyway, I hate boomers. Boomers should know scams. They created most of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Columbia House CDs.
I forget about that.
Fucking boomers, man. Think about all of them. Amway,
Amway's
timeshares.
awful. Did they create Amway though?
Yes.
Really?
Avon makeup shit. What's the dildo
The
parties?
door-to-door, pure romance.
Pure romance parties, Tupperware parties. You
Tastefully
guys,
simple.
tastefully
Is
simple.
that a scam though? I think that's just a
mean, the way
pyramid scheme.
Well,
typically.
now you can't legally call them pyramid schemes
Oh,
anymore.
excuse me.
Multi-level marketing.
Multi-level marketing.
Yeah, where by the fourth level you have to be selling to everyone in India.
Here's
you'll
the
become
thing
a
though,
millionaire.
like I have witnessed like people that run businesses like that, like the multi-level, stuff,
Yeah.
and it's like you're not being held at gunpoint for anything, or
Right.
like nothing's on the hook. It's just that to get to the next level, you've got to be selling a certain amount.
Yes,
So to me, that's a lot different than
You're
like
dumb.
a reverse mortgage.
or reversed mortgages.
You can say it either.
I didn't say I could.
Say it.
Listen, I wouldn't be telling you this if I thought this was a way to scam seniors out of their money. The fuck you wouldn't! You would do it if it meant the paycheck that they're giving you. What was it? AIG? No, not AHG or whatever it is.
I thought it
that Tom
was
Selleck does.
AIG.
Now, AIG was one of the companies that went bankrupt in the recession. Whatever it is. But you could be right.
AAG?
AAG, thank you. It's like,
No, I don't know. Just guessing.
anytime I hear Tom Selleck heavy nose breathe, look, you know what that
The
heavy
hairs on his mustache move.
you know what that heavy nose breathe is? That's I have to swallow this lie and properly digest it because I'm going to feel bad telling it.
Yes, I need the bile to go back down. I'm nervous.
Look, I wouldn't be telling you about, and then he looks off the camera. I wouldn't be telling you about reverse mortgages if I thought they were some way to scam seniors out of their money. This isn't my first rodeo. Actually, you know what? I would guarantee that the next rodeo Tom Selleck goes to would quite literally be his first rodeo.
Probably.
I don't think I've been to a rodeo before.
Okay.
I've been to like the horse barrel racing shit. I don't think that counts as a full-on rodeo. But if I went to a full rodeo, you know what it would be?
What?
It would be my first rodeo. So
That's sweet.
I don't
I'll take you to your first one, maybe.
I would
If you're a
love.
good boy.
Thank you. I would love that.
I've been to 3. They're a good time.
I've heard that it's boots and chaps, it's cowboy hats, it's spurs and let it go.
It is.
It's the ropes and the reins and the joy and the pain, and they call the thing rodeo.
That's about how it goes.
Why am I not thinking of the lyrics to a fucking famous Garth Brooks song right now?
It's boots
I've heard that some broken
Yeah.
bones and a broken home is all he'll have to show
Yep.
for the years that he spent chasing this dream they call rodeo.
They're all single now.
There are rodeo groupies, says Adam Price. Could you imagine being a rodeo groupie?
No. No.
Were you a rodeo groupie?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I promise.
God.
They are a lot of fun, though. It's a lot of drinking. It's a whole lot of drinking.
The only rodeo groupie I know is Jake Gyllenhaal in Brokeback Mountain.
God, that's good, too.
Yeah, but he wanted to butt fuck.
I really do like that movie.
It's God, what's that lyric? I'm gonna fuck it up. She's what is it? A slick nickel. She's right on the money. I wouldn't give her up for 1,000 buckle bunnies. I'm her big cat daddy. She's my little Miss Honky Tonk. Sorry. All right. So at any rate, this next story has nothing to do with rodeos.
Getting gay in here.
That we got on Tom Selleck, as people do. So this story starts out, the very first word of this story, putting me behind the 8 ball immediately. A Holocaust survivor was swindled out of his life savings. First of all, don't put that curse on me. Don't put that guilt on me. Oh, well, he's a Holocaust survivor. Then he should know a fucking swindle when he sees one.
Absolutely.
You know who should not be believing anything anyone says?
Jewish people.
The Jewish guy who survived the Holocaust. If you come to him, he should be skeptical of a fucking 2-for-1 at a grocery store.
Yeah. What's the catch here?
What's the catch to the 2-for-1? What, do I have to get in a cattle car? Do you have to, you take away my business? Do I have to wear a star on my coat? And you're like, if I were a guy.
Why are there wooden doors on the Target?
Exactly. I know a ripoff when I see one. Oh, what's next? Oh, if I get a job here, what? Will the hard work set me free? Heard that one before.
Why are there 6 million of us in here?
You want me to help you sell Docs? What, Dachau? Is that what? Oh, okay. Okay. Iceberg lettuce. More like iceberg and Belson lettuce.
It's an angry person.
I keep my wits about me. My Auschwitz.
Oh, boy.
I'm watching you. You better not scam me. That's right. I'm going to keep my eyes open. I won't Treblinka at all.
I feel like even saying those words would probably hurt for them.
Well, anyway, this next story is about a Holocaust survivor who got swindled out of his money.
Which I have a bone to pick with that. Didn't all the Holocaust survivors die recently? Like, I thought there was like a thing.
No, they're not all dead
No,
yet.
I'm not actually kidding. There was a thing on TV where there was like a few remaining ones, and I thought that they'd all passed away since then.
Well, think about it. Let's go 1945. They were liberated. 1945 was 78 years ago now. So if you were 10, you're 88. Oh, God.
Yeah, but they've
oh, my
really
God.
been through some
Oh,
stuff.
no. If you were 10 in the camps, now you're 88. What a horrible age to be if you're a Holocaust survivor. Oh, boy. And you have a grandkid who's 14.
Oh,
That's terrible.
tragic.
A Holocaust survivor was swindled out of his life savings by a woman he met on a dating website.
Okay, can we stop using those for one?
I really thought this woman wanted to suck my dick. Prosecutors allege in the latest romance scam targeting the elderly. God. Peaches. Her fucking name is Peaches. Peaches Sturgo, a 36-year-old Florida woman, also known as Alice,
That's not a real person.
was arrested Wednesday on one count of wire fraud for allegedly duping an 87-year-old man out of over $2.8 million. Oh, so the old Jewish man had a lot of money. Way to beat the stereotypes.
Do you think he put in his bio on Tinder that he was a Holocaust survivor? Just for some street cred?
He may have mentioned it. She used it to buy Rolex watches, a boat, and other luxury items. I want to point out, by the way, this is why handing, like, people think if you just hand money over to the homeless or, like, if we pay reparations, it'll solve all the economic inequities. Nope, not at all. Because it's economic illiteracy that causes people to be poor, not the lack of money. Give this person $2.8 million. What are they doing right away? Rolex watches, boats, all that. $2.8 million. You buy a nice boat. You're starting to be cash strapped now.
Yes, you are. You're
Not to mention, you gotta
pay this.
everyone who gets this kind of windfall never remembers that they have to pay a 40% tax on it.
Or now you've got this big ass boat. Now you've got to pay to maintain that shit too.
Yeah. So, like, anyone who thinks, oh, if we just write checks and we just throw money at a problem, no.
That's like definition of stupid, like new money. People don't know what to do with
God,
it.
when you said that, I thought you were going to go another way with that one.
Stupid.
There's another phrase they use for that kind of thing. You get a bunch of money and you just blow it right away.
Oh yeah, I've never heard of this.
Me neither. I don't know what it is. I just know there's a saying. Duping an 87-year-old man out of $2.8 million that she used to buy watches, a boat, and other luxury items. The defendant callously preyed on a senior citizen simply seeking companionship, defrauding him of his life savings. Oh, he's not a victim. He thought he was going to get his dick sucked and that 36-year-old Peaches here was going to ride his dick, and he gave $2.8 million. Look, once she starts blowing you and fucking you and living with you, hand over whatever kind of cash you want. But to hand it over before your wiener's even touched,
It's
come
still
on.
dry.
And again, you're a Holocaust survivor. How are you not sniffing out scams?
Sniffing out, huh?
Oh, that was not a reference to his nose. I would have said that about an Irishman or an Italian or anybody. That was not no, of course not. The defendant callously preyed on a scene. Yeah, see this?
I don't like this either because if you're shelling out $2.8 million to anybody, that better be the best goddamn blowjob I've ever gotten. Like, ever. Like that thing better be like gold plated afterwards.
Getting your dick sucked a lot, are you?
Obviously.
Sturgo, according to the indictment, met the unidentified victim, a then Manhattan resident, on a dating website 6 or 7 years ago. By 2017, she asked him for money to pay for her attorney so she could receive settlement funds she claimed were owed to her, according to prosecutors. Yeah, tough shit.
That's not his fault.
Over the next 5 years, prosecutors allege Sturgo fed the victim continuous lies to receive almost monthly checks, often in increments of $50,000.
Okay.
She impersonated a bank employee, sent fake invoices, and created a phony email account to reassure the victim that he would be repaid if he continued to deposit money into the account. Now, she's stupid, too, because she's getting bank stuff involved, documents involved. I mean, that's massive level felonies.
I always wonder how people think they'll get away with this. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's that good.
There are people who get away with it. They're
Really?
the ones who just say, who get people to trust them and just say, oh, just give me this money for this. You can lie to people. You can tell people
No,
like,
I mean to
oh,
the
it's for
level
this.
of what she's doing.
Right. You're not supposed to do what she did. Like, because how many times have we done these like swindle stories where we find out that someone gave someone $150,000 and the news reports, oh, and by the way, there's no way to recover this. No law was actually broken. This person just fell for a scam. So I think with like stories like this, I know they say, oh, they're a Holocaust survivor, this and that. I don't give a shit. Keep a head on your shoulders. Or once you get to the age where you can't, have one of your kids or grandkids run your shit for you.
We've talked about that before.
Yes.
We've had stories before where like old people clearly need their banks like managed,
Yeah.
like their bank accounts managed. It's just risky.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't, I'm not born with that bone in my body where I feel bad for 80-some-year-olds who fall for such an obvious scam.
And to prove that, like if your grandmother was alive and that happened to her, do you feel bad?
I would beat her. No, I'm just kidding.
You actually just end her life now.
I would be like, you got to go. I'm
Just
sorry.
kidding.
If we were in Canada, I'd call the maid. M-A-I-D. I'd call their...
Oh, the service.
yeah, I would
Maid
just say,
service.
you know what? That is kind of disgusting that Canada calls their assisted suicide thing maid. Because people
Cleaning
can,
house.
Yeah, people can tell their old relatives like, oh, I'm going to get you a maid tomorrow. And the old person's like, it'll be nice to have it clean in here. And then all of a sudden some blue liquid gets shot into your arm. What the fuck?
Oh, God.
And you just go to sleep.
Ugh.
That's all. Yeah, so I don't... If you get scammed on the internet or you get scammed over the phone, if you hand anyone money because they just cold called you and said, oh, yeah, you need to do this, that, and the other thing, like, I'm not saying you deserve it, but you kind of deserve it. 275 away from this morning's goal. There's the Streamlab and PayPal. Super chats and memberships count as well. Thank you guys very much. All right, speaking of old people, fucking pickleball.
It's maddening.
I hate pickleball
I do too.
so much that I think maybe the most obnoxious sound in the world is a pickleball hitting a pickleball paddle.
Yeah.
And
it is pretty gay.
a succession of them is enough to make you run yourself headfirst into a brick wall.
So you don't want to go like watch the pickleball tournaments next spring?
No. And as a matter of fact, since I started playing tennis this past summer, I actually hate pickleball more. Because if a guy like me can start playing tennis, you can start playing tennis.
Oh, it is. It's like lazy man's tennis.
It's like...
It's like table tennis mixed with tennis.
I don't want to get shit-faced, so I'm not going to play ping pong. But I don't want to run around and play tennis. Give me something in between. I know. Pickleball.
And why is it called pickleball?
Because you've got to be a vegetable to play it. I think that's the reason. So with this this pickleball thing, while I do hate it, you know what I also hate?
What?
Dumb fucking neighbors who complain about every little noise because they want to go to bed at 7:30.
Oh, yeah.
So
That's bullshit.
while I hate pickleball, I hate the people who want these pickleball courts shut down too. It's like, look, if your city's going to build a pickleball court, go to the city hall or city council meeting, complain to high heaven, try to influence them to vote against it, and then if they build the thing, sell your house, move somewhere else, or just adapt to the pickleball deal.
That's my solution. If you don't want noises keeping you up at 7:30 at night, go move somewhere where there's nobody next to you.
Exactly. So this is a story out of Oregon, of course, Portland, where they're shutting down city pickleball courts due to noise complaints. Now, while I don't want to be encouraging pickleball, I want to encourage pickleball a lot more than I want to be encouraging cunty neighbors to feel emboldened to bitch that a bunch of people having fun at a reasonable hour is detrimental to them, so everyone has to change and stop having fun.
Right. I don't think you can play pickleball past dark anyways. Makes sense, right?
Right. Let's check in on this story out of Portland.
Well, new at 6, no more pickleball. The Lake Oswego City Council has voted to shut down the city's pickleball. Well, new at 6, no more pickleball. The Lake Oswego City Council has voted to shut down the city's pickleball courts indefinitely. The shutdown is due to noise complaints from neighbors who
look at
are
that.
tired of the...
Doesn't that look like a children's game?
It just kind of looks gay to me. I don't like it.
It looks like a Fisher-Price game that you broke open and brought it to a tennis court.
Are you even going to break a sweat doing that?
You know what? Probably because...
Why? Because the courts are hot?
And you're heavier.
Repetitive pop, pop, pop sounds from the sport. Residents near George Rogers Park started raising concerns about the noise back in January of last year. The courts were constructed in 2015. The George Rogers Park...
They were constructed almost a decade ago.
So you're fine.
And you're going to start bitching now.
No, you've had time to move.
You've had time to move. You probably bought the house while the pickleball court was there. I hate people like this. I hate people who move to a place where it's if you live in a residential place, it's because you want to be close to the action, right? You don't want to live in the city, but you want to be close enough where you can just drive in. You don't want to be out in the country. It's too secluded. It's too far away. Well, then you're going to have to deal with shit like this. You decided to live where people are.
Yes.
So you're going to have to put up with a certain level of noise.
Well, how about like pickleball is your chief noise complaint in Portland?
Your life is good.
Your life is fantastic. This is all you're complaining about. It's not sirens or drug addicts or homeless outside. This is great.
Yeah. I'm going to drive you to downtown Portland, and you can look at the tent cities they've set up, and then you can tell me how terrible the pickleball is.
The drug-induced sex on the sidewalks. That could be a noise you're complaining about.
It just sounds like fun.
Park courts were the only pickleball courts in the city. Now the city council is exploring some relocation options. It's surprising, given the fact that pickleball has become such a popular sport in recent years, that they're doing away with these courts.
Okay, well, again, I don't want to encourage pickleball, but I definitely want to encourage pickleball more than I want to encourage shitty noise or shitty, bitchy neighbors.
I agree. Stop complaining. Like, as long as it's nothing negative to complain about, I can't imagine ever complaining. Like, if it's somebody's dog coming in my yard and shitting all the time, that's something you complain about to your neighbor.
Face of America says, I would rather live next to a pickleball court than a trap house.
Exactly. Right. You don't understand. These people are spoiled. Honestly, if you're complaining about pickleball, you're spoiled.
Yeah, I don't. There's bigger. You got bigger fish to fry than fucking complaining about the pickleball court.
Yeah.
Just that bitchy and the bitching about it to the city and then getting to stay anonymous. I've always felt that if you're going to complain to the city about a bunch of people having fun, you should have to put your name behind it. Mm-hmm. You should have to file the complaint and what is it? The right to face your accuser.
Yeah. I want to know who did it.
Yeah, I want to know who's complaining and I can go talk to them. Well, no, we want to keep them anonymous. Nope. No more anonymous mom bitching.
Yeah. Imagine complaining about something. It's innocent, like I said, so it's nothing like nefarious or no drug activity, and they're staying physical. So, yeah, let's just keep people fat and spoiled. It's fine.
$10 coming in from Martin. He says, I'll take my kids back today at 2:30, please. I'm tired of the bi-weekly hostage taking of my kids and dog for VIP dues. I would never do such a thing.
We're sorry.
That man is a filthy goddamn liar. 265 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, Martin. Very nice of you.
It's getting hard to feed all these kids you keep.
I know. I got to stop abducting all the listeners' kids.
It's weird. I don't know why you want people's kids so bad.
It's actually starting to bother me more than it's bothering them.
Our garage is overrun.
At this point, yeah. And like I'm running out of chain. There's a lot of issues that are people think that kidnapping and keeping children hostage is this easy job that just nets you so much money. There's a cost involved.
Yeah, we're keeping the local Ace Hardware.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, I'm sitting here and I'm got all these kids locked up in the garage and I gotta feed them and I gotta give them water. You know what the Culligan bill has been?
It's been high, and then we had to install a heater in the garage too.
Yeah.
Cold otherwise.
So you guys all think that this is some kind of like fucking game we're playing. Ooh, it's so much fun. It's a pain in the ass.
I wish you'd stop.
Kane says Aaron steals kids, April steals old men. She does. Dario Delfino says you can harvest the listeners' children for blood to keep you both young and semi-beautiful forever.
Yeah, nothing fixes these foreheads though. What would you do? Like, can you fix a forehead? What do you do?
I mean,
like,
oh yeah, you
if-
can do like the follicle. You put
I was gonna
follicles
say,
in here.
if
You can
you're-
do all kinds of things.
if you're you, can you fill this in with like hair? Really?
I could if I wanted to.
I just don't think you'd look right.
It's that follicle replacement thing. Like they would literally have to implant follicles
Those-
into this area.
Do they stay? That seems
It's
only
it's,
semi-permanent.
it's kind of like tits and other things where 20 years ago it was brutal and horrible, and they've pretty much nailed it at this point. Idiocracy kind of like hit it right on the head. We've taken a lot of our scientific investigation and used it towards keeping people's dicks hard and their hair straight and their tits
Yeah.
nice.
Okay.
That's kind of what we've been doing.
Okay.
Dario Delfino says a Gino Bisconti headband, perhaps. See, I see that as a form of giving up.
Hear that, Gino? He thinks you're giving up.
And it's gay.
He gets Keanu, but he's giving up.
I mean, look, I didn't do so bad myself. Thank you very much.
I don't post cute pictures anywhere like she does.
Well, she's promoting
That's
when
true.
she does that. She's doing promotion.
I don't consider that
Yeah.
sometimes because I'm kind of an innocent that way.
Oh, no, you
I
thought
look
she
at
was
her and
doing
I'm
that
like,
because
oh,
she
she
just
really likes her outfit today.
Oh, no, you thought that ass picture yesterday was
I didn't see an ass picture yesterday.
Oh.
I saw the underboob picture from like a week ago. That
Oh,
was
well,
nice.
since April has such a crush on Gino Bisconti's lady,
Ugh.
I'll show
She's
you
cute. Yeah, and then I guess like she posted a picture I think yesterday too of, you know, her resting up to no good face, and I'm like, yeah, it kind of does look like that.
Yeah, this is you must have missed this one.
Oh, I haven't been on Twitter. That's why. This wasn't on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
There, that's the one April missed.
God.
I thought you were talking about that
Oh,
one.
I haven't been on Twitter. She says, God, I hate my feet.
I thought it was funny. I thought that one was funny.
Yeah, Gino's a lucky man.
But that's I mean, you know, you're promoting.
Yeah,
So
look, if I had seen that picture, I'd understand. But
Right.
no, I'm on the innocent like Instagram where she's posting like cute pictures of her at comedy clubs with clothes on.
Oh, okay. Well,
And
that's
she's just looking like she's up to no
totally
good.
different. Coltrane with $5 says, here's $5 for more chain. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. See, like I
Thanks.
said, this shit's expensive.
That only gets about 10 chain links for us, though.
Look, you know, don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
We'll get thinner chain.
Yeah.
We'll risk it.
There you go. They're tiny. A lot of you guys have young children.
Frail.
Yeah, they're little bastards. Donald Trump is back on Facebook and Instagram after a 2-year ban.
Really?
Meta has brought him back as long as he agrees to be trans. That's the deal he struck, and he will have to prove it in multiple posts. Did you see the news that Facebook and Instagram is going to allow you to put tit pictures up as long as you're non-binary?
I did see that.
Yeah.
And ironically, I actually only knew about that because somebody was commenting to Keanu on one of her posts that, hey,
Jeez, April
if
spends a
you-
lot of time
No, it just happens.
rubbing it out to
I
Keanu.
don't. It just so happens that somebody was commenting on one of her posts said, you know, if you just identified as trans, you can post those things out there.
Put those titties out there. Well, see, that's what I think all these social media companies, because I don't think corporations are really on board with like the whole trans movement. I think it's just another way to not piss people off and try to make an extra buck off of another community that seems really aggressive. And I think what they're going to start doing is using the binary thing as a loophole to change all these nudity rules they have while not getting any heat from anybody. So if everyone starts, like if women start posting tit pictures and they go, by the way, I'm non-binary, and Instagram lets it go, and they're like, well, we can't question the non-binary
So-
thing, they're going to use that as a way to solve without solving the whole tit picture thing.
Instagram instantly becomes a better place, right?
Tittygram, yes. Roland says he left out that if he posts it on it through Truth Social, is fucking dead at least until June. Yeah, that Truth Social, when Elon took over Twitter and now Trump getting all his social media things back, I don't really know how that Truth Social can stay afloat. It just seems kind of redundant at this point.
Does anyone use it?
It's got a few million people. Parent company Meta just announced that they will be allowing President Trump to return to Facebook and Instagram after 2 years suspended. As a general rule, we don't want to get in the way of open, public, and democratic debate on Meta's platforms. Oh, I'm sorry. I enjoy laughing in the morning. Oh,
Gets
that
your
is
blood flowing.
I like humor. Who doesn't like jokes, huh? Especially in the context of elections in democratic societies like the United States. Sorry. Nick Clegg, Meta's president of global affairs, wrote, the public should be able to hear what their politicians are saying. You know, unless it's like an election and they really need this guy not to win.
Then out of here.
Then they don't need to hear from that guy.
You know.
The good, the bad, and the ugly, so they can make informed choices at the ballot box. Now, I'm interested to see how this goes, because as far as Trump goes, is he too proud to post on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, because he does have that Truth Social thing? Like it's kind of a weird catch-22 he's involved in, because on one hand, you have tens of millions of people have now opened up to you that weren't available to you before.
Yep.
But also, ironically, the more you post on these places, the more it kills the thing you own.
Yeah, I remember when there were talks of him first coming back to Twitter that he had came out and said, I'm never going to post on there. Like, I don't want to be on there.
I don't think that he tweets yet.
I don't think so either.
I don't think he does.
I know there was an account on there pretending to be him right away as soon as they said they let him back on there, and it was like a verified account, and everyone was falling for it for about 5 minutes. That was kind of funny.
For maybe 2 or 3 hours before they light their spliffs. And that coke will get you a long time. But when I let them know the dope is out, it's like America Online. Wise is awoken. And you know they say that you deserved it whenever you died with your eyes open.
It's deep.
And I'm not cocky, I'm confident. So when you tell me I'm the best, it's a compliment.
You're so cute.
You know something else, April?
What?
I still hold the titles. Because I'm in the hood like them little motorcycles.
Yeah?
Stick up kids hopping out with the old rifles. Just doing shit for nothing. They're so spiteful. Ha! I'm just like you.
Oh, really?
Word that want to murk you is in the air. A double shot of yak in the purple is in the air. Marquis says, bars. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
If you don't know We're Back by DMX, you are missing one of the best Jadakiss verses of all time.
You're going to have Marquise coming after you now.
Look, I'm not going to tell people how street I am, but let's just say.
Oh, my God.
Shit gets thick when the light gets dark.
Okay, Crucifix. Yeah, Marquise, what do you think of Aaron's rap name, Crucifix?
Look, I was in, 8th or 9th grade.
I don't care.
It was gay.
What do you think,
happens.
buddy?
Aaron out here appropriating other folks' culture again. Well, I mean, every time I take a nap, I'm kind of, appropriating Latino culture. So, but no, I did not say that. April wrote that down, and I just read it. That's all.
I can't hold that up. I was gonna show them. Like, no.
Why? Because you have the N-word written down?
Well, I was quoting Marquise.
You did. Oh, it's quotable,
It's a
so it's
quote.
okay.
Yeah.
Dario Delfino says Aaron's rapper name is A-List. See, now that would have been better.
A-List would have been great. Anything that's not Crucifix.
How about a military name? A-10 Warthog. It's plain.
Doesn't roll off the tongue.
No, it really doesn't, but it's a good explanation of who the fuck I am. Stevie Lou says, fuck that frail shit. When my jokes come though, I think he means come through, I don't know. They got to use the scales that they weigh the whales with. Oh, fuck that frail shit. Whales with.
You're having a day, huh?
No, I don't fucking know. KF says, need a steel toe shirt with a Marquise quote, and it just says bars, and I'd buy it.
Or how about Aaron is Aaron is black as fuck.
That's a good shirt.
As long as Aaron's name's in it with the N-word.
White Dad says that's what I call my pecker. Yeah, the A-10 Warthog.
That's appropriate.
I call mine the B-117 Nighthawk. It's that's what I call my dick.
You have to call me Nighthawk.
All right, guys, we got to moving on here from all this frivolity and horseshit. We have to talk about something.
Shit.
Yes, we have to talk about something very, very important. And they call me the C-130 gunship.
I also heard they call you Aaron C Cups.
Never. They never called me that. Not to my face. Actually, what they call me? The Black Hawk. That's what it is.
Okay.
All
now
right.
we're getting greedy.
Let's talk about George Santos. He's one of my favorite guys to cover.
But are we going to be
lately.
lying? Is it us lying or just him?
No. It's always George Santos lying.
Okay.
George Santos has lied about. Lied about being a drag queen in Brazil. He lied about where he went to school. He lied about working for Goldman Sachs. He lied about his mom dying in 9/11.
Citigroup.
He lied about working for Citigroup. He lied about
Being straight.
You're right. He did lie about being straight.
He got divorced and said he was gay.
He lied about being straight. He also the big one. He stole from a veterans charity for the veterans dog.
Oh, of course, because that's what you should do.
So there's that one too. So now TMZ ran into him for an interview for one of their little ambush interviews, and he did not see the comparison to Frank Abagnale Jr. as an insult. Frank Abagnale Jr., if you'll remember, was the character that the movie Catch Me If You Can was based on.
Yep.
April, do you remember what Frank Abagnale Jr. was famous for being?
A con man?
A con man.
Yeah.
He was a liar. Very good. I mean, if you've watched the movie, it's
Suave.
By the way, this is a really good movie. Catch Me If You Can. If I may, April, would you like to hear me tell a joke?
Yes.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Go fuck yourself. Yeah. But he passed the bar. Just never went to law school. Anything. Passed the bar. Pretended to be a lawyer. Pretended to be a doctor, pretended to be an airline pilot, and made shitloads of money. He's one of those guys who is so good at being a con man that they barely kept him in prison at all, and he got to make a shitload of money helping out the government discover counterfeit scams. And then when he got out of jail, immediately, he's so brilliant, man. He made, now it's software, but he made systems and developed systems on how to catch counterfeiters. So basically, he got in the game by being a counterfeiter and being a con man, and then when he got caught, he slammed the door behind him, and he said, now I'm going to start catching you motherfuckers. And he made millions. Frank Abagnale,
Smart.
Yeah, he's still alive. I think he's worth $10 million.
Didn't he get all the ladies, too?
He fucked.
Yeah, that guy fucked.
Net worth. Yeah, he's worth $12 million.
Even after all the trouble he got in?
Well, here's the thing. You got to remember, the government is like the mafia. If you're a good earner, they'll let you keep your money. When they worked out a deal with Frank Abagnale, I'm not saying this is fact, but I'm convinced that when they caught Frank Abagnale doing what he did, they said, listen, your time in prison can be a lot shorter and a lot easier if you just meet with us a couple times a week, tell us how to catch these people, take a look at these checks, tell us how to do it. Not only that, a lot of the money you had, we'll keep it stacked away in a bank account for you somewhere.
And you take that deal. Every day.
Oh, you take that deal. You're like, I don't even think he served 5 years in jail for
now you're
what
just
he
a
did.
badass. Absolutely.
How much time did Frank Abagnale spend in jail? 3 years.
Oh my God.
At Great Meadow Prison in Comstock, New York. Does that sound like a hardened chunk of 3 years?
That sounds like they have pickleball courts.
Right, exactly. You got to play some pickleball. So he worked with, advised, and consulted with hundreds of financial institutions, corporations, and government agencies around the world. So he spent 3 years in jail.
Yeah.
Took all of his knowledge on how to rip people off, and then made those governments that he ripped off pay him to teach them how to catch people. He's fucking brilliant.
That is brilliant.
That leads me, you know what, April? That leads me to make one more search on
What
Frank
is it?
Abagnale. Was Frank
I already know.
Abagnale, let's see.
Now should I hold up my thing?
Oh my fucking God! How? No! This makes me worse knowing the answer to that question. No! For once, could the answer be no? He's not. I
Someday.
don't want to think this way. But I had a hunch, and I Googled my hunch, and guess what? His dad? Ugh.
A businessman.
A businessman. Exactly. Oh, and by the way, you know what his dad got in trouble for? Ripping off the IRS, trying to hide his income so he didn't have to pay taxes.
Why would you do that?
Weird. Fucking weird. God damn it. I should stop searching that.
I want to auction off this notebook. This is a fun one.
You're no, because you know who'd buy it? People who fucking hate us and want
That's
us gone. Rouse Sauce with $5 says, I'm a ways behind, but that Hitler comment was gold. Go April.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
How does that search always end up the way I don't want it to end up?
Because they make themselves obvious.
Because
Businessmen.
a small hat aficionado, someone says. A Red Sea pedestrian.
By the way, since we're on the topic, somebody earlier said it always looks like I'm wearing a yarmulke because of my headphones. Do you see this?
Yeah, a little bit. All right, everyone. Look, I want you to go to cashforgold.com. Okay. Funny how that part's not in the movie, says Dario Delfino.
Wow. Behind the scenes.
Yeah, Don Lemonzaze says, you're batting like 975 on that. I don't want to. Here's what I saw. Okay, guy cons governments and businesses.
Okay.
Guy gets caught. Guy tells businesses and governments, I can help you catch the next guy, and then you can leave me alone, and I'll sell you all my secrets. And I'm like, wait a minute. Is so-and-so this? And I'm sitting here going, tell me no.
No.
It's kind of like the DeMar Hamlin thing. Make me look like a dick.
Yes.
Make me look wrong. And what do they do? Oh, yeah, his father was one. And his father was a dirty swindler.
Hey.
No, I'm saying
Careful.
I wish that wasn't the case. Saying Frank Abagnale Sr. was Italian. Well, yeah, you can be both. It's possible.
Can you?
Can
you really, though?
Let me Google search it again and read it to you. He was born to...
Look at this guy.
Where'd that part go?
He's such a cutie. Did you see him?
Frank Abagnale Jr.? Yeah, okay. Do I even need to Google search it? If we're being quite honest?
Why?
Do I
Why would you
have
say that?
to? Do I have to Google it? I shouldn't even have Googled it. I should have just went to Google Images. I mean, my God, man. Oh, for God's sake.
It's getting worse.
He's my lawyer.
Oh. Oh, no. His forehead game is strong.
Oh, God. He went to the mall and he bought all that at Build-A-Schnoz. Oh, it's like Build-A-Bear.
He was also born in New York. I mean, the population there is, pretty strong.
He was born to a French mother, Paulette, and a Jewish father, Frank Abagnale Sr. Not that that's anything I was searching.
So a French Jew.
Hyperdermic says, look, these two look like a Christian rock duo who smuggles elephant tusks and watches chicken fights in their spare time.
Only part of that is true.
That is the most funny, creative super chat fan fiction theory I've ever seen. Thank you. 250.
I'd be into this one.
250 away from today's goal. Thank you very much to Hyperdermic.
That could be true.
No, that's pretty low. That's pretty low end.
Really?
Yeah, you're not going to like it. Do you like chickens? You're going to fucking hate it.
I've been accused by my family, though, of being the one who killed our family rooster. That lore has been out here before. Remember there was a day where somehow that story came out on the show and I couldn't live that down for a while.
Yeah,
my whole family
murderer.
thinks I killed the chicken.
Well,
I literally choked it.
Yeah,
is what they say.
MSO is nailing what I'm trying to say by my Google search. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's all I'm saying. Not that there's anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't you want him to be a businessman?
I just want...
Do you want less businessmen?
I just want businessmen to prosper. That's all I want. They're calling you a cock blocker, cock slayer. You overworked the cock.
Choked it.
You choked the cock. April loves cockfighting. See, now there's all kinds of accusations. Almost halfway through today's show. Where are we at likewise? Are we close to 300? If not, everybody hit the like button. Let's get her up to 300. That sounds like a fun idea.
Yes, sir.
And we're 250 away from knocking out today's goal. If we get under 200 by 8:30, I think we're in good shape. 252. All right, so we're looking good. Let's get to 300. What do you say?
Very nice.
Everybody hit the like button. If you feel like sharing, go ahead and share. And then hopefully we're at 300 by the halfway point, and then we'll definitely get to 400 by the end of the show. So George Santos, TMZ ran into him, and they made a Frank Abagnale Jr. comparison. And, well, the way he responds to it might surprise you. Or not, if you think he's maybe the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived.
Catch me if you can with Leo DiCaprio.
I have not. I'm not a big movie guy. Sorry, guys.
Some people say you remind them of that movie.
And then I remind them of Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm flattered.
Yeah.
I wish I had his bank account.
Yeah.
I mean, you've probably told people you do before.
Oh my
I love it,
God.
like, hey, they say that they remind you of Leo DiCaprio and Catch Me If You Can. Oh, that's fucking wonderful, because that's kind of what I'm going for. Next thing you know, he's going to lie about being Jewish. Wait, no, he did. He lied about being Jewish, too, remember?
Yeah, he said he's Jew-ish, like Jew-ish.
When he got caught. When he got caught lying about being a Jew, he said, oh, no, I said I'm Jew-ish.
It's like Jew-adjacent.
I'm Jew-adjacent, yeah.
I really do.
Do you think at some point they'll make a movie?
I don't know. I think
About everything you're doing?
Guys, be careful. Don't you need permission for that? Like, I haven't granted any permission.
No. Will you?
No.
Who would you like to see portray you one day?
Didn't you say Leonardo DiCaprio? That'd be cool.
Wait, that guy at any point convinced people he wasn't gay?
Thank you. I was just thinking that like somebody married him once thinking he was straight.
That guy is so gay that he doesn't even need to tell anyone. His existence is out.
His glasses alone.
I mean, look, this guy, there's one thing I admire about him. He's a schemy, dirty, lying, filthy rat. A, he's in the right profession, being a congressman. And B, he understands the game. He understands the game in that he's like, well, unless I resign, there's nothing you guys can do to me. I've won the election. I can sit here and do this job. And for these next 2 years, because they're not going to reelect him.
No,
they won't run him again. But for the next 2 years, he can sit there and suck all the corporate dick he can, vote for every bill that helps bankers and shit like that. And then he can go, now I'm done. They're not going to let me run again. I've got so many good contacts now. I can go get a really great job with one of these banks or one of these lobbying firms, and I can use the connections I've made to make a shitload of money.
It's true.
So this guy, like, people are like, oh, why? It's embarrassing. Why doesn't he just step down or whatever? Because this motherfucker has a plan.
Yeah, I kind of don't like the Abagnale comparison, though, because at least that guy was good at lying. This guy gets found out all the time.
He does get figured out constantly.
At least that guy got wealthy and stuff off of his first.
Yeah, Dario Delfino says the joy of corporatism. Yeah, I mean, that's how our system works. You think it's an accident that all these senators and representatives, when they leave office, they all of a sudden have these great jobs that before they became congressmen and senators, they were never qualified to get? It's because the bank that when Goldman Sachs, when they were in Congress, Goldman Sachs went, hey, will you not only vote for this bill, but get 4 other representatives to vote for this bill? And he's like, absolutely. I know it's not something my constituents want, but I know there's a $750,000 a year job waiting for me.
And that's a lot.
When I'm done in Congress. Yes, I have heard that.
Well, 750,000 is a lot.
So anyway, George Santos still continuing to make news. In this case, thinking that a comparison to Frank Abagnale Jr. is a compliment of all things.
I'd be insulted if I was that guy, though.
Frank Abagnale?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I am a much better con man than that guy was. I sold my secrets to the government I ripped off.
Exactly.
Isn't that funny? He probably stole legit $2 million. And then when he got caught stealing the $2 million, that the government confiscated the money he sold or stole. Say $2 million. He's now worth $12 million from selling his secrets to the government and to companies. So he got back his $2 million and then extracted another $10 million out of them, all from his scams. And it also goes to show you the government does not give a fuck if you are a scam artist. They only care that you're stealing from them.
That's true. And
that's it.
I don't know. Isn't that the guy you want to learn from, though? Because he did it?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I'm not saying the guy's not brilliant. He is. It's just amazing that you'll have some smart people and they want to develop like medicines and scientific breakthroughs. And then some people are probably more brilliant than that guy and they just want to rip off banks and governments.
Kind of like learning sales from Jordan Belfort.
Right.
He's after he got in trouble, too, he'd start doing seminars and shit like that.
Oh, and by the way, Jordan Belfort has ripped off every single one of his customers that he's supposed to be paying back. He hasn't given them a dime. And he's living pretty
He's
well.
living well.
He's doing okay. It's a lawsuit. He was supposed to pay restitution as part of his sentence. He hasn't paid a dime, and unless they're going to throw him back in prison, why should he?
I wouldn't.
I mean, I don't know how he gets around that, like around paying everyone back. Has Jordan Belfort paid back? Belfort was convicted of security fraud and money laundering after spending 2 years.
2 whole years.
2 years in jail. He was ordered to pay back $110 million of the $200 million fortune to the 1,500 clients he swindled. Years later, Belfort is still paying off that debt.
Check that out, though. 1,500 clients he swindled. Only 2 years in jail.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, here you go. The Wolf of Wall Street isn't paying his debts. The government says he still owes $97 million. In 2017, the government said that Belfort has paid back only $12.8 million of the $110 million he was ordered to return to investors. But see, now that's one of those things where like OJ's kind of in the same spot. Like OJ hasn't paid back the Goldman family, and it's because he had such good lawyers that he got so many exemptions for so many things. Yeah. Like they can't touch his NFL pension. They're not allowed to.
Okay.
They can't touch certain profits out of things that, you know, like predated the lawsuit and shit like that. And OJ does a lot of memorabilia dealing, and he does a lot of that in cash. So he doesn't have to pay back the Goldman family.
Yep, no trail.
Yeah, people are saying, well, how much is Belfort worth? They actually list his net worth as like negative $100 million because of what he owes. Yeah, but it
said he had like a $200 million fortune.
But he doesn't live that way. Yeah, they list him as negative $100 million. But if you look at the house he lives in and you look at the lifestyle he lives, he's just not paying anybody back. That's all it is. $250 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there's the PayPal and the Streamlab links. We're at 8 o'clock. How close do we get to 300 for the halfway point in terms of likes? How many likes are we at right now before we move on to Hulk Hogan and his plea for toilet paper? The Hulkster needs to wipe his asshole, and he wanted to let people know about it yesterday. Coach Kevin says we're at 277. All right, here we go. 23 more likes. I think we can do that in about 20 seconds. Everybody hit the like button. Keep me up to date on what the like counter is at. And then we will we'll continue on here with today's program. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, if your car gets stuck, if you get in an accident, nobody quicker in central Minnesota than All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. $2.95 for the like button. Let's do 5 more of those and get to 300. And then here at the halfway point of the show, we hit our 300 like. Oh, you were like number 300. There we go. Great work, everybody. Thank you very much.
I opened my phone to a text from you that says, because you're married to a bum, and I don't know what that's in response to.
Oh, you asked why you were so tired this morning.
Why don't I have any energy when I wake up? Because you're married to a bum?
Because you're married to a bum.
Touche.
Here we go. Hulk Hogan apparently had a bathroom catastrophe on Wednesday. And instead of hitting up a buddy, his account sent out a cry for help to his 2.2 million followers.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the Hulkster had to take a giant shit. And apparently it was a real emergency, and he needed help from all of us.
I feel like he has to take some big ones, right?
Oh, yeah, Hulk shits.
Needs a lot of toilet paper for that ass.
Those are some proteiny dumps. Yes.
Oh, God.
I ran out of toilet paper, brother. Help, Hogan's tweet said, which naturally led a bunch of quick social media users to screenshot the message before it was deleted. Yeah, if you're Hulk Hogan and you tweet something like, I need some toilet paper, brother, that's going to get screenshotted. You might as well keep it up.
That's very funny. Why would you delete that?
Now, it's unclear if Hulk's account was hacked. He returned to his regular tweeting by posting a picture of his longtime wrestling pals, Ted DiBiase, Diamond Dallas Page, Medusa, Jimmy Hart, and IRS a few minutes later, or if he meant to actually text someone to bring him some toilet paper. Oh my God, it is so weird to look at guys you grew up watching in wrestling and see which ones have aged and which ones haven't. Jimmy Hart looks fucking identical to how he looked in like 1992.
That's good. Cool jacket.
That's
I like
disgusting. April probably doesn't know who Jimmy Hart is, so let's go Jimmy Hart, 1992.
I always feel like Hulkster still looks really good.
Fucking look at him.
That is the same, huh?
That's Jimmy Hart. That's Jimmy Hart. Jimmy Hart looks exactly the same. I don't even know who this motherfucker is. Like I probably watched him. I probably watched him growing up. I have no idea. And DDP looks sensational.
DDP is forever going to look good. Look at his chest. You can see it through his shirt there.
Yeah.
Looks firm.
How old is this man?
72?
67.
Oh, sorry.
60,
sorry, DDP.
67 years old. And there's, it's Mike Rotunda. That's IRS. Oh, that shouldn't, he shouldn't look like that.
Rotund makes sense, though.
Oh, man. Now you're talking about, I can't let you talk about the Varsity Club like that.
I thought that was fat Kevin Spacey.
I can't let you talk about Erwin R. Shyster like that. You see, his name was Erwin R. Shyster. I don't know if you know what that Erwin R. Shyster, IRS. You see, it's a play on.
I couldn't figure that out.
Oh, that was Ted DiBiase in that picture? No, I don't want that to be the $1 Million Man. Are you? He doesn't look like the $1 Million Man anymore.
Show me. Show me how he used to look.
Oh my God. He doesn't even look like the Ted DiBiase from like 10 years ago.
His face is the same. God, I am just growling over here.
Wow. But Jimmy Hart looks like Jimmy Hart from 30 years ago.
How about Hogan? Hogan looks great.
Hulk looks good. All of Hulk's aging is on the inside. His back is shot to shit. He was on Raw this weekend, and I went on YouTube and I did watch the Hulkster cut a promo on Raw. And he walks like he should have a walker when he goes out there.
That's too bad.
He is a broken down old man, unfortunately.
He can still sing though, right?
Still sing that karaoke, boy.
Better be ready for us when we come someday.
Hulk has yet to address the tweets, and chances are he might never bring it up. Yeah, I think that's funny. If you tweet out, "I ran out of toilet paper, brother," I think that's a great tweet. You should keep it. You shouldn't get rid of that one.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Everyone needs a good chuckle, especially in a dreary place like Twitter.
And also, if you're Hulk Hogan, I believe you've earned the right to tweet about your shits.
Yeah, you're just a few steps from that, aren't you?
Right. I mean, dude, we've already seen your dick. I mean, we've watched you
I've
fuck.
never seen his dick.
Neither have I. I mean, I haven't seen the actual video, but America has. Like, people have seen Hulk Hogan.
Can you find that somewhere?
I'm sure.
I think we have to watch that video sometime.
I mean,
I'll watch it with you.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think you're gonna like the. I don't think you're gonna like the way the person Hulk's fucking looks. I mean, she wasn't very attractive.
I don't know what she looks like either. I know it's obviously.
I don't think you're gonna. She was not very attractive.
What?
You're probably not gonna like who.
That doesn't look that bad.
I was being sarcastic.
Oh.
Oh no! Come on. This is how you know that someone's a trophy wife, and it's like it's for the money. Here's a picture in Howard's studios. Bubba's got giant pit stains. His wife's got a giant rack.
Her tits like falling out of one side.
Yeah, her tits are falling out of her shirt. Oh, that's not.
She's not like super.
She's not
great.
dropped it. Wait a minute. That's Deion Sanders.
Did he fuck too?
Wait, Deion Sanders among athletes rumored to have had sex with Hulk what? Hulk Hogan's mistress. Whoa. What did I stumble on?
Can you imagine being tunnel buddies with Hulk Hogan?
I mean, or Deion Sanders, if you think about it. Like, if you fuck that girl, that means you're tunnel buddies with the Hulkster and Primetime. Like, that's a pretty good resume.
That is a great resume.
Like, hey, who's that chick you fucked? I mean, I'm not going to tell you how hot she is. I'm just going to say Neon Deion and the Hulkster and I have all hit it. It's got to be.
You look like excited about the thought of that.
I'm in pretty good company. Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of shows that you know. Yeah, as long as you were after the two of them. Like, you don't want to be like, oh, yeah, after she moved on from me, she just went and fucked the Hulkster and Deion Sanders.
How epically mad would you be?
That's depressing.
How mad?
If you fuck them after she fucks them, then it's like, oh, yeah,
I'm
right?
trying to think if I'd be mad. Like, I don't have anyone, like a celebrity like that I hold in that high of esteem the way you hold, like, Hulk Hogan up there, maybe.
Sure.
Like, where if you left me and then went and fucked somebody, I don't know. All mine would be dudes. I don't know. Like if
I fucked dudes?
No, like a celebrity I hold in high esteem. All of mine are guys. I don't like women. Like if you went and had sex with Margot Robbie, I'd probably have to applaud you, right? That's not an anger.
I would hope.
But we're not there.
The fact that you would applaud me would mean that you really don't give a shit about me anymore.
I'd be upset that I didn't get an invite.
Yeah, but if you're at the point where you're like, I applaud him for having, that means that you don't give a fuck about that. That's kind of sad to think about, actually.
Well, like I said, we're not there.
No, I mean, no. What I'm saying is, like in life, like if you're not there and you think about that, that's like kind of a bummer. If you think about it, because it's like, oh, they don't give a shit. If they're like that, that's how you know.
I'm not following everything.
That's how you know you're over someone. Is that like you hear they fucked somebody and you're like, good for them.
No.
That's a bummer right there.
Wait, isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, I'm saying right now in the position I'm in, that's a bummer to think about.
If you went and had sex with one of these after me, now that might make me a little upset.
Likewise, we can definitely build our relationship on the fact that we both agree on that.
Okay, that's not going to happen. Oh, thank God.
There you go. Put her.
Wait, what else did we shake
Wait, how about the
yesterday?
fact that none of it's going to happen, you fucking 1 foot out the door, bitch? What are you talking about?
Yes. We shook hands on something yesterday, too. I think it was we have to get to 10,000 subs by Easter.
Okay. Well, see, now that one I agree with.
That's a cheery one.
The other one's not even something we're going to find out about.
But we agreed on this, too. That means it's not going to happen.
Oh. Well, no, the situation is not going to present itself, is what I'm trying to say.
I don't think the situation would come around either of us.
Connor says, focus your camera, hack. What are you talking about? Camera's focused just fine. You've got a problem with your shit.
Somebody called you a hack?
Yeah, Mark says, April already planning her next... it's like this weird
I have no lineups.
Shell game.
In fact, I think the next person in line for me technically was a girl, right? From this chat.
Of course. My God says, I needed to know the answer to Jordan Belfort, so I Googled, and the results were interesting. $2.50 from My God. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
$2.50 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal if you feel like chipping in. We got less than 2 hours left in the show. Let's see if we can knock that under 200 by 8:30. Let's see if we can get there.
Let's do it.
Somebody sent me this story, and surprise, surprise, you know all that pandemic money we were throwing around?
Nope, never got any.
Yeah, that the reason your eggs are now $8 a dozen? Because we just printed the shit out of money and closed down the entire economy, and now you have all this paper money chasing all these goods.
How about this? I got to make breakfast yesterday, and I cracked our last egg.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, there went $9.
That's
Why
okay.
Let's go spend another one.
We're going to have cranberry walnut toast for breakfast.
Do you know how many chicks I can buy at Runnings in the spring for $9?
I want them just because they're adorable.
Yeah, Aaron gets mad they don't stay that size, though.
Yeah, I know.
He always gets mad at things.
Same thing with pigs. Like, I'd like to have a pig, but I want them to stay a piglet.
He wants one of those teacup piglets that don't exist because they get bigger.
Right. They get bigger than Gordy, you know? Like a little tiny guys. April, you're going to need to fake some jealousy here, I think, to get out of this. Right. The fact that she's, like, excited for me to have sex with someone else,
No,
I'm sitting here
wasn't.
going, I don't think she gives a shit.
You guys all think too much. Like, you give me too much credit here. I said there's nobody that I hold in high esteem like Hulk Hogan, so I'd have to, like, just applaud him and be like, well, good for him.
Michael saying April will be on Blacks on Blondes this summer. That would aggravate the shit out of me.
That was the thing we just agreed on.
Yeah,
we can't do that.
We can't split up for that even to be an option. Oh, boy.
No.
Starting to think I should have signed a prenup.
Yes, because I definitely married for the money.
Schemy McCheesington over here. Brittany says loaf piggies. No, we're not loaf piggies. It's a reasonable amount of cranberry walnut bread. It was another half loaf, if you will.
What?
She's calling us loaf piggies if we have cranberry walnut bread today.
Oh, it is upstairs. We need to eat that.
Fauci's Pangolin says, sorry, and I had to mute you while delivering to a college. The girls started crying and a bunch of guys started gay shit. All right. Mark says, I live in a mill village. If I was a little out of town, I would go buy some chickens. The commies want you to believe eggs cause blood clots. Oh, yeah, I showed you that story yesterday.
Isn't that gross?
Scientists are coming up with an explanation as to why all these blood clots are happening now. And wouldn't you know it, it might be the eggs we've been eating for thousands of years.
I kind of feel bad for eggs. They get a bad rap all the time. Honestly, they've been the most up and down, like, oh, they're really shitty for you. Oh, they're really good for you. Oh, they're shitty for you today. Now they're good for you. Now they're shitty.
BITW Awesome says, but April is with other guys in her dreams, so it balances out.
I've never said that.
Yeah, you have. You've talked about the pairing up dream.
That's not my fault. It's somebody like selling me off to some other dude.
Oh, so in your dream, you're actually a Muslim. I see. She is trying to be supportive, Aaron. It's hard being a girl on the air. Just having some fun. The fan fiction runs a little nuts in this show a little bit. Crack Rock Calhoun says, if y'all split up for blacks on blondes, then April's cheeks will be split up like the money from a bank heist. See, it gets them hard.
I cannot and would not go down that road.
They get excited for that shit. Well, anyway, back to this pandemic money that got thrown around like water. I'm sure you'd be happy to change the subject to this.
I'm feeling dirty now, like I need a shower.
She's feeling very violated and disgusted.
I'm feeling shameful.
So the chat sitting there going, that's how we like them, boys.
Dude, I swear to God, that is exactly what they love.
So they've had to investigate now where all this money went.
Okay. Surprise,
surprise. Out of the money we spent on the COVID pandemic relief funds, they've so far found $60 billion in fraud. Now, I have to say, when I saw the 60 billion number, I went, boy, for the trillions we spent, I feel like that number's low. I feel like they're not done counting yet.
Or they missed some.
Or they missed. Yeah,
they
remember,
won't catch all of it.
This is just what they thought. This was just what they found. Let's go ahead and show you guys some examples of what this 60 billion has been used for. Remember, this was money that was supposed to just get you by, to survive all the lockdowns, and so you didn't starve to death and you didn't go under. Here you go.
The misuse of COVID funds is being called one of the largest frauds in American history. Friday, the Secret Service announced investigators had seized
in fairness, I believe that pretty much the entire COVID response is the biggest scam in United States history. I mean,
nobody catches that one.
We don't really need to split hairs here and say that the relief funds are the biggest scam in American history. I would say pretty much, Hey, did you know Americans are getting more obese? Weird. It's almost like we shut down gyms for a couple of years.
Oh, do you know that more Americans have alcohol problems? Oh, maybe it's because we left the liquor stores open.
Did you realize
nothing else?
Did you hear that more Americans are dying from fentanyl and depression than ever before?
Did you hear domestic violence and child abuse is up?
Very strange. Did you hear that a man just spilled water all over the front of his shirt like a tardo?
Oh, God. I'm
dribbling.
You're dripping off your chin.
Yeah. Oh, it's like Thursday at the bathhouse.
See? Let that fan fiction run wild. Enough of me in the...
You want it to be me sucking dick.
Yes. I don't want to talk about me and...
It is more invasive when it's you, the fan fiction, because you're the one being
literally
you're
invasive.
Being plowed.
At least you could be doing the plowing. I'm not doing the plowing.
You're just
here.
sitting there getting railed out.
I might as well die. Like, I'm gonna be hurting after that.
I would really appreciate if some of the fan fiction was, me fucking my own wife instead of other
That's not
people
fun
doing.
for them, though.
I have to say, it is a bit of a bummer to hear the fan fiction of like, I'm not involved.
Okay, how about the fact that my husband doesn't even like my type?
What?
In fan fiction.
Oh,
you like men.
In the fan fiction.
I'm just
$286 million in pandemic relief loans obtained using fabricated or stolen employment and personal information. During the pandemic, more than $5.2 trillion in relief was distributed to help the unemployed and bolster the U.S. economy. How much of it went to fraudsters? We're still just starting to find out, but it's already in the high billions.
Okay, so there, yeah.
So they're not done.
So they're not even close to done to counting, and they've already gotten to $60 billion that was fraudulent.
Do you feel good about it, guys?
And again, all you had to do was just keep everything open. You just had to get out of the way, and it could have saved us $5.2 trillion.
Dude, I had a very, very refreshing conversation with like a medical employee the other day that is... completely talks the same way we do. Like, this could have been just left alone. Like, you could have just been left alone to live with the disease. It'll burn through like anything else, but we had to do this.
The Justice Department has charged people with about $1 billion in fraud so far, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. The Labor Department's Inspector General estimates that COVID-related unemployment overpayments are at $163 billion and warns that figure is probably low.
If that number gets to $500 billion, which is believable, that means 10% of the COVID relief we distributed, which, by the way, is borrowed from the Federal Reserve and other countries, 10% of it was fraudulent.
It stings, but I don't think it stings enough or the right people.
No.
They just don't care.
And not only that, like, it's not going to lead people to the conclusion that, oh, we should have definitely done something different. The amount of people who think we handled this well is disheartening.
Yes, it is. It really is. I don't know what they're looking at.
Yeah.
1,500 people have already been charged by the federal government with defrauding pandemic aid programs, with more than 450 convicted so far. Among them.
Well, you know what we should do? We should hire 87,000 armed IRS agents so that they can make sure people aren't making too much money off fantasy football without claiming it.
Fair.
I mean, we should definitely be looking into whether or not you made over. Guys, incorporate, get a PayPal business account so they can't fucking touch you. So they can't tax you 40% self-employment taxes on if you make over $700 on PayPal in a year.
How about just the fact that they have armed IRS agents? I remember the day we found that out. It just felt so sickening.
Paying your taxes is your civic duty and it's wonderful. Then why do you need a gun? I'll tell you this, when they check me out at the grocery store, they don't put a gun to my head.
Nope.
I'm happy to give them the money for the food I'm getting. When you have to come to my house and go, come here, fucking money. That doesn't sound like we're having a good time.
It's a little forceful.
Yeah.
With more than 450 convicted so far. Among them, a Long Island doctor who used pandemic aid to put a down payment on $1.7 million yacht, a Georgia businessman who used a loan to purchase a $57,000 Pokemon trading card.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And they just got
Pokemon card.
Pokemon. Actually, it was Pokemon. It must have been something
I
different.
see no A there.
And a New York man who fabricated employing 400 workers and then used the funds to buy a Lincoln Navigator, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, and a 12,000 square foot Florida mansion.
Gay, bro, you didn't get a Bugatti.
Where was this level of relief for me?
Yeah, right. And not only that,
I could have my whole house and truck paid off.
Not only did you get that level of pandemic relief, you paid for it.
Well, that's just making me extra sick.
Your tax dollars paid for that guy to rip off the government. It's wonderful.
Could we not?
And wait, there's more. A Southern California man who was convicted of using identity theft to obtain $20 million in federal relief. One person obtained unemployment benefits from 29 different states. A postal worker got $82,900 in a loan for a business called U.S. Postal Services.
Oh my God.
You didn't even have to try. You didn't even have to try.
You know what, though? There's part of me that kind of appreciates these people because the government was like shitty enough to be handing this shit out anyways. Like they're the stupid ones here. These aren't the stupid people.
Honestly, I love it when people rip off the government.
Yes.
I think it's great.
I just came around on this story and I'm like, no, these aren't the bad people.
No, the bad people are the ones that are taking $5.4 trillion of your children's money.
Yeah.
Like, your kids' taxes are going to be through the roof. They have to be. Or the system's going to crash. One of two things is going to happen. They're going to jack the shit out of your kids' and grandkids' taxes, or the entire thing's going to come crashing down.
So how will like our kids and grandkids be able to live a life, I guess?
It'll just get gradually and gradually shittier over the next few generations. More and more taxes. Because, like, we're not even at the point where we've decided we need to stop spending more than we take in. We're still totally fine with the idea of, like, $500 billion deficits every year.
I'll just find its way back somehow.
We'll figure it out.
A former worker at California's unemployment agency was convicted of stealing $4.3 million in benefits using Social Security numbers she'd obtained working as a tax preparer.
Isn't it great that we started Social Security way back in the day? It was totally a way to make sure that old people weren't dying in the streets, which they weren't before. They weren't doing that. It was never a way to get everybody on a grid and track them and be able to do it. It was because we wanted to help the elderly. So we're going to take your money your entire life, right? And we're not going to invest it so that we can adjust for inflation or anything like that. But we're going to take all this money from all of you people your entire lives, and then we're going to dish it back out to you when you get older. I'm sorry, but if I ran that same thing without the government's backing, I'd still be in prison.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's a good thing that we have socials. I mean, that's the other thing. We're never going to have like a change in this country because you can't even convince people of what the bullshit is.
No.
Like if you tell people,
no.
especially boomers, if you go, dude, Social Security is a dangerous Ponzi scheme that should have never been initiated, they'll burn you at the stake. Tell an old person that Social Security is one of the worst ideas we've ever had in this nation's history, and they will burn you alive.
Okay, they're not going to be around long. Do your parents still, like, how do your parents feel about Social Security and stuff like that?
I don't know.
Because
I feel like
are they boomers now?
Oh, yeah.
They're boomers, right?
My parents are big time boomers. But as far as like, I feel like my parents kind of, they know that it's horseshit.
Okay.
But they're not going to rock the boat.
Sure.
You know?
I just wonder what people their age are saying about
boomers
this shit.
should never complain because boomers they strip mined the fuck out of this country. Strip mined the whole thing. They took the businesses and the jobs that they inherited from their parents and they fucking sold them off to Malaysia and Mexico, left the children with dog shit, and took all the, the capital gains.
Okay.
They sold this country down the river to globalism, took all the profits, and then told us, pick yourselves up by your bootstraps. You sold the fucking bootstraps to Sri Lanka, you cunt. So I'm sorry, I'm reaching down and I'm just feeling leather. And you're going to sell the boots eventually, too, because you're going to call us spoiled. Oh, millennials should have risen up against the boomers a long time ago. We're bigger dicks than the boomers are.
We are the superior generation.
We are. We're bigger dicks.
We are absolutely bigger dicks, that's for sure.
I mean, we're more confrontational.
It is kind of a dick move, though, to sell the bootstraps to Malaysia.
Yes.
That's a dick move.
The perfect analogy is boomers strip mined this country and then yelled at everyone else for being lazy. You took what your parents built, you sold it off, and then you told all the people who were younger, make your own way, do your own thing. Hey, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. You inherited the whole thing, you fucking zoned out hippie. And by the way, sold off your morals years ago. George Carlin has a great bit on the boomers where he goes, they went from love is all you need to whoever has the most toys wins. They went from cocaine to Rogaine. They went from, oh God, it's a great bit. Just type in George Carlin boomers. I'm not going to sit here and quote a Carlin bit and embarrass myself.
Another person got 10 loans for 10 non-existent bathroom renovation businesses using the email address of a burrito shop.
Again, how do you expect people not to do this when it's that fucking easy?
It is. I don't see these people as the enemy at all.
No. I see these people as the ally because they're exposing the goddamn business.
Yep.
I like shit like that.
And the government never sits back and says, wow, we were stupid. It's no, look at these evil people scamming us.
Right. Let's hire 87,000 more IRS agents to catch these people. I don't want to catch these people. I want you to shame yourselves into shrinking.
In 2020, a California rapper known as Nuke Bizzle posted this music video on YouTube called EDD. That's the name of the state's unemployment benefits department. Here he is bragging that he'd gotten rich by submitting false claims.
That's fucking funny. What is this called? I have to hear this. No offense.
I was talking to a very famous American the other day.
Yeah.
You may not know this, that we communicate. I was talking to Abe Lincoln yesterday.
Oh.
And you know what Abe Lincoln called me on my phone? You know what he said?
What did he say?
I'm sorry. He went, hey, look at me, son. And I said, what, Abe? He goes, my bad.
What do you have to be sorry for?
What in the hell do you got to be sorry for?
Bathroom renovation businesses
What's the
using
rapper's
the
name
email
again?
address of a
Nuke
burrito
Bizzle.
shop. In 2020, a California rapper known as Nuke Bizzle posted this music video on YouTube called EDD.
From Bizzle Mob Records.
I'm telling you, I'm going to listen ironically just to hear
That's
it.
the name of the state's Unemployment Benefits Department. Here
Should we
is.
say fuck this story and just go listen to EDD by Nuke Bizzle? I think that's what we have
If
to
we
do.
can. Are we gonna get popped for
you
it?
think Nuke Bizzle is a big-time copyright?
I don't know.
Is he a copyright risk?
Look at this chat. It
Yeah.
went wild.
The chat is going bananas over this story. Holy shit. Oh. I can't do crimes with Nuke Bizzle, says Omega Trends. Not only that, you're making a video where you're throwing around your ducats, yo. You're throwing around your cheddar. You're throwing it around, and you're admitting that, oh, by the way, this all came from the benefits department.
Honest to God, though, why the fuck not?
Why not?
What are they going to do to him? What did they do to him?
El Cid says this is all part of the plan, guys. Now they can kick down the doors of anyone who took any of that relief. You're absolutely right. You're
Right.
absolutely
They set
right.
us up to do these things, and now we're in trouble for it.
Yep, exactly. They spent $5.2 trillion and went after anyone who tried to get some of it.
I
That's
actually try to buy a second home down in Florida. I hope they don't catch me.
How'd it go?
I haven't moved there yet.
Thank you to Michael for the $10 over there on PayPal and Streamlabs. We appreciate that. We're a ways behind today, 2:40 away from today's goal, hour and a half away from the end of today's show. So before we get to Nuke Bizzle, if we want to go on a little bit of a run here, there's the Streamlabs, there's the PayPal. If you feel like chipping in, please do. Super chats and memberships count as well. 2:40 away from today's goal. Crack Rock Calhoun does say, thanks for the cleavage, April.
You're welcome.
Is that why you did it?
Yeah, just for Crack Rock Calhoun.
It's so funny when like April will come to me before shows and she'll be like, she's tortured. She's like, I just want to look nice. I swear to God, I'm not doing it so they can stare at my tits. I just want to feel good. And she's having an existential crisis as I'm
I
like,
don't know if I cry about it.
exaggeration.
But, you know.
And I'll go like, no, you look great. You look fine. She's like, but they're going to say my tits are out. And I'm like, they're going to say that if you wear a t-shirt. Like,
Dude, I don't know if this is pulling back a curtain. I very much every day wear on the show what I feel good in, whether that's a t-shirt, a hoodie, or this. And like I can never win no matter what it is. If I'm wearing like my Carhartt coat and a t-shirt, it's why are you so covered up? What is this,
Right.
Somalia? And then if I wear like a nice like button-up Southwestern thing with a tank top, it's like, why are your tits out, you whore?
Kyle says Aaron's tits are out too. Big deal. Exactly.
Yeah.
Aaron likes airboating April's tits. Well, look, what are we going to do? What am I going to not
What is-
love the shit out
hold
of her
on.
tits?
What is airboating?
It's like
Airboating?
it's like motorboating, but lighter. All right, let's watch some Nuke Bizzle. I think
Some EDD.
the EDD by legendary rap artist
Nuke.
Wait, this is Fat Wizza and Nuke Bizzle.
Their cousin Mizzle T Shizzle is in our chat right now.
Oh well, if,
By the way,
if Mizzle T Shizzle is here, well then, by God,
royalty in the house.
So again, this guy made this song 2 years ago, clearly talking about how he's defrauding the government.
Mm-hmm.
And it took them a year to catch him.
And what did they do to him once they caught him?
They said, naughty, no.
Naughty black man.
Whacked him on the nose with a newspaper and then said, now go in there and make me some tracks. All right, so this is Fat Wizza and Nuke Bizzle
Can I
with the
sign
song.
you to a contract, please?
Yes.
And,
We'll give you $10,000. All you have to do is sign here, and we'll own all of your materials in perpetuity.
I only take 20%.
Exactly. All right, let's watch some Fat Wizza and Nuke Bizzle EDD. This is about the COVID relief funds they received through the unemployment department or the benefits department.
August 29, 2020. The available balance on this account is $21,152.
You know, 2020, the unbelievable. ED. Shout out. I just been swiping for EDD. Go to the bank, get a stack at least. This shit here better than selling peas. I made some rent that I couldn't believe. 10 card, then 200 bond. I got a shot at the Donald Trump.
Is that codeine? I think that was codeine.
They're showing themselves running out to the mailbox so they can cash their EDD checks.
Well, yeah. It's payday.
You know that term we talked about the other day, a certain kind of rich?
Yeah.
I believe this is the
Oh, is
music
this that?
video. Yeah.
Okay.
Me alone, son. I'm in New York having money fun. I done got rich, I'm an EDD. I ain't hit no more liquors than EDD.
I got rich on that EDD.
They're in Dior off that DDD.
I got my liquor through DDD. Or EDD.
Them grills, them chains.
Damn it. It's literally two fat black guys waving fraud in the government's face.
How did they do it, I wonder? You know what I mean?
It sounds like all you had to do was ask.
Right. I want to know specifically what did they ask for?
Yo, can we have some money?
And just last night I was selling P, and I just woke up to 300 G. Go 60K off of SBA. It's time to ball like the NBA. 10 cars, I'm swimming 10K a day. Counting the bills of the CPA. You gotta sell cocaine. I can just file a claim. Rest come.
You need to sell cocaine. I can just file a claim. I like Nuke Bizzle.
I do too. Spitting facts.
You need to deal cocaine. I need to file a claim.
Don't you want those glasses, kind of?
I love welfare Manny Fresh over here. Gator boots.
I'm straight to the bank. I'm doing shit that you can't. Nigga, I'm smart and you ain't. EDD.
I'm smart and you ain't.
Oh my God. I don't hate this because it's so funny.
Nuke Bizzle got bars. I will say the production's awful.
Yeah.
Like the background shit gets in the way of the vocals, but
yeah, I
what are
agree.
you gonna do?
Scale this thing that you heard about. I be so happy to certify. Get on that laptop, I'm working out. Get 25 clams in 4 hours.
25 clams in 4 hours. Oh, this song should just be called Wire Fraud, the musical.
Changed my life and I gotta admit it. More money I swear I done had in a minute. You mean to tell me I can just wait on the email and get certified for a 20?
You know what's funny is to look at all the shirts and the jewelry in this video and goes, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone. Like where all the money
Delete.
went. Like
Delete.
You did not save a dime of this shit, did you, sir?
Well, if it's working for you, why
I
not flaunt
suppose.
it?
Damn, this shit hurt better than dinner. Yeah, turn me to a scammer quickly. Yeah, I was just stuck in the cell. Now sit back, wait on urgent. I just been swiping for EDD. Go to
You're literally just showing basically welfare benefits.
Swiping for EDD.
the bank, get a stack at least. This shit here better than selling peas. I made some rent that I couldn't believe. 10 card, then 200 bond. I got a shot at the Donald Trump. I just might swipe me alone, son. I'm in New York.
I believe they used this in a Klan recruitment video, too.
I think so.
Just dancing around. Oh, my God.
Shout out to Donald Trump, though. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, my God.
Having money for I done got rich on the EDD.
Look at Pan.
Because of EDD. And just last night I was selling P. And I just woke up to 300 G. Go 60K off of SBA. This time the ball like the NBA. 10 cars, I'm swimming 10K a day. Counting the bills of the CPA. I just said 30 car land in one day.
Louis Vuitton. Just Louis Vuitton, everything.
These guys are great.
All you have to do is have a laptop, essentially, is what they're saying, and
Yeah.
you're golden.
He's just clicking. He's filing claims. He's making his
Going to work.
money. Yeah, he's going to work.
I'm having a hard time not saying that word today.
Oh, why would that be?
It's too much fun.
Less trust, more truth says the thing is anyone in their audience could have done what they did, so they're basically just advertising how big of scumbags they are. So I guess it's like any other rap video. Hey, now you get it.
Someone did say, though, that gold is a good investment.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta...
Precious metals in general.
I mean, people are saying, like, I respect Chad more than these assholes. Okay, but here's the... One person called him
What?
Black Zumach. But here's the deal. Don't get mad at them.
Get mad at the government.
The government spent the fucking money.
Like, they hand this shit out willy-nilly.
They shut it down. They tried to buy your silence. And then they found the fraud and went, why don't we hire 87,000 IRS agents? Like, you can draw a straight line from the COVID response to now the shit they're doing now. They set it up. They set it up. Fauci's Pangolin with $10 says, my mom says I can't listen to your show anymore till I'm 26. Don't say my name. Oh, sorry. Apologies. 2:30.
Got to start with that.
Yeah. 2:30 away from today's goal. And I believe we're over 300 likes. So the next stop is 400 by the end of today's show.
I think it's 400.
Oh, 400. I'm sorry.
According to Nuke Bizzle.
Yes. Nuke Bizzle told me that I have to say 400. Yes. 2:30 away from today if you feel like chipping in. All right, let's open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe on Midland Armory when you buy your next firearm, suppressor, optics, knives, parts and gear, and so much more available online. If you don't find what you need right away, just go in the search bar and find it there. I'm sure they'll have it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's MidlandArmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get huge savings at Midland Armory. That's MidlandArmory.com. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, the best dive bar there is in central Minnesota. One of our oldest friends on this program is Stoney's. Great place to go watch the football games this weekend. They also have live bands every weekend, so you know it's going to be a great party. World-famous Bloody Marys and so much more. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown. Did I say? I didn't say Foley, did I? Rockville. Stoney's in Rockville. Visit Stoney's today or this weekend or anytime, quite frankly, whenever you got a minute. Go check them out over at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. Guys, I'm just going to play this real quick. You remember how the government is going after everyone who was involved in the January 6th thing? I mean, they got to get all these people. They're, what do they call it? What's the word? They're insurrectionists. You know, they're lawbreakers.
They're terrorists, really.
Terrorists, criminals, the whole thing. It's worse than 9/11. So they got to get all these people. So they've been going through security footage. They've been digging through everything, finding these people, arresting them, throwing them in prison, treating them pretty much like terrorists, except for this one fella. There seems to be this one guy who they find on tape over and over and over again, inciting. He's yelling that we have to go to the Capitol. He's trying to get people to break through barriers. He's opening up barriers for people to storm the Capitol. And we keep seeing this guy, and yet he's never so much as been brought in for an interview. Some people have said there's this crazy conspiracy theory out there that this man may even in some way be an agent of the United States government. Now, what the hell is this? The Matrix? Come on, guys.
Seems weird.
Let's grow up. Maybe they've just seen this guy so much in all these videos that they're like, well, he's a sneaky operator. We just can't find the darn guy. Aw, shucks.
Shoot.
We can find a guy dressed like a bison, but we can't find this other guy. So the guy's name is Ray Epps. And there's newly leaked video. And look, I want to put this on my show so that I can help the government with their prosecution.
Yeah.
Because the government sounds very serious and very intense about finding all the people involved in January 6th. And I would think that I would be a good American, and I'm helping my government, if I let them know, because they must not know about this Ray Epps guy.
I guess not.
Right.
Seems like everyone else does.
Yeah, if I let them know about Ray Epps and all the dastardly things he did on January 6th to incite this terrible insurrection, then maybe they can find the guy and incarcerate him and lock him up like they did the guy who just sat in a desk with his feet up, hurting so many people.
Right.
So here's another video of Ray Epps, and I really hope that the government sees this so that they can bring this evildoer to justice finally.
Should we tag them in this video?
Maybe we should. We should have tagged the CIA. You know what? They're already watching. Let's check out more footage of Ray Epps on January 6th. The Ray Epps is the red circle. By the way, this isn't going to have sound. It's just security footage. So there he is. Boy, that looks like the Capitol. Zoom in of the same video. Look at that. Oh, there's people walking through. Look at that. I believe that's Ray Epps. There he is.
There he is.
Ray Epps is walking, trying to walk through the police and into the Capitol. And look, he's encouraging others to come with him.
Come on, guys.
I believe that was the front line of the people going into the Capitol.
Seems that way. They're in the, what is that called? The vanguard?
Yeah, he's in the vanguard of the people storming the Capitol. Oh, look at him. Just heading in. I mean, to me, April, that looks like an insurrectionist.
That sure does.
And if
He's
you ask,
in the thick of things.
and I thought all these insurrectionists should be arrested. Oh, there's a barricade. Okay,
what's Ray gonna do?
Look, Ray's raising his hand. He's telling people they should go through the barriers. Look at him. Oh, he's walking up to the barrier. He's yelling at people. He's pointing. He's getting them all fired up. Rex Ryan in a MAGA hat. Oh, there goes the barrier's down. maybe he's telling them to show restraint and not break through the barrier.
Maybe. We don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, Ray could be trying to stop this whole thing. Because watch, I bet you he won't cross through the barrier. He's trying to get all these people to stop so they don't break the law. I mean, look at him. Just trying to hold back the crowd and instill a sense of justice.
Showing restraint.
Yeah, he's telling them, hey, look, young blood, you don't want to do this. This isn't something we want to do. We want to be good, peace-loving Americans who respect democracy. We don't want to go storming the Capitol or anything like that. So, guys, why don't we just hang back and chill? This is what Ray is saying. Why don't we just hang back here and chill? We don't need to go storming the Capitol or anything. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Wait. Oh, we're going. He's probably telling that person, hey, get down off that barrier. We don't need to be doing this kind of a thing. Oh,
guys,
wait.
Guys, stop it. No.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, Ray, why are you? Ray,
no.
Get a hold of this crowd, Ray. See, he's still just trying to stop it. He's
yelling at everyone like you guys are being buffoons.
Right. This is why Ray Epps has not been arrested by the United States government, because they understand that Ray was saying, guys, no, come on. Come on. Guys, let's walk this back.
We don't have to continue. Stop carrying on this way.
This is like the Ray Epps thing, honest to Christ, is one of the biggest slaps in the face of our intelligence as a country.
Yeah.
Like his whole involvement in this and everything else is just like why are you guys hiding this? You can clearly just come out and say and do whatever you want.
Is he the biggest plant in our garden?
Yes, he is an award-winning pumpkin that they bring to the county fair.
I was runner-up at state with that one.
Oh, with Ray Epps for sure.
I got an award and everything.
Less trust, more truth with $10 says, give me that Shaka. There you go. Shaka thanks you for your contribution.
Thank you.
To this program. Hopefully, we can knock it out today and be within one day of having a nice, successful steel toe week. 225 away from knocking it out today and doing a half hour of overtime. Maybe we can get under 200 by 9 o'clock today. We are starting to run out of a little bit of real estate here, so if you haven't chipped in a while and you feel like it, please do. We got a nice little 2-month break from jingle jangle in the can, but it looks like we need all hands on deck once again. Dario Delfino says he might be Kevin Bacon at the end of Animal House. Remain calm. All is well. Yeah, maybe that's what he's doing. He's just trying to stop everybody from doing it.
It seemed like he was trying to calm the crowds.
Crack Rock Calhoun says he's a Dayglow solar fed light in your garden. Little bit.
He's radioactive looking.
Oh, man. I turn off my light and I can't get to bed. You know why?
Why?
Ray Epps is standing in the corner giving off way too much light.
It's true. He's not the nightlight I thought I ordered.
Actually, I can't even see the night stars in the sky anymore, because once the sun goes down, I find out Ray Epps is standing in my backyard.
He's so bright.
I can't see the son of a bitch, Ray. Crack Rock Calhoun did also inform us, Aaron, Ray Epps was brought in and interviewed. It's just private and off the record.
Oh.
Well, they don't want to incriminate the poor guy who was just trying to help stop people from storming all those barricades.
Look, we got people in the chat too. I don't consider those people heroes by any means.
No.
But
that
they're not terrorists either.
That guy's clearly a piece of shit, though.
Yes.
Dead Jester says, I too love when single unknown grandpas show up to help guide the youth's protest out of the kindness of his heart. Yeah, exactly. Alex says, wish I had more to give, guys. Sorry. Great show today. Hey, don't you worry about it, bud. That is remarkably generous of you. If every single person, not every single person, if a large chunk of people just did exactly what you did, there'd be no goals ever. So thank you very much. Don't ever think you're not doing enough to support this show. Hell, if you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel, you're doing us a great mitzvah.
Well, these three are together.
As our friends say.
Again.
Oh, yeah. This next story we have to talk about, this is really good because, again, it shows that the government is working hard to get to the bottom of abuses of power.
I'm sure that they just love and care about us and want to make sure that we're safe and well taken care of, right?
That's exactly what they're doing. The government is now, the National Archives is considering asking past presidents and vice presidents to look again for classified materials. would you guys think you could please just give your house a once over to see if you find any secret shit that you're not supposed to have? You know what's great is when they raided Mar-a-Lago and it was Trump having top secret files in his home. It was, oh my God, it's gotta be nuclear secrets and he's gonna sell them to our enemies and he needs to be prosecuted. Then they found Joe Biden was doing it for decades and they went, well, maybe we should just ask the other presidents and vice presidents if they could please kindly just check once again for us for those files.
We need that back.
Look, the fact of the matter is, like, even the dumbest American knows all of these motherfuckers are taking confidential top secret files with them when they leave. They use it to start up their next business opportunities and make a shitload of money. That's the trade-off of being president.
Yeah, I never got like the uproar over like a president having any of that at home. I just kind of figured like even if they didn't take it home with them, they still know it.
Right.
Like, I don't know, write down some notes or something.
It's just the fact that they're going, hey, we're considering, they haven't asked them yet. They're considering asking past presidents and vice presidents to look again for classified materials. Because this Biden thing is blown up in their face so much, it's taken away their Trump card on Trump for the classified materials, that now they're like, oh shit, we can't look like we were just trying to sandbag a guy. So now we'll just go, hey guys, you think you could check again for those classified documents?
But wouldn't it just be more fun and rowdy though if we just raided all of their homes?
Right, just like we hit Clinton, Obama, and Bush all in one day, like the Dark Knight when they get all those banks. Yeah. Look, it's almost insulting that they're doing it now, like pretending they didn't know that this happens with every president. Like, just look, it's one of those things you've allowed people to do for centuries. Don't stop now. Just shut the fuck up about it.
But it's not okay now.
Yeah,
you're missing that point.
Right, just stop talking about it. Ignorance was bliss before. Here's why I don't like it. Because it's disingenuous because you know nothing's going to change and they're not going to do anything about it. So just shut up. Like, quit making us think you're helping. It insults my intelligence. Just let her buck, as they say.
Just carry on.
Let it keep going. Crack Rock Calhoun says, oh yeah, I forgot about this story. Ray Epps' text messages have been leaked, and in his own words, he texts his nephew, I orchestrated it. Yeah.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah. Happy Plague Doctor with $10 says, my fan fiction is you guys are feds assigned to do a disinformation podcast, and April actually hates your guts. Dance, Shaka, dance. There you go. The Mistoclis Alexis says, for a new pair of tap dancing shoes for Shaka. Oh, thank you very much, Miss Alexis. That's going to help the bunions on my feet. All right. There you go. Oh, wait, we got one more for Shaka here.
Nice.
With all of these people finding classified documents in their home, I'm starting to think I should search my own home. Oh, make sure you check under the couch cushions. That's where you always find the classified documents. Oh, thank you guys very much. That's going to knock us down to 200. There we go. Woo. So we're at the 200 mark.
Thank you.
Rallying to try and knock this goal out and do a half hour of overtime. We got a little over an hour left in regulation. Let's hit the refresh here to make sure that we've thanked everybody on Streamlabs and PayPal this morning, and we have. There's all the links in the chat. 200 away from today's target.
Smash that like button.
Oh, yes, and absolutely like. Roachbait says you can copy lots of classified stuff onto a hard drive these days.
That's kind of what I thought. Like, regardless of if they have the physical papers in their home or not, what does it matter? They know all this shit.
Today is kind of cleaning up on government corruption day and laughing at it. That's what our show's all about. Our show is not about, as you can tell from our attitude towards the COVID stuff, the Ray Epps stuff, the classified document stuff. You're not sitting here watching us give you solutions that will never happen. We're just being sarcastic and going, oh, glad you guys are getting to the bottom of this for us, the American people. Mm-hmm. Well, this next one is not even an investigation because you don't have to dig very deep to find this stuff. And thank you, Shane M., for the $10. He says, thanks for the show. Thank you for being a listener, and thanks for your contributions. That's what keeps our show going. Matt says, what's your biggest day for donations so far? We don't know because we don't. What we do is if we have a big day for donations, it just knocks out the next days. We don't pocket any extra. We feel that we ask our audience for a lot already. So we don't keep track of what our biggest one is. We just know that we've been a week ahead goal-wise before.
Yep. I mean, like,
So-
we had our birthdays a couple days apart, and so, like, a David Chandler and, like, Fred and all them will come in and drop, like,
insane amounts of money.
like almost $2,000, but we don't use that for, like, one day. We spread that out to cover the next goal.
Right. So, like, let's say we knock out this 190. To me, business-wise, it would be dishonest and shitty if I just stopped keeping track. So what I do is I start up the next day, and if more comes in, it goes towards that. Because when we say that our target, our goal, is what keeps the lights on and keeps us going, being able to do a show, we're asking for the exact number we need to do that. So keeping any extra, to me, would make me personally feel like a piece of shit. It's, people, when we explain our, especially to new audience members, when we explain how we fund our show through listener contributions, they kind of look at us weird, like, you guys are remarkably, like we almost make them suspicious, where they're like, you guys are too honest.
You're too reasonable
about how you beg for money. Like, I'm used to they're like, I'm used to people being defensive and, like, yelling at people. And we're like, no, I mean, you can't sit there and jack your cock off and go, we're the greatest thing in the world, while you're sitting there going, hey, we need this much to to cover our nut, as it were. I mean, you got to be, I think if you're going to ask your audience for money, you have to be transparent. You have to be honest. That's always been a big thing for me. Skeezy says, wow, an honest businessman. What a moron. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Hard to find.
I'm just saying that I value that. I place a value on that, and I think it helps your audience trust you a little bit as well. That's all. So this next story that we can have some fun with is not even a deep dive. It's just wide open because shit like this is allowed. They looked into Nancy Pelosi's trading history. Now, Nancy Pelosi is by far the biggest offender of the loophole that allows Congress people to engage in insider trading.
With her husband, right?
Yes. Martha Stewart went to prison for something that congressmen do every single day of the week. And that is they hear information before it goes public.
Yes.
And they trade their stocks based on that. Nancy Pelosi. And again, this is not like you have to dig deep. This is not like, oh my God, we got her. She's not doing anything illegal. And I think that's the worst part of this. They dug in and found out that Nancy Pelosi unloaded a shitload of Google stock 2 days before they were sued.
Oh my God.
Because they knew.
It doesn't get any more obvious.
They knew that the lawsuit was coming, because if it goes through the Federal Trade Commission, she can access that and see it's happening. And if she's in the House oversight committee and shit like that on how funds are spent and everything else, or they do like the social media or internet hearings and interview people, they get all of this insight. Why do you think they call in Facebook and Twitter and Google and all of these companies so often? They're getting the dirt.
Yes, they are.
So that they can trade. Why do you think they want to be
money.
so close to like green energy and electric cars? So they can get the inside scoop, so they can know whether to buy or sell.
Yes.
That's why they're in so much. If,
the medical industry too, like Moderna and Pfizer,
right.
and all that, they are right in there.
Look, man, if the stock price was high enough on Yum Brands foods, KFC would be at hearings every single week on Capitol Hill. So they could know if they should buy or sell KFC stock. To which Barack, never mind.
Careful.
You know what? Never mind. Alex with $5 says April and Aaron are feds. Changed my mind.
Oh, you got us.
I'm not going to sit here and confirm or deny that shit.
Oh, sorry.
I'm actually a lizard person.
I didn't mean to blow our cover. Okay, if you're a lizard person, what am I?
The most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on in my entire lizard life.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, see, I have tics sometimes that give away that I'm a lizard.
If you ever just actually did that, like if that was a tick,
yeah,
that'd have to be a deal breaker.
He flashed 2 sets of eyelids. You mean he blinked with both eyes? No, sir. He blinked one set of eyes and then completely other different set. You know, like high beams and low beams. Anyway, Nancy Pelosi, there's a Twitter account called Nancy Pelosi Stock Trader. Let me see if I can show you guys this, if it's legible. This is Alliance Bernstein Holdings IP units. Filing status new. Description sold 20,000 shares of Google for the amount between $500,000 and $1 million. Alphabet Incorporated, Alphabet, and then, oh, look, another one. sold 10,000 shares of Google, Alphabet Incorporated, 500,000 to $1 million. Sold 10,000 shares of Google December 20th, December 28th, and December 21st. In total, 30,000 shares, and then 20,000 shares of a holdings group that holds a lot of Alphabet. So 50,000 shares worth at least $2 million. She unloaded.
And on my birthday, nonetheless.
In that last week of December. And then January 24th, the Department of Justice has officially opened up a lawsuit against Google to break up its ad monopoly. Pelosi sold $3 million worth of Google stock just 4 weeks ago.
Sneaky, smart, what do you want to call it?
It's not even sneaky or smart. She's allowed to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You can call it out. You can confront her about it, and she can go, put me in handcuffs. Yeah, I didn't fucking think so.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, like even when they get caught, there's nothing going to happen to them.
Right.
There's like legislation out there that's like trying to get passed and shit to prevent people from doing this. You know they'll never sign that because then they're all dicked.
Well, here's the thing. Republicans are proposing that now. But watch. Now I'm turning into Gino. Watch this. You watch. When the Republicans get in power, they're not going to propose that again.
No.
When they're in the minority, sure, they'll propose it all day long. Look what we're doing. Look, it's like term limits, the same thing. But when they get into power and you have the president, you have the House, and you have the Senate, all of a sudden that stops being brought up. Interesting.
It's whatever's convenient.
Yeah, I mean,
at the time.
But that Nancy Pelosi, that Google shit, there's a lot of things people are capable of when they completely abandon dignity. Yeah. And in Nancy Pelosi's case, she just, a long time ago, she went, fuck it, I'm here to make money. And I'm just going to sell all my stocks. Well, here, let's see. What has Google done since the day she sold those stock? Alphabet Inc. stock price. Okay. So we're at $96 last month. December 28th. Oh, she's an idiot.
Yeah, that didn't work out well
That
for
did
her.
not work out as well for her at all. She actually lost money on that deal. If she would have held on, they're up 10% right now.
Wow.
Wow, Nancy Pelosi with a rare miss. How are they 6 months? Okay, down 8.4% in the last 6 months.
I mean, unless she sold the stocks to her husband.
Oh. No, I don't think. Why? You wouldn't have to because she's allowed to do all this shit. So I don't think she would have to sell it to her husband.
I don't know.
Elias with $10. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. 180 away from today's goal. And you get a little shaka dancing.
Thank you.
Oh, Consider says it could be put options. That's true. When the stock gets to a certain price, she's out. Okay. Yeah, Wydat says, and Martha went to federal prison. Yeah, all of these
Isn't
people.
that crazy?
Yeah, they get to do it legally.
Now Martha just has street cred.
Yeah, exactly.
She gets out of prison and she's friends with Snoop Dogg now.
Right. Citizen M says it's almost like Nancy isn't doing insider trading or she would have known to do that. No, she definitely knew about the lawsuit and she probably thought that lawsuit would tank the stock price. Somehow it didn't, though.
How does that work?
Yeah, you're talking about breaking up a monopoly and the stock price goes up 10%. No, I fully believe that. I mean, look, it's easy for her to find out there's going to be a lawsuit. I'm sure it would spread through Capitol Hill like wildfire, and she ditched her stocks because she thought it would go down. It didn't go down. Look, she was insider trading 100%. She just guessed wrong. I mean, it's not a perfected thing, or she'd be worth $1 billion.
How many other politicians did the same thing?
Oh, I'm sure a lot of them. Very few. Very few as like openly as she does.
Right. But she's untouchable. And you know what's weird about, like, I look at her and how old she is, and she's basically a skeleton with skin hanging on it.
Yes.
And I'm like, all this money you're getting, what are you using it for? What are you spending it on?
Well, just more.
You're old.
How much money is enough? More. Black Ornament says, I don't buy that Nancy is doing insider trading. I know you don't want to believe that because she's a Democrat, so let me make you feel better about it. They're all fucking doing it. Democrat, Republican, it does not matter.
She's just really open about it.
She's just really open about it. She's just really she's one of the few who just doesn't give a shit if people find out or not. Because again, it's not illegal for her.
Like I said a minute ago, how many other politicians did the same thing she did?
Guys,
we just don't know about
don't
it.
feel like you have to defend these people because you're on Team Blue or Team Red. Stop being Team Blue or Team Red. These people are all crooks. All right? They don't give a shit about you. They're not doing anything because they think it'll make your life better. They're trying to gain more power and money for yourself. So relax. When you hear Nancy Pelosi getting attacked for something, here's what I do with these politicians. When I hear them get accused of something, I never simp for them. I go, yeah, that's 100% accurate. I'm sure that's true.
Even if it's your guy.
Right. I'm sure that what you're saying about that guy is 10,000% accurate. Like when that Matt Gaetz guy, and thank God I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but let's say I trash a lot of these Democrats. So let's say people assume I'm on Team Red, which I'm fucking not. But then let's go to this Matt Gaetz guy. When he got accused of like being creepy with underage girls on the internet, I went, I 100% believe that he's doing it. Look at his hair.
That hair alone, I'd buy it.
That guy's an asshole. That guy probably abuses the system just like everybody else. Don't worry, we'll have Citizen M. Maybe we'll book Brittany Venti on the show and then get sick that day and have Citizen M fill in for us.
Okay.
And he'll be like Garth in Wayne's World when Wayne doesn't show back up.
I'm having a good time. He would, though.
Citizen M says, I won't defend Pelosi as doing insider trading. I would Brittany Venti. Yeah, there you go.
And then retracts it.
And then he retracted it right away. These people are too honest when they beg, says Dr. K. Yes, if you're going to be a filthy e-beggar, you have to be honest about it. It's always weird when e-beggars call out e-beggars. Like, look, we do a show. There is no funding mechanism that exists for us to do this show on the internet outside of your audience contributing.
Yeah.
That's it. 180 away from this morning's goal, by the way, and about 50 minutes away from the, as Just a Dabbler calls it, the super chat music. All right, let's continue on. This is a story from Florida. A DUI driver crashing into a Central Florida dentist office. April and I have talked in the past about like eventually someday buying a house in Nevada. When the kids are all grown up and everything else. And April yesterday was like, I'm not sure I really want to do that anymore. And then she was bringing up Florida. And I think she came up with the perfect point on Florida. She said, Florida seems like the fucking armpit of the country, but it's also awesome.
It's like one of the greatest places to be. Right. But then you see all these shitty stories of all these cretins running around. I don't know what to think of it.
Florida is one of those places where it's like a county fair. You want to tell everybody that you think it's a shithole. You want to sound cool in front of your friends, so you say you just go for the people watching. But then at the same time, you find yourself enjoying yourself while you're there.
Yes.
Florida is the country's county fair. You're going to look around and you're going to see a bunch of weirdos, but you're going to go home at the end of the day going, I had a good time.
I had some drinks. I had fun. Played some games.
Here, do you want Florida without all the armpit shit?
Yeah.
Texas.
It doesn't sound as fun.
Sounds boring, doesn't it?
It does. It sounds like not, I don't want to say like, edgy's not the correct word. Like, I'm not living for like the danger or anything. That's not who I am. But like, there's not enough adrenaline in Texas.
From what I've experienced,
the guns would be cool.
In my handful of times in Texas, and reconnected, we are good. There you go. Geese Artel writes, somebody never restarted their router. Yep, there you go. 353 likes, by the way, 47 away from 400, which is where we want to be, and 180 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, please do. So this next story in Ocala, guy crashing into a dentist office, and thank God we got video of it.
Yes.
And there's sound to go with the video. So this is a guy drunk off his ass, and he just ends up crashing into a dentist office. Now, I would believe that this was a guy who was going to crash into something no matter what that night, and it just happened to be a dentist office. I don't think this is some guy who like has an axe to grind.
Sure.
Against his dentist because he did his fillings wrong.
Well, that might have been you if you were a different, mindset.
If I was drunk driving in that neighborhood, I might crash into my dentist. That's true.
You're not happy with them.
No. I mean, the audacity to fuck up a tooth
Woo! I could feel the heat coming off you.
The
almost.
audacity.
Damn.
The audacity.
Oh,
After I
man.
spent $700 with another place they sent me to who finally fixed it. And then for them to go, oh, yeah, we'll put the crown on it for you after they did all the hard work and helped it be pain-free.
Yes.
And then the audacity, even after dental insurance, to send me a $600 fucking bill for that shit.
It's not the table's fault.
I hate those people.
I told you to call them because that seemed to me like something that they had said they'd cover. So you need to clear that up.
When I went to the appointment, like usually after the appointment, it'll be like when I went for the first one to have the shaving down and the crown prep done, that place I just paid right away. They said, your insurance company's going to cover this much, so we're going to charge you this much. And if there's any discrepancy, we'll either send you the balance or we'll charge you for the balance. That was it. So then when I went to my dentist, I'm like, all right, how much do I owe you? They go, no, it's covered. I'm like, all right, I'm out of here.
Okay, so call and make them fix it.
You know what I love about bullshit dentist bills? What are they going to do? Rip the crown out if I don't pay them?
I always wondered that about medical bills. It's like you already did the thing.
Like, what are you going to... I think it would be badass, though. Like, if you didn't pay a doctor bill, they took your liver back.
Yeah.
They just repossessed your
Dude,
liver.
I had so many massive medical bills when I had that tumor cut out of me. And at the time, it was really fucking hard to pay them. So I did go on like a payment plan until I could wipe it all out at once.
Yeah.
But at the time, I was like, what are they going to do? Put the tumor back if I don't pay this?
It's funny you mention your tumor because Dr. Steve from the Opie and Anthony show has become a fan, a listener of this program. And he heard you talking about it one day. And he was DMing me a few days ago asking me about your tumor.
Why wouldn't he DM me about that?
Because I don't think he follows you or didn't follow you. I don't know, either one. But he was talking about, you know why? Because he was talking about wanting us to come on his show and him coming on our show. And then the conversation went to that point.
Okay.
And he asked me, like, was it a teratoma? And
it was, actually.
He goes, did it have teeth and hair in it? Because that's pretty wild. That's terrible, Dr. Steve, but still.
No, he's right, though.
All I said to him was, I know there were teeth, but I don't know if there was hair.
Yeah, Aaron wasn't there for this one. So I was like... Before I had this surgery, it was cancerous, by the way, but it was the type of teratoma that like does have the teeth and the hair and like the sebaceous like oil glands in it. And because I'm a sick person, like I had asked my surgeon beforehand, I'm like, could you save it or like take a picture or something? Like I'm really curious to see it because I'd seen like ultrasound pictures of it and it was gnarly.
Yeah.
And he said to me, he's like, you're not going to want to see that one.
Ooh.
Like, so just.
Like it'll fuck you up?
Yeah, you're not going to want to know that was inside of you because like that specific type of tumor grows in like a mutant like egg follicle.
Right.
And
so it's like a baby.
It starts growing parts, like baby parts and stuff, but it's not like a fertilized egg or anything. It just starts mutating and growing body parts.
It's just wild, yeah. Now you say it was cancerous, but aren't those things that are like the cancer is contained inside?
This one was that.
Yeah, like it's not like outside spreading.
If it had ruptured, then I'm in trouble, and it was nearly to that point.
And it just shoots cancer all over the place.
They had to do like the whole like what they call like abdominal washing, like so when I basically have like a 7-inch like C-section scar from this thing. They basically went in there, took the tumor out, kind of like a C-section for a kid. And then they had to wash my whole abdomen and like they kept the fluid when they sucked that fluid back out to check for tumor cells. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a whole work.
Yeah, so he was, because he's a doctor.
So he was wondering about
that? He's a doctor and he's like, was it a teratoma?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Let's watch. So anyway, we got there from this guy crashing into a dentist. I want to.
Well, there was teeth in
so
that
like if you don't pay back that medical bill, it'll be interesting to see if they put the tumor back inside of you.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering.
Yeah. All right, so let's go into this.
I think they
Florida
kept
story.
mine at the Mayo Clinic, by the way. They did studies on it. They had to send me paperwork after. They're like, can we like do teachings on yours? Because it was like really odd that it was cancerous in the middle.
They put it on display like Randy Marsh's shit.
Kind of hope so.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
So here he goes. He's a little drunk. We lost control a little bit there. Oh, look at that. The fake plants that they keep in the dentist office went spilling out. Oh, no. The little waiting room plants got taken out. Oh, wait, no, that was already... Okay, it was already there. Shit.
That's outside, babe.
Took out the posts and everything. Oh, fuck.
That whole wall is done.
See, like, you can tell that wasn't intentionally crashing into the dentist office because he was losing control before.
He was spinning out.
That motherfucker was spinning.
If I know that somebody didn't, like, die, like, somehow watching somebody spin out is hilarious. As long as it's not me.
And the fact that he's drunk and it's nighttime, so there's nobody in here.
He just went for a good old tilt-a-whirl ride.
Yeah, this is just fun. The dentist is insured. He'll get to make some improvements to his business.
It'll be fresh and new.
This guy was a drunk, so if he did get hurt, fuck him.
Yeah.
And there was nobody in there to get hurt, so there's nothing but enjoyment you can take from this crash. Here we go. Oh man, that car learned how to drive, but not how to take off and land.
Ooh, that was quite a terrific spill you had there.
Oh, boom! Just wiping out the wall. I love that they're going to show this like 2 or 3 more times. Oh, look, but more plants did end up on the outside. So that first one was already out.
Yeah.
But more ended up spilling out into the sidewalk there.
Just look at how bad it is, though. Oh, God, that is nasty.
Are they going to slow-mo it? Oh! Imagine you're the dentist and like this news didn't get to you before you came to open up in the morning.
You get there and there's like, looks like there was an explosion.
Right, you get there.
Nuking.
You get there to open up and you're like, okay, I got 3 crowns to do today. I got some fillings. And I got, what the fuck happened? Jesus. You got to call it in.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
There's no way somebody didn't already call that in, right?
I hope not. I hope the dentist had to go there and discover it and be like, what the fuck happened here?
That would be kind of funny, like if somebody else is driving by and everyone just kind of assumes that somebody called it in, so nobody else does.
Right, it's 4 a.m. when he did that, but that dentist comes in at 6 to open up.
Yeah.
So, like, he has to call it in. Coltrane with $5 says the Pelosi's are smart enough to have better trading hits than Warren Buffett, but can't manage to lock doors. And she just so smart. Yeah. That's, can't lock the doors when the crazy gay hippie prostitute comes over.
That does seem weird.
Fuzzy with $20 over on PayPal and Streamlabs. Thank you, Fuzzy. We're starting to get there. 155 away from knocking out that goal and doing a half hour of overtime today. 40 minutes away from the Super Chat music, which Just a Dabbler absolutely loves. So we'll see if we get to that point or if we knock out that 155 before the show is over. At any rate, we're only 36 likes away from 400 and $155 away from our target today to trigger OT. So that guy, officers say a nearby witness described the driver's appearance, and police say they could see the driver identified as Gabriel Housey not far from the crash. That's when officers say Housey fled from police on foot.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sure the drunk that just crashed into the dentist office really made it far.
You know what I mean? Like, that guy is so lucky he's not dead. If you had, like, been over a few feet and, like, had more of a direct impact on that building, you're probably dead.
Thank God that drunk was spinning out when he hit that dentist office, huh?
Probably had to puke when he was done.
Yeah.
So dizzy.
Thank God he was. Yeah. He gets out of there and he's like, hold on.
The world is really spinning.
Oh. After detaining Housey, police say they learned he was drinking about an hour and a half before the crash.
What?
Oh, then I guarantee it's one of those deals where he drinks for like 6 hours and then goes, all right, I'll just hang out till like midnight and then I'll be good to drive. It's like, bro, the math doesn't work out like that. Like, you know, people who have quit drinking at midnight and they're like, I'm going to drive home at bar close.
Look, I've been that person.
Oh.
I always been sober.
Yes.
When I drove home.
100% sober. Per police, a subsequent breathalyzer test found that Housey had a blood alcohol content of 0.14. You fucking pussy. You weren't even twice the legal limit, and you're sitting there spinning out and crashing into a...
Now that's embarrassing.
Yeah, dude, you should be humiliated.
You should be at least 2-3 times the legal limit if we're doing this.
Yeah, you should be at like 0.24 if you're going to spin out and...
Make it count.
Yeah, fucking Mario Kart into a dentist office. Unless your car was...
As he went over a banana peel.
Yeah, unless your car was hit with a turtle shell. That should not have happened at 0.14.
Oh.
You know what 0.14 is? 0.14 is you went across the center line, the cop caught you, and he pulled you over.
Yeah, he's just enough that it was a little strange.
Right. 0.20 is like you're just driving recklessly and fast, and you look like shit, and they pull you over. 0.25, that's where you're crashing into buildings, and you're fucking shit up, and you're causing damage. 0.3, you're rushing. And I don't mean in a hurry.
The video of that, though, like, I don't know what that is. Watching somebody just spin out that fast and in that manner makes me laugh.
Quick question before we continue this story. DDPY or gym today? Just asking.
I've been in such a way lately. I don't know if anyone else gets this, but like I would say this Sunday after like the comedy show's over and all the fun's been had, like suddenly seasonal depression hit me. And I always feel like now if I don't go to the gym, like I feel cooped up at home and it bothers me.
All right.
So I feel I don't want to be that person that goes to the gym every day, but I kind of feel like it's keeping me alive.
This was
in a way of speaking.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it gets you out and you see people.
Per police, a subsequent breathalyzer test found that Housey had a blood alcohol content of 0.14. Housey was then arrested for DUI with property damage, resisting an officer without violence, and leaving the scene of an accident with property damage. At the time of the writing, Housey remained in custody in the Marion County Jail with bond set at $2,500. And guys, they got pictures for us.
Look at that car. Oof. Is that a Durango?
Yeah! Yeah, my dentist can't take my appointment. Take my cavity and spread some Orajel ointment. So
Orajel isn't going to fix that.
That's how you know that a shit-faced person drove this, because they weren't injured.
Yeah, right. They lived, but they were like limber as a ragdoll cat.
You know what? That's a sturdily built dentist office, though. He only put a little...
Wow.
He only caved in that wall a little bit. Didn't even fully knock it down.
Hold on, though. So
windows are durable as fuck, too.
That is strange. He had to hop up over those steps, too.
This is actually what the side of the Titanic looked like after the iceberg. Just big, long scratches down the side.
Worse outcome, though.
You know what? I'm going to say this. I think the car might have caught the worst of that than the building did.
I think so. From the surveillance video, doesn't it look like it should have been worse damage than that?
I feel like if you absolutely, if you absolutely had to, you could keep this dentist office open while you remodel. I don't know what the inside
I mean,
looks
the
like.
drilling noises and stuff are all pretty standard there.
Right. So it's not like it's going to bother you. KF says, Steel Toe, have you seen the Dragula dub over the Matilda music? No. That does not sound like something I have seen before. But you
don't look for dub overs of Matilda?
No, but you have my attention. Yeah, people are saying that the building won in this in this instance. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the building did get the better of that.
I think he kind of wins, though, for living.
He gets he gets points for living because his car got turned into an accordion.
Like I said, so in this video, he hits the building just so that he can skim around the outside of it. If he had just had direct impact into that building, he might be dead.
Yeah, it's not like the Titanic where, hey, if they would have taken the iceberg straight on, they would have made it. Is that true, or is that just some horse shit I heard when I was a kid? And then I just started believing it.
The only way I can see that being true is if they hit it directly, they might have had enough impact to like crack the iceberg apart or something and get through it. But this way it like scratched alongside. I don't know.
Should Titanic have hit the iceberg head on? I'm trying to look for something less than 8 minutes long. What if RMS Titanic hit iceberg twice? Well, geez, don't rub it in.
Right, we don't need to die twice.
Talk about insult to injury. Yes, Titanic probably could have survived an impact with the iceberg if she hit head on. Which one do we want to do?
The only way I see that is enough power to like crack the thing apart. That's it.
On April 10th, 1912, crowds gathered at
Don't care.
the vessel away and avoid the collision. But the Titanic was traveling too fast, and the iceberg tore down the side of the ship, creating a huge opening in the hull. It wasn't a continuous...
See, like, because of their watertight doors and shit, the Titanic hit that iceberg in, like, the only 1 in a million way that could have sunk it.
I know. It is insane.
Yeah.
Rip, and damage was caused in several places. In total, the damage spanned along an area of around 300 feet.
Fuck.
But the ship's designers had prepared for the prospect of a collision and added watertight compartments down each side of the ship to act as a buffer zone. 4 of these compartments could be breached and the ship would still stay afloat. But because the iceberg tore down the side of the Titanic, it ripped holes in 6 compartments. The compartments didn't extend up
Just
the
too
total
many.
height of all decks and weren't actually sealed at the top. This is why, when more than 4 were flooded, water reached over the top of the bulkheads and filled the remaining compartments, causing the ship to sink into the
So now, wait a minute.
That's terrifying.
If the watertight compartments don't seal at the top, what's the point of them? Like, just to buy you time?
That doesn't seem like it has any point to it, I guess.
How can they be
because
watertight?
buying time in the middle of the ocean isn't going to get you shit back then.
Yeah, how can and this is, by the way, you and I being really dumb, I'm sure, and there's a clear explanation for this, but like, if they're not sealed at the top, or do they seal at the top and they didn't? I don't fucking know. Jesus, I'm just going to sound dumber and dumber
you know
as I
what?
go.
Here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping they were intended to close at the top and they malfunctioned.
Okay, or they didn't get to them in time.
If you're going to create them in a way that they're not sealing on the top, that
Right.
seems retarded.
ocean. Think of it as water spilling over an ice cube tray. But what
I
if
love this video because they're talking to me like the retard I am.
No, they just told us then they weren't
Yeah.
intended to close at the top.
Okay.
Because if it's an ice cube tray, there's no tops to those.
But I like this. When Dr. Michio Kaku was on Opie and Anthony, he used to do this too. He used to take very simple or very difficult, complicated theoretical physics theories.
Yeah.
And he used to explain them to these fucking dipshits like they were 9. And I like
We're
that.
sitting cross-legged on the
Right.
floor.
That's why when people say like, oh, don't explain this to me like I'm a child, I'm always the first one to go, no. Talk to me like I'm the dumbest motherfucker who's ever lived.
That's kind of what I like too. Like, pretend I've never heard of this.
Right.
the collision was head-on? Would it still have sunk? Ships are designed with potential.
It'd be funny to watch that ship just hit the iceberg and go boing, like just drift backwards. Let's go crunch, boing.
Well, what if they had really reinforced the front of that, or a front of the Titanic?
Right, because you think if they plowed through the ice, again, we're gonna sound. I hope
We
this is
are
entertaining.
retarded.
I hope this is the fun part for you guys, is us trying to theorize about this without
Yeah.
any knowledge of any of it.
Do you want to watch this movie later and yell at it?
Just shout, you mother.
I want to get drunk and watch Titanic and yell at all of them.
So if you plow through, we could go to the gym this morning and then go to the liquor store right after and just have a day drinking session. All right.
I like that.
I don't know if I should.
I'm hungry though. Can we get food somewhere?
Yeah, we can do that.
No,
don't know
I
if-
have food to make.
I don't know if I should punch today.
I told
Having
you
a weird
not
left
to.
wrist thing and my ribs are all fucked.
I don't like being mad at Aaron. I don't know if anyone knows that. This guy has been hurting himself every fucking time he steps into that gym lately. And I've got to hear about it later. And I always ask him, I'm like, I'm not even asking you to stay out of the gym. Just go just bike for a day. You won't do it.
It was the day my body was too broken to fuck that I think she started taking it personal. I'm like, God damn it, would you fucking stop?
Now I don't get dick.
I'm sitting there going, honest to Christ. It was the sparring day where I'm sitting there like my hands hurt, my ribs hurt, my legs hurt, my everything hurts. And she's like, all right, stop with the fucking boxing for a little bit.
Because now your dick's broke.
You're making me feel like a
Right.
piece of shit because your body's too broken.
It makes me sad. And he will not. He refuses to not even take a break from the gym. It's just to take a break from boxing. He won't do it.
I get it. I've heard from fighters like in the like the guys I train with and stuff who have had a lot of fights. They'll talk about that. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, after a fight, like you can't do like they're like you can't like go get laid or anything." Because they talk about like how they've gone like they go to pizza places. I'm like, "Why don't you go to bars and get like fucked up and get chicks and stuff?" They're like, "Dude, after a fight, you can't. Like you're
How many boxers out there too have had girlfriends or spouses at some point where they're like, I can't watch you do this to yourself anymore, and it's actually ruining what I've got for you.
Right. Well, and like, so the guys would tell me, like, we don't go out to the bars because, like, what's the point? You're not going to get laid anyway. Like, your brains are beat in, your head hurts, your body hurts.
Dude, I feel like drinking when your brain's been bashed in is not a good idea.
Not a good idea, no.
Crashes in mind, and most vessels have collision bulkheads in the bow. Most of all, it's like your car's bumper or crumple zone. It's a
Here we go.
Reinforced,
this is This is where they talk to us like we're tards because we have to be. Because like that bulkhead thing they just told me, I went. I'll tell you, honest to God, where my brain went. My brain went. I was like an Idiocracy character. I went, oh, it's like a trampoline.
we're tarded.
Yeah.
What
You
would
mean like-
Dr. Alexis tell us?
You mean like from the toilet?
Azang essay.
Yeah.
How's the front of your fucking boat hang? essay?
That's me showing up to my
Oh.
Titanic crash lesson. I go,
Azang essay.
and I'm like, hey, tell me about the Titanic. And they go,
It says on your chart that you're fucked up.
and they go, explain to me what you know about the Titanic. And I say, I literally just rub my clit on everything in every stream I'm in. And they just go, oh, we're going to need to simplify this down for you because...
you talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
No, I'm serious. I didn't want to vocalize that loudly. But since that I already mentioned my body was too broken from boxing to fuck one day, I figure why keep secrets? And honestly, when they go back to that bulkhead thing, I'll tell you where I got this. Here.
Okay.
Think of it as water spilling over an ice cube tray. But what if the collision was head-on?
Wait.
Would it still have sunk? Ships are designed with potential crashes in mind, and most vessels have collision bulkheads in the bow.
So I looked at those and I went, oh, so these act like little trampolines or something?
This isn't supposed to be funny.
This is why you have to go to the truck analogy for people like me who go, oh, those bulkheads are like trampolines.
That's not even what that means, though,
Nope,
I don't think.
not at all.
I think they're for water storage, you dummy.
No, they're not for... No, they're like shocks. Aren't they? See? We're retarded.
No,
I think these are like shock
no.
absorbers.
Shaka absorbers.
Shaka absorbers.
No, I think they're supposed to be for holding water spillage.
I think you're wrong. We'll see.
Trampoline versus water spillage.
All right, here you go. Ready? If it's a shock absorber, I'll pick the place we eat. If it's anything but a shock absorber, we'll go to Fuji.
So you got to pick either way, you whore.
No, I'm saying if it's what you say,
what?
if it's what you say it is, we go to Fuji.
I will take some grilled squid.
All right, here we go.
It's my day.
Most of all, it's like your car's bumper or crumple zone. It's a safety feature that can withstand a direct hit. The bow could have taken some of the impact.
So that's kind of like a shock absorber thing. We'll still go to Fuji.
Well, they said bulkheads earlier, too, and those were the things that had the water spilling in them.
No, those were watertight compartments.
But I thought they called them bulkheads.
We're not fit for this discussion. Like, they're explaining it to us like we're little kids, and we're still going, but could you go back to the watertight thing?
I can feel my neurons short-circuiting.
God, I don't even know what those are.
And some experts have suggested that if it hit head-on...
Look, it did do the boingy thing that I said. Well, again, we're fucking stupid.
It did the... Wait.
It did the boingy thing.
One more time.
It did the boingy thing. See if I go like...
Somebody just get that as a clip, please.
In some of the impact, and some experts have suggested that if it hit head-on, only 2 to 4 of the watertight compartments would have been flooded. So, in theory, the Titanic might not have sunk, and it might have even been able to continue sailing to its final destination at a much slower speed.
So do we blame do we blame them then for all the people that died?
Yeah, they should have never tried to turn away from the iceberg. Okay, but here's the thing. The only thing that was going to get that right was a robot. Like any human who sees that, like there's an iceberg dead ahead, they're going to try and steer away from it, forgetting that they're in the most gigantic ship at that time.
Do you know what pisses me off every time I watch that movie?
What?
How the fuck didn't you see that on the horizon? How didn't you see it? It was a crystal clear night with the fucking moon shining on the water, and you didn't see that?
Yeah, you're in the North Atlantic. You should probably have your eye out for that.
There's
shit.
nothing else.
Yeah.
That's it.
Impact would likely have been huge, though. But although passengers would have been injured by the force, they'd have been able to stay on the ship to wait to be
injured or dead.
You've just got fucking old people falling out of their bunks to their death.
Okay.
From the boingy.
Okay, 10 people die or they all die. Pick one.
Well, that's fair enough.
Rescued by other ships, rather than being forced into the icy waters of the Atlantic. Still, one of the Titanic's designers, Edward Wilding, suggested that the force of the impact might not have actually been that big. He told the British Inquiry that lots of people scarcely felt the collision, and he believed the ship would not have sunk if it did hit the iceberg head-on.
Oh.
The ship was also designed with remotely operated watertight doors between all compartments, so any floods could have been quickly sorted out. Because Titanic had 6 breaches from the side collision, and because it happened so quickly, sealing the doors wouldn't have made a difference, as it was essentially impossible to save it by that point. The ship immediately began to flood, with water pouring in at a rate of roughly 7 tons per second.
Holy
my
shit.
That is so fucked.
Yeah, they weren't going to... Head-on collision, maybe.
That's 14,000 pounds of water.
It sounds like a head-on collision would have bought them enough time to get people onto other boats. But it doesn't sound to me like the hitting it head on would have like, hey, we're going to be fine and we'll just, we'll just patch it up and, be back out there in no time.
I feel like we are very much Monday morning quarterbacking this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're 110 years late.
But hey, why don't you try either looking out for the goddamn thing or just hit it straight on? Show it who's boss.
Yeah. God, if you guys would have just done this, it's like, oh, thanks, 100 years later. Appreciate it.
How about if you weren't sitting in your fucking thing sipping your tea? You could have seen the stupid iceberg.
British assholes.
How many people died? How many?
I don't know how many men, maybe 1,000.
Because you weren't paying attention?
How many people died on Titanic? Probably almost as many as COVID. No. 1,500 people. Holy shit.
1,500 people.
Do you know how well those fish and sharks ate that night?
Okay, it says of 2,240 passengers, more than 1,500 lost their lives. That's
700
That's what I don't
people
like
lived.
thinking about, and that's why I cry every time I watch that stupid movie. That movie is awful. But I fucking cry every time. 700 people lived. Maybe.
So 2/3 of the people on that boat died.
Because you're not watching out. Those stupid people, aren't you supposed to be watching for that too?
Yes, April, they did their job poorly.
What are you all drinking?
That is for April. That is for sure. I think we can all 100 years later agree that the people who were in charge of looking out for the Titanic were definitely guilty of some sort of malfeasance.
They were fucking.
Could you imagine?
Can you imagine if they were having gay sex?
Take that to the grave with you, right? You just jump right out of the crow's nest to your death at that point.
I hope so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at like the Titanic and you think about if it happened today, that lawsuit would bankrupt that company.
Yeah.
They'd be done.
And you know what? Nobody else would have ever gone on a boat again.
I'll never get on a boat again.
I bet cruises were down.
Oh, that would fuck, dude.
substantially.
Well, because they didn't have like social media and shit. I wonder if that wouldn't kill the cruise ship industry if that happened now.
It kills it for me already. I don't want to go on one of those cesspools and risk being stuck in the ocean.
Germ factories.
It honestly is. Like, I understand. Like,
Matt says it did bankrupt the company.
Okay, well, check this out. Like, I understand, like, we go to, like, Las Vegas, and that's kind of a cesspool, too, but, like, I don't run the risk of drowning.
That's, you know what, you're right. Unless you're a homeless person in one of the fountains at Caesars. Then you might,
You mean
you might die.
Bellagio?
No, what's that fountain? No, there's that fountain outside of Caesars,
there's
remember? Where we were standing there, and there was that homeless guy below us?
Yeah.
He's just sitting
Trying
there.
to take a bath or something.
Trying to take a little bath. Oh. I hope when we go back they've sorted some of that out, but I
Hold
feel
on.
like
Do you hope that the guy from the deep freezing garbage guy is back?
yeah, I hope I see him.
You want to see him?
Yeah, I want to see him again. He's got some great tips for us. Guys, we are 155 away from today's target. We are 20 minutes away from firing up the music, 25 minutes away from wrapping up the show early with no overtime. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. And I think we're at like 380 likes, someone was saying. So 20 more, and we get to 400, which would be great. If you've ever walked into your local gas station, well, this obviously isn't a Minnesota story.
Whoa.
Jesus. If you've ever walked into your local gas station and excitedly picked up one or even a handful of mini Fireball bottles, guess what? You're welfare trash. A little, could you imagine
Do
going
people do that?
I guess they do. See, in Minnesota, you people may not know this. In Minnesota, they can't sell us booze at gas stations.
No.
They can't sell us booze in grocery stores. We can only get them at liquor stores.
Aren't we in the minority, too, like, of states that...
We might be the last one.
Why? You know, like, why do we do that?
We're going to legalize weed before we legalize booze in grocery stores.
There's already, like, THC gummies and shit out.
Yeah. If you've ever walked into your local gas station, if you've ever walked into a gas station excited to pick up airplane bottles of Fireball, you are the easiest person on earth to please, and I'm kind of jealous of you.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it turns out that the teeny bottles don't contain any whiskey whatsoever. Like most gas station beverages, moonlighting as cocktails or hard liquor, Fireball Cinnamon is actually a malt beverage.
Oh, so there is alcohol in it.
Yeah, there's alcohol in it. There's just no whiskey in it. They're being sued over it. The lawsuit, which was filed against Sazerac Company Incorporated, the makers of Fireball, calls out the company for misleading customers with their labeling. To break it down a bit, there's Fireball Cinnamon, and there's also Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. The miniature bottles of both offerings look quite similar, but the label for the Fireball Cinnamon states that it's a malt beverage with natural whiskey and other flavors and caramel color. Additionally, the Fireball Cinnamon alcohol by volume stands at 16.5%, which is much lower than the Fireball Cinnamon whiskey at 33%.
That makes me wonder, like in my college years, how many times I screwed that up.
Oh, you drank airplane bottles of
No,
Fireball?
I never had airplane bottles.
Oh,
so
then you're fine.
Does this not apply to the big ones?
No.
Okay.
The big ones were cool. The lawsuit is about the tiny airplane bottles.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I figured like if it was doing it to the airplane bottles, they did it to the big ones too.
No, so they didn't. So there's tricky labeling with the airplane bottles where they just call it Fireball Cinnamon instead of Fireball Cinnamon whiskey.
Interesting.
But the lawsuit is saying, hey, look, you guys are playing it a little too close to the line. And we're going to say, how
So
weird
just-
that we live in a country where now you can sue someone for not getting you fucked up enough.
I think that's why you should sue someone. I wasted money on that.
Hey, I didn't get totally shit-faced. I drove home and I was fine. Your whiskey is bullshit.
I really think my only like opposition to Fireball is like, number one, it's like thick and syrupy, which is weird.
Yeah.
It's like a really thick swallow. And then
You just set yourself up for shit sometimes.
and then there's like a weird aftertaste to it that I don't like.
It's not good. That's why.
Yeah.
It's
I don't mind cinnamon, and I definitely love whiskey, but
honestly, I just if someone enjoys Fireball, yeah. Now they're just saying clip it, hot. See, you kind of
that was an innocent explanation.
Yes, that was. But I mean, we could all see it coming from a mile away.
Now my face is hot.
Yeah, there you go. So a thick swallow, huh? One person writes. They all want Zen to clip it. So at any rate, with the Fireball thing,
Can you help get the fire off me for a second?
I think if you drink Fireball, I want to have gay sex in my asshole. I want a nice shaft right down my throat.
See, that's not going to work.
There,
though,
does that
'cause
help?
No, you say that all the time.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's kind of overused that one, haven't I?
Oh, a thick swallow and a weird aftertaste. Hee hee.
That's true. Yeah.
See, I don't even think that way, you guys.
Well, how about I'm the husband who has to sit here and watch people go, yeah, hot, I want to swallow some
Well,
shit.
obviously it should be yours.
Shut the fuck up, boys, because I know you're not thinking about mine. You think about her, you think about my jizz and my jizz only. See, that'll get the heat off you. They have to think about my dick and my jizz. Now they're like, well, now she's not. Now it's not as fun.
Now she's not hot.
Yeah. Now she's covered in his jizz. I was imagining mine.
Gross.
This sucks. You're only going to get people with a cuck fetish. That's it.
I'm sure there's a percentage out there.
You know what? True. This isn't going to get the heat off you at all. Your face was hot before your Freudian slip, April, says T. Jefferson. And usually T. Jefferson likes black women, so that's interesting. Although he never tells anybody about it. Oh, okay. Let's continue on.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you know how much that scared me for a second?
What, this car being at the bottom of the water?
There's
Yeah.
a problem I have with like deep water images that just freak me out.
You don't like them? Oh, this is an old story. This is from 2019. I don't like it. Guy drove his Ferrari 360 off the end of a dock. He claims that Jesus told him to do it. That's funny, though. Like, if that's true, like if Jesus did tell that guy to drive his Ferrari off a bridge, that just shows that Jesus kind of hates rich people still.
Maybe.
Like, he's still upset with them. He's like, drive your boat off of a dock. And then the guy's like, all right, Jesus, I'll do it for you. And as soon as he does it, Jesus goes, hey, Peter, come on. Look what I made this fucking idiot do. He just drove his Ferrari into the water. Oh, he deserves it, the insider trading cocksucker. Anyway, what are we doing up here? Oh, healing the blind? Yeah, I guess I got a minute.
Jesus wouldn't recognize car like that, would he?
Jesus would love to recognize car like that.
What do you think if Jesus was a man here on Earth once again?
Yeah.
What kind of car would he have?
The kind that gets him the fuck out of here as fast as possible.
So
He'd say, you know what? Drive me to the top of that mountain and nail me to that son of a bitch again. Get me the hell out of here.
Him and Andrew Tate can go car shopping.
Oh, God. I bet you he'd be... Jesus... Andrew Tate would test Jesus's, like, patience for people.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
On a daily basis.
Jesus, how many Bugattis do you have? I swear to God.
32.
I'm going to call Dad and have him smite this motherfucker. I swear. Michael wants to know, Aaron, are you over 40 or under 40?
Oh, my God.
That hurts. That hurts.
Maybe that means you look distinguished.
I am 36 years old, sir. I am 36.
That's close to 40.
Thanks, April. Appreciate it.
What? I'm almost 30.
Oh, fudge. Well, anyway, Michael Strathmore, thank you very much for reminding me. He says you have good skin. Thank you.
I tell you that all the time. There is something. It's weird. Like, even until you raise your eyebrows, like when you raise your eyebrows, you've got like really like heavy lines and shit. But once they're down, you can't even see them. You never get zits. Like, your skin is never oily.
The only place I ever get them is where my glasses things are. Like, these like build up grease and shit.
Yeah.
And then I'll get them there, but those are easily solvable.
His forehead, though, even with all that real estate.
That's what the audience says, that forehead, though. Yeah.
You do have nice skin.
Michael says, you are a handsome man. Well, thank you, sir.
All right. Are you hitting on my guy?
I've always considered myself at least a decent-looking man.
A handsome devil?
A handsome devil, of course. And as far as my skin, yes, I've also always considered myself to look a few years younger than I am.
I am
not sitting here saying I'm 25 looking, but I've definitely thought I'm 36. I feel like I look 31, 32.
Michael says she's jealous of your skin. I totally am.
Tiny bit.
Like, for me, like, I feel like I have nice skin, I guess, but like I have moisturized daily, like cocoa butter lotion everywhere, and then I got to do face lotion. You never touch lotion, and you're fine.
Don't believe in it.
The only skin I'm not jealous of on you is like he's got, like on the top of his, you got nervous, huh? The top of his feet are like a weird, like an elephant
like
skin.
from the ankle bone down to like the pinky toe. There's a weird top layer. And it doesn't go over my whole foot.
No.
It just goes down the side on the top. It's very strange.
It's like, you know those
Does it do it on the other side too?
Yes,
yeah.
it does.
Yeah, it's very
you know,
strange.
like in marching bands when they have like their black shoes on, then they got the white spats on.
Yeah.
It's as if somebody put like an elephant skin spat on your foot. And it's like really thick.
They're saying I have 4 foot, like foreskin. Yeah.
It does kind of look that way without the hair.
$155 away from today's goal. I'm giving us the 10-minute warning to the Super Chat music. Just a dabbler. 155 away from today's goal. Streamlabs and PayPal link in the chat, also pinned to the top of the page. If you feel like throwing in Super Chats, that counts towards it as well. We end the show in 14 minutes, and that goal rolls over into tomorrow. Or if we hit it, we throw in an extra half hour of showtime. They're saying, somebody in the chat keeps saying you look like Darcy Tyler. They want me to look it up.
Who is that?
I don't know.
I don't know that name.
Oh, she's a porn star.
Oh, X videos? Come
Uh-oh.
on.
You ready? Let's see.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Holy shit.
That could fucking be me. That's really scary, actually.
I mean, those are a little fake for...
Those are not mine. Ew. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Ew, those are gross.
You know what?
I don't like her.
In the face, but not in the body at all.
Face only.
Yeah.
I am, what's her name? Darcy. I'm not distracted.
Let's see. Let's
distracted me so much.
I'm trying to get the face in here.
She's doing a lot of cuck stuff in 3 ways.
She's doing a lot of cuck and 3-way shit? Hey, what kind of shit are you watching, brother?
I am Darcy Tyler in name only. No, in face only. In face only.
Even in this one, she doesn't look like you. Like, just in this blowjob one, does she look like you in the face?
So basically, if you take my mouth out of the situation and just look here up. That is creepy, though. Look over to me and then look at her.
I don't like her tits.
I hate her tits. They're really gross.
Tits are awful. There she is with a glory hole. Yeah, she doesn't look like you in this one.
Okay, good. So I'm off the hook. Ew, look at her tits in that one.
Oh, and her tits are terrible.
Those tits are really bad, guys.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you don't look like...
Find better porn.
Darcy Tyler.
Do the wife, swinger wives get double teamed compilation?
This is all... Like, she's all just getting double teamed in swinger wife shit.
Christ.
Fucks 2 guys and gets a face. Jesus.
Ugh. Ew. Oh. You're not supposed to show the finale in the clips.
You can definitely see what April's not into.
Oh.
Yeah, she doesn't look like you in this one very much either. There's
that one blowjob video, her face looked
the one blowjob one. She had a bad boob job. Yeah,
that's a real bad boob job. I'm never touching mine. after that.
Aaron needs a 5-minute bathroom break. Jeez, you ain't kidding. Good Lord.
Did that really?
I kind of, you know what? People think I'm gay for this. They always say like, "Oh, dude, you're such a simp and you're gay." I think about I looked at that and I'm like, my wife's hotter than that chick. Like they were
tits
doing
alone.
They were doing the comparison of her, and I was like, nope, mine's better.
I won't stand up for my tits all that often, but mine are definitely better than hers.
Yeah. Someone's saying you can search it on Google and show everybody. Oh, if you don't think our audience that was interested is already searching it right now.
They've already left our show for a little bit.
Yeah, they've already tapped out for a little bit.
Just a Dabbler says, gross, I wanted to eat.
All right, 155 away. It would be weird to find a porn star that looked a lot like my wife. Yeah, it would. I was really glad that chick ended up not looking too much like April, because that'd be that.
The most comparisons I get usually is that chick from the show Vikings. People think I look a lot like her.
Yeah, and that's a better comparison.
I would respect that one.
Yeah, you don't like the Darcy Taylor one?
Darcy Tyler, but
Darcy
no.
Tyler, yeah.
I don't like that one.
Brett with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. 145 away from today's target for overtime. Dexter Morgan says, I am standing at attention for your tits.
His or mine?
I believe he means yours.
I don't like people talking about my tits.
Just a Dabbler says, Aaron looks like the guy that works at my bank. Oh, well, let's Google him. Guy who works at Just a Dabbler's bank. She's pretty hot, but it's kind of gross. She's a pig, says Farfik News. Yeah, the shit she's in is kind of... It's a little too hardcore.
I don't know if it's even that. It's just, can you have a little class when you're doing it?
That's what I mean. Like, it's a little
I can
dingy
take
and
those
rough,
type of situations for porn, but I think you should clean it up.
Well, then you can't take those kind of situations. That's what the situations are for.
Can we do it in a classier place or, like, not so rough?
No, because then it becomes different.
I get rough sometimes, but that was like too much. Okay.
Michael says, your shows trashing Elisa Jordana are hilarious. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that very much. She is a giant piece of shit.
You trash yourself.
You trash yourself! Amy Robach and TJ Holmes are undergoing mediation with ABC today. The network wants them separated. What's the point? The whole country knows they're fucking.
Even if they didn't, I think that is so fucking dumb. It has nothing to do with their broadcasting.
Yeah,
nothing.
The only thing they did wrong is they fucked around on their spouses.
Yes.
Like, that was wrong. That was not something they should have done.
But
like, now that's over.
It is. That's over.
They're both getting a divorce. They're going to stay with each other, which shouldn't cause either of them to be paranoid or worried or wonder or anything like that, right? If things are ever tough.
Yeah, that's true.
If things are ever tough or difficult, it definitely shouldn't make them think, I wonder if they're up to something.
They're all looking at their other co-anchors.
Not only that, but they're like every time the other person's on their phone, they're kind of like,
yeah.
Or like you walk in, like here's one. They're sitting there on their phone. The other person comes in and they go, ah! The other person's like, whoa, what the fuck? Yeah. What's that all about? I don't know. I don't know if there's any reason to break them up.
No. It's like you said, it's over. Everybody knows now. And before this all came out, it seemed like people probably enjoyed their broadcast together.
Yeah. I mean, to me, either fire him or don't. Yeah. That's where I'm at. Like, we're going to split them up. He's going to be on this segment. They've already got great chemistry. I mean, for God's sakes, they're fucking.
I was going to say, like, does breaking them up into different shows, like, stop the fact that they're fucking?
Right. And you obviously can't trust them around the other cast members. Who's to say they won't start banging one of the other ones? You could be creating a whole new headache for yourself.
Just a harem. It's fucking brothel.
So I don't know. With those two, just put them on TV. If the ratings go up, keep them. If the ratings stay the same, keep them. If the ratings go down, cut them loose.
We might have like an Anchorman situation here where the ratings go through the roof with a couple broadcasting because you don't have that anywhere else.
Yeah, and not only that, it's not like if you keep them separate, people are going to forget the thing that happened. They're going to go, that's the chick that's fucking the guy who's on a couple hours ago.
Right, I just said that.
Yeah. So I just go ahead and keep them on there.
It just seems dumb. It seems like we're picking the wrong thing to worry about.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I think there's a lot more like bigger issues with the news than that.
Like the fact that your shows are terrible and you need to change them. I honestly, like TJ Holmes and Amy Robach, I think if you fired them, I don't think it would be like a big boon for someone else to pick them up. I don't think they'd drive bigger
I don't.
ratings. I mean, just like I said, either cut them loose or keep them. Like now,
And shut the fuck up about it.
yeah, now it just seems like they're doing it so they can go, oh, we're doing something. Look, we're investigating. We're really looking into this. Farfik Nugan says the Eliza Blues video is pretty good. Lemmy says, doesn't Mika Brzezinski and her husband do a dealio together? And if I recall correctly, it sucks. Yeah, her and Joe Scarborough are together. And I believe one of them was married when that show started. So clearly there was something going on there that and they didn't break those two up.
Yeah, so why these two?
Yeah, it's stupid. Just I hope what they're doing is they're going like, I hope they're doing a thing where they're like, look, we looked into it. Okay, we're done now. And back to business. I hope that's it.
I just feel like, why even look into it? That seems like something that's not part of their job.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the whole, you've been against this too, like getting in trouble for something off the clock that had nothing to do with your job at all.
All right, I think it's
seems retarded.
$20 from Need Trump says, let's get overtime. It's Shut the F Up Karen's birthday. All right, Shaka says happy birthday. Oh, Lordy. My feet is stuck saying happy birthday to Shut the F Up Karen. Lordy, I loves her birthday. All right, there you go.
Happy birthday.
It is time to fire up that super chat music, Just a Dabbler. We are 1:30 away from today's goal. Let's see if we knock it out. We'll fire it up. We got plenty of stories still to go. We got 2 hours worth of shit yet that we can still go through for you. Let's fire up the music and see if we can inspire this audience to fill up the hat and get an extra half hour of program. 1:30 away. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Super chats count as well. We keep 70% of the YouTube. We keep 95% of the PayPal. We just count it 100 anyway. It's too much splitting hairs, as it were. Let's see if we get there. This is kind of the measure of whether or not we've done a decent show for you today.
Yeah.
We rattle the can with 5 minutes left. We see what ends up in the can, and then we either continue or we see you tomorrow. Either one.
It's been fun so far.
Well, it's been a fun show. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. Let's see if you want it to continue for another 30 minutes. 1:30 away. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal link. Super chats will be checked on as well. I believe I thanked Brett already. Mm-hmm. I know I counted it off the grand total. There's Atomic with $50.
Thank you, sir.
And Lip Ripper.
Nice.
With 25, just says money, 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 money. There you go, boys. Look, hey, a little Shaka dance for both of you. That's 75 off that goal, and it looks like we're gonna knock her out today. Thank you very much. Where does 75 put us? That puts us at 65. No, 55. Away from fuck, I'm terrible.
Are we retarded today?
Yes, that would be 55 away from today's goal. So we're getting very, very close. 55 away. There's all the links. David Chandler laughing at me trying to do math. Thank you, buddy. Very much appreciated. As we continue on here, there's, oh my God. David Chandler with 100. All right, everybody stop. Stop the music. Stop. We're way over.
Jesus Christ.
We're way over. Wave it off.
Stuff like that makes me like choke almost. Like I'm
now, wait a minute.
nervous.
Brett, does this make you a VIP? April, write down Brett. Write down the full name there. I don't want to say his full name on the air.
I know his name. I feel like.
But I believe that makes Brett a VIP, so we'll take 50 of that. The rest will go towards his VIP package. 10 more from Unwanted Reaper, which is
Thank you guys.
The Mood. So that's going to put us at 60. And then, of course, David Chandler with 100. A very generous son of a bitch.
That's like 200 something for him today.
That's 160 out of. So we're 100 into tomorrow's goal.
You guys, thank you so much.
As well. Thank you guys very much. That's the verdict.
Wow.
On whether or not we did a good show today. That's how we treat that.
Thank you.
So now we are 250 away from tomorrow. Thank you guys. Very, very much.
Brett, I know your name, so you might be a VIP already. If you're not, just come talk to me. Message me, please.
Buck says maybe. Okay, well, there's a VIP for you.
Message me.
There you are, sir. MSO says, sorry, I can't contribute. I have no stolen relief money. All right, guys.
Shoot.
Never worry if you can't contribute. You hit the like button, you subscribe to the channel, you're all right with us. And then if you ever feel like throwing in a loose 5 or 10 one month, sorry about that. That's very cool too. And then there's a shitload of people that go above and beyond for their fandom of this program. Albany A-hole.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
So that's obviously a VIP. So I'm not sure if you're just being generous and you want that just to go to the show.
Yeah, you got to let us know, because if you want another VIP package, we'll send it to you. Otherwise, we owe another 100 to the goal.
Why don't
so,
you?
Buck, let us know if you want to keep it, if you want to give it to somebody, or if you want us to just throw it in towards tomorrow, because that would put tomorrow at 150.
We'd have a nice, easy day.
Nice, easy day. Basically, anything under 200, we go, you know what? Let's just wait until 5 minutes left in the program. We'll shake the cans, see what happens.
Shake your cans.
Let's see what I'm waiting for Albany A-hole's verdict so I can know what we're doing here. 398 likes. Oh, Jesus, 2 more likes, and we've locked into 400. So go ahead and hit that like button. Buck Nideen says for tomorrow. All right.
Cool
well, then there you go, guys. 150.
Thank you.
Away from tomorrow. Very, very cool. Nice little rally there. You guys are the best.
Tomorrow's going to be a nice, easy Friday.
Yeah, Justin Dabbler says, boom, I will spread the steel toe around more now. Well, perfect. You can hit that share button, hit the like button, subscribe to our channel. We're getting very close to 8,400. And we crossed over 400 likes. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mussy, for the $10. Very cool.
Could we get to 500 likes by 10:30?
Ooh, that's a big ask, but we'll see. That is a big ol' ask.
In those jeans.
In those jeans, yes. So now it's 140 away from tomorrow. All right, we're good, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll make the folks tomorrow.
It's humbling.
Make up the rest. All right, they're saying we'll get to 10,000 subs by Passover. Don't talk to me about Passover. What do I know about Passover?
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't know anything about. I know as much about Passover as I do about ship collisions. Put it that way.
Passing in the night.
Yeah, ships passing in the night. All right, where are we at?
So dumb.
This is not a smart show. 8352. So we're getting very close to 8,400. Thank you guys very, very much. All right, let's open up these overtime stories that we've got for you here.
Here we go.
Oh
my God.
We've got a shitload of
You
options.
found some gold yesterday, huh?
Hey, I got good stuff. Yeah, I had to spread it around.
I feel like a cat. I'm going between your stories and like when they open.
Focus for me.
I'm ultra focused.
Focus. Just don't hurt your eyeballs, for God's sake. All right, let's go to our first one. A Bulawayo man. I believe that's Africa somewhere, but I could just be being... Bulawayo. I could just be racist. A Bulawayo man, 47, from Burnside, lost 4 fingers after he sustained injuries when a hand grenade exploded that he was using as a key holder.
As you do.
Right.
What do you mean a key holder?
Look, there are a lot of...
Like the key that was in the grenade?
Like a keychain.
No, I get it. It's just, where do you put it?
I think you take your ring of keys, you take the pin out of the grenade, and then you put it back in. Really fast. Just psh, psh.
It's like it never happened.
I don't know. The man who is a gardener, because why wouldn't a gardener just have a grenade?
Why are we specifying that he's a gardener? Oh, he lost his fingers. Now he can't garden.
While he was gardening, he lost his fingers.
He can't handle his hose anymore.
Right. Like, who doesn't carry a live grenade around if you're going to just work in the soil all day?
It makes tilling easier.
Right. You never know when you're going to see a bullfrog and you need to blow that thing to kingdom come to protect your rutabagas.
Or if you want to plant trees, like you could blow the hole.
Yeah, lucky hole. The man who is a gardener found the grenade on New Year's Day as he was going about his duties. Bulawayo police spokesperson Inspector Adeniko Nakube said the man showed the grenade to his friend. I mean, that part I get. I'd want to show my buddy a grenade if I had one.
Oh, look at this thing I have.
Dude, holy shit. You see what I got? On January 12th at around 3 p.m., he pulled the safety pin of the hand grenade and it exploded twice in his right hand. He was injured on the right hand palm and was taken to United Bulawayo Hospital, where he is currently admitted. Could you imagine having to go to a Bulawayo hospital?
You're walking in looking like Ben Stiller from Tropic
Yeah.
Thunder.
You walk in, you need help. I mean, a Bulawayo hospital, I'd imagine, looks very similar to the deli counter at an Aldi. Just hop on up.
No, Have you ever seen A Million Ways to Die in the West? It's like that doctor's office.
Exactly. He's just in
Cat's
there.
eating your intestines while he's addressing your
There's a cat
knee
licking the
foot,
surgery wound.
your toe foot.
4 right-hand fingers and half of the palm have been amputated, said Incube. Members of the public are hereby advised and warned. Don't. I don't want to finish this. Don't warn the public about hand grenades. Please. And why do you live in a country where there's just grenades lying around for gardeners to get? Members of the public are hereby advised and warned to take or consider any unknown metal as a dangerous object. Regrettably, a 47-year-old male took a deadly grenade for a key holder.
Can we look into Bulawayo quick and see what it looks like?
You want to see the data?
I do.
Oh, it's in Zimbabwe? Oh, then it's fucked.
You're totally fucked then.
Zimbabwe is fucked.
You might as well cut that whole arm off.
Here, Zimbabwe to US dollar. Ready?
Just a send money button.
Let's do here. How about 1 million Zimbabwe dollars? How much is that in the United States? Let's take a look. 1 million Zimbabwe dollars is $3,000 American.
So we're poor.
$3,000 American. So it's
God, you walk in there with $100 and you're the richest dude.
So it's 30%, 3%. It's 0.3% of an American dollar.
Can we get some images for Bulawayo?
All right, let's take a look. You want to go on you want to go on realtor.com?
We could look at realtor.com or we could look at the hospital.
Here, guys, let's go realtor.com.
Do they have listings in Bulawayo?
Oh, for fuck sure. Bulawayo. Oh, maybe not.
I told you.
Come on.
I don't think realtor.com gets out that way.
I want to look for houses in Bulawayo. Why can't a guy here? Or maybe I'll just type in Zimbabwe and we'll be able to find it.
Yeah,
guys, let's go. Here, let's go house hunting quick in Zimbabwe.
You want to have a nice vacation home in Zimbabwe?
Sorry, we couldn't find listings for Zimbabwe. Fuck, they're poor. Name me another really poor country. Here, Madagascar.
Djibouti.
I bet you I can find houses in Madagascar. Yep, I can find houses in... Oh, that's Florida. No, not Madagascar, Northport.
I don't think Realtor.com probably doesn't go to other countries.
I've seen it go to other countries. I'm not yelling at you, but I've seen it.
I actually felt scolded for a
I've
second.
seen it go to other countries. Let's go... Oh, there is no Zaire anymore. Congo. Not Congo, Dallas, Texas.
That's a nice one. I
Yeah,
like
but
that
that's
middle
in
one.
yeah, but that's in Dallas.
I
want
Djibouti.
Yeah, how about Kenya? Not Kenya Villas, the villages. Find me goddamn listings in Kenya.
I think you should just Google search homes for sale
You're
in
right.
Bulawayo.
Real estate, Zimbabwe. 7,713 properties for sale or rent in Zimbabwe.
Total. How
Total.
about in the country?
Select location. Oh, not that. Bulawayo.
There you go.
Property type, houses. Enter max price.
Don't enter one. Oh,
How about 500,000?
Sure.
$500,000.
It's gonna tap in at like 3.
Here's for $5 you can have a house.
Oh,
here you go. Let's show everybody.
do you want to go like the lowest, like search low to high?
Yeah,
Just to see
sort by
what would a gardener have?
highest price first.
I guess I'd rather see the low ones, but
Well, let's see what the okay, 500. Holy shit, for $500 you can find a nice house in Zimbabwe.
that person like owns the country.
I am here as the representative, as the largest landholder in Zimbabwe. I live in a palatial mansion with in-ground pools and hot tubs. I also have a sprawling estate. It costs me about $500,000.
So, you know, he hired the gardener that blew his hand up.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we should be sorting by that. All right, so this is what $500,000 will get you in Zimbabwe. Fucking A.
That's not an ugly home. It is.
No, it's beautiful.
It's very close to the next door neighbor, though.
You get a beautiful house for $500,000 in Zimbabwe.
Huh.
Good for them.
Okay. But
Let's
now,
keep looking. Here's this one. $500,000, 2 suburb homes, 3 bedrooms.
like, look how it's 3-bedroomed.
Yeah, that's what it says.
I know.
What am I supposed to do? Not read
No,
the
I'm
fucking
saying
thing?
it's very weird.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's
That's
the same house. Oh, you sons of bitches. You listed it multiple times.
With different pictures.
Now that, yeah, look at how few houses they have for that price, though. Like, they had to drop it down to $350 right away.
Look at this one.
Here's a 5-bedroom house in Zimbabwe with 5 bathrooms. Captivating property, Fortune's Gate, Bulawayo East. This is $359,000.
So apparently you want to live in the east side.
Yes.
Which is unlike here.
Is that a thatched roof? Those are not shingles.
Oh my God.
Does that like keep you like safe from the heat? I mean, that's nice. Right?
Is it though?
I mean, for Zimbabwe,
okay.
I mean, that's
have you looked at any of the appliances in the
look
kitchens?
at that.
They're all like
I mean,
a weird size.
Look, that's a beautiful area.
You're a beautiful area.
Thank you. So is your ass. $359,000 in Zimbabwe will get you. Oh God, look at the
first class hidden jewel.
First class hidden jewel. Look at this shit that is around this $350,000 house. So that's the catch. Look at this beautiful property. And here's the axe murderers that are going to raid your home at night,
Right.
like the final scene in Scarface.
You're surrounded by hell.
Welcome to Bulawayo. You live in a beautiful house until you're brutally hacked to death by mercenaries. See, that is a beautiful property, but again,
it looks like an oasis in the middle of nothing.
wait, are these all yours? Are these like horse barns and pigs and shit like that?
I want all the horses.
Yeah, that's all that's your estate for $350,000
Can't get that here.
in Zimbabwe.
Maybe we're living in the wrong place.
Yeah, because us gringos
Look
are
at
not
the
going to
indoor
be.
gym.
Yeah, people are not going to totally target us if we go and
Us
live
gringos.
there. Yeah.
Look what I mean with the appliances. They're weird.
Well, there's Zimbabwe. It's the best Zimbabwe can get.
Like, why is your freezer in the middle of the room?
Because it is 89 miles to the nearest appliance store. And they only sell 1992 model Maytag.
Where do you get the water for your pool?
From being rich in Zimbabwe.
It's kind of like, that's how I think of, I wanted to see a trashy one, though. Oh, you closed it.
I don't want to make people look at Zimbabwe houses all over time, but it's fascinating to me.
It's what I think about places like Las Vegas sometimes when they're having like water shortages. I'm like, how do they supply all this?
Doesn't it? Yeah, it kind of makes you feel guilty. You're using the water and you're like, clearly I don't need it.
I'm
for
sitting
this.
in the beautiful Caesar's Palace pool while everyone else is like
You're
in
sitting,
a drought.
You're sitting there going, this shouldn't exist.
Why am I here?
Thank you very much to Uber Beaner. He says, listening from Anchorage, Alaska, about to stick my face in some Eskimo pie. Love the show. I feel like that's quasi-racist.
I like it.
But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. They're saying West Zimbabwe be frontin'. That's
what I'm saying. If we'd have gone to the west side,
Don Lemonzade says you can buy 1,000 acres of land for $10.5K there.
Yeah, but it's all dust.
Right. Like, what land are you getting?
What do you want?
Yeah, Consider 00 says that house is yours as long as a rebel army doesn't liberate it. There. You paid $350,000. It's a beautiful, sprawling estate in Zimbabwe, but as soon as the regime changes in the next 2 weeks, you're going to have your head cut off and your property's going to be taken.
Sure.
Vague elaboration with $9.99 says, there's more to life than a little money, you know. Don't you know that? And here you are, and it's a beautiful day. Well, I just don't understand it. Fuck, what is that? I know that. God damn it, I know that reference.
I do too, actually. That's.
Oh, No Country for Old Men. There's more to life than a little money, you know. Don't you know that? And here you are. And it's a beautiful day.
Fargo.
Oh, no, it's Fargo. That's
why
we
we knew it. Yeah.
It was a Coen Brothers movie, but I got the wrong one.
We're ultra retarded today.
That was Margie talking to
the guy at the end.
Yeah, the guy. Why can't I remember?
The albino.
There's more than a little money.
After
Peter Stormare's character. What?
After the wood chipper, right?
Grimsrud. Gar Grimsrud. That's who it was.
She's saying this like in the car after the wood chippering.
You killed your buddy, and for what? A little bit of money. There's more to life than a little money, you know. Don't you know that? Here you are, and it's a beautiful day. She was very Minnesotan about that.
You want to know something though? Like, for as much as I like that movie, it always feels like kind of grimy when I watch it, and I feel weird about myself after I get done watching it. Like, that's why I don't like watching it more than like twice a year.
Really?
There's something that makes me not feel good after it.
It's
not even quite the kick in the dick feeling, but it's like I feel gross. I don't know.
Let's go to this is going to be the next thing that people are going to like freak out about. Remember the card skimmer machines at the gas stations? People were worried about the card skimmers.
That's why I still pay inside only usually.
I'm convinced that like all of these stories of all of this shit are propagated by like card companies and stuff so they can encourage the tap system and gather more data and more information. Because like card skimmers are such a rare thing that it's like statistically 0 times it happens.
It happened to my mom.
How so? Like, are we sure?
Yeah, they can trace where the thing happened.
Like she had to change her card and like all that stuff. Okay. Well, fuck me. I've never known anyone who it's happened to.
Happened to her.
But now this is going to be the next thing that people are going to freak the fuck out about and worry about and all that stuff. It's going to be razor blades on the gas pump handles. When I was really little, like this is one of the first memories I have, like in the very early 90s when I was like 4 or 5. I remember my uncle. Thanks. I remember my uncle talking about AIDS. And in the early 90s, AIDS was still like a massive deal.
Scary.
He was talking about how, oh yeah, don't you know, they put bloody needles in the vending machine change slots. And in
I've heard that one.
The phone, the payphone slots, they put the needles in there. And like to me, like we know that was horse shit. We know that was kind of a ramped up, gigged up kind of thing. But it works. People get really scared. Like they're like, oh man, I got to check and make sure. And all that.
You know what it is? You know that it's like highly unlikely that that's ever going to happen. But just the 1% of your brain that's like, but what if it did, scares you.
Well, it's that like, even when we find out things aren't true, we're still scared of them. Like for example, razor blades in the apple on Halloween. That never happened.
No.
Like it wasn't even a story. Like it was a legend that people thought happened to someone actually, and it's 0 times has that ever been reported. But people still go, people are going to fuck with your candy. As if someone is going to go out, buy candy, decorate their yard, take their evening off, and hand out candy to children just so they can put razor blades and shit.
Yeah, and now the new one, though, the new one that kids are worried about and talking about is fentanyl candy. And that's unfortunate because I'm sure somewhere it's happened.
No, who's going to
like the one time it happened, like now kids are hearing about it and they're worried.
Who's going to put their fentanyl that they paid money for into kids' candy?
Not a smart person. And I know what you mean. Drugs are expensive, but...
Well, here's the new one that they're going to go with, and it's razor blades on gas pump handles. Let's check it out. And of course, the news is going to report on it like, oh my God, you got to look out.
A disturbing find at several gas stations in Rutherford County. Razor blades placed inside the handles of the pumps.
I bet you she was really pretty once.
When?
Like 20 years ago.
Okay.
It's probably kind of cute.
Probably him too.
Like before the aliens took his body.
Yeah.
Right, investigators are
before he turned into a blackface character.
Yeah, what is going on?
Jesus. Oh, Lordy, there's my brother Jimbo. Jimbo sure does cook up a mean gumbo. We call it Jumbo. Jimbo Gumbo, and Lordy, is he a good brother? He stays away from me because he doesn't like my entertainment field and show business. But I tell him, look at your shiny ass head and your goofy ass face, motherfucker.
What is wrong with his face?
Who is you to judge old Shaka Zulu?
He looks like apprehensive or scared.
He looks
of
like a
something.
white guy in blackface.
Yeah.
are working to find who did this and why.
Sir, it's who done it. Jesus.
News 13's Samir Nefsi has details on this discovery, which has drivers concerned.
Please find me an attractive person on this news channel. You guys are strike one and strike two.
What is going on here?
Next.
Since Monday night.
Fuck! It's all goofy looking motherfuckers on this news channel.
It doesn't get better.
What is this? Between the ugly woman, the guy in blackface, and the gay Middle Easterner, what is this? Is this the checklist news show?
I guess so.
Oh my God.
I do like his name. It's kind of fun.
Samir Nefsi?
Nefsi.
I mean, isn't this the part in the news where just a really dumb chick with giant tits talks outside the gas station?
It's like the really hot chick who you know is going to be the anchor in like 10 years, but she needs to get some seniority.
You know what I figured out? I figured out why he's there. He was already there working a shift. His dad owns the place. What? His dad's a businessman. That's a respected profession. Is it not?
There has been reports of razor blades placed inside the handle of gas pumps around
I know what a
Rutherford
gas
County.
pump is.
Thankfully, no one has been injured. However, drivers are now on edge.
Okay, so wait a minute.
So it's a non-story.
Again, this never happened.
Right.
There are reports of gas pumps with razor blades on them. Nobody's been hurt. We haven't confirmed it yet, but let's do a 2-minute scare session on the news to creep the shit out of people so they keep watching.
It's anything to fill a time slot, I'm telling you.
Dude, it really is the razor blade in the apple. Like, it's one thing if you actually found it and you have the police talking about it and everything else.
Your fingers are sliced to hell.
Right. Even if it's just one time and it's not a trend and it was just one little prank somebody pulled. Okay, at least you're reporting on something that happened. Now you're sitting there going, oh, yeah, there's reports of razor blades on gas pump handles. I mean, we haven't found any yet and nobody's been hurt, but...
Yeah, but let's put roids on this story and make it like the next fearful thing for people. Look at how bad this is, guys. We have to be scared.
Now we're basically reporting like we're the Chris Farley bus driver in Billy Madison. They're putting razor blades on the gas pump handle. I know from experience, dude. No, you don't. No, I don't. But a guy I know, him and the gas pump handle, cut his hand. Woo-hoo! No, he didn't. No, he didn't. But you can imagine what it would be like if they did.
See,
like, that's the news.
See what you just did, though? You just passed the time.
You're
passing time.
That's what the news just did. They went, hey, we haven't found anybody who this actually happened to, but wouldn't it be fucking crazy?
Look at him. Look at his face.
I know. He looks like he's about to go.
Me out.
He spells Lordy, Lawdy.
Since Monday night, there has been reports of razor blades placed inside the handle of gas pumps.
And now next, I'm going to investigate the claims that there's penis-sized holes drilled in the partitions of the gas station bathroom.
See, it doesn't fit.
Around Rutherford County, thankfully, no one has been injured. However, drivers are now on edge at the pump.
Because of you! You did that! This guy!
Not me.
No, this guy. See where my finger, gotta look at the screen. That guy.
Oh, see, I'm not looking at myself usually.
So, well, that's your first mistake. I enjoy it.
Aren't I cute? Oh, look at me. Oh.
But so, like, this guy goes, we haven't found any reports of anyone getting hurt. We can't really confirm it's actually happened, but boy, have people been scared shitless since we started writing about it. Yeah, no kidding.
Why would someone want to do this sort of thing?
There are more questions than answers for Forest City investigators. On Monday, a member of the
here's my question. Can you prove it?
State Department of Agriculture made this disturbing discovery. A rusty razor blade fashioned to the handle of a gas station pump in Ellenboro. And on Tuesday, several Forest City gas stations.
Once he found several, he realized it was an issue.
According to the Forest City Police Department.
Okay, so they have found them, but nobody used them.
Well, God damn it. I wanted some severed fingers here.
Right. I wanted some cut hands. Okay, let's say you grab onto a gas pump and has a razor blade on it. You go, ow, fucker, God damn it. And then you got a little cut on your hand. You got to go in, maybe get a tetanus shot update.
Well, if you want to go with the AIDS scary thing, I don't know. You never know what thing is on that razor blade.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
But it really just is. Ow, fuck. God.
Usually.
Yeah.
This South Broadway gas station and this College Avenue station both had razor blades taped or glued to the inside gas pump handles.
I mean, it's scary. Very scary, especially whenever kids pump the gas for their parents.
What could see?
Well, then pump your own gas, you lazy cunt.
Is there just no attractive people in this town?
No, I don't believe so. I believe this town was an old factory town, and it's shut down, and it's pretty much meth now.
You want to go repopulate it?
Let's get going. I'll go to the doctor, we'll move off to this town, and we'll just build a baseball team from the ground up.
Why don't we just import Nick Cannon and save some time?
Yeah, just have Nick Cannon move to town. It's ready-made.
This photo.
That's ridiculous.
He doesn't like having babies with white bitches, though.
How do you know? I
think all his baby mamas are black.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I haven't seen them.
You got to remember, Nick Cannon, as much as he's like, ooh, on TV, he's kind of like militant Nation of Islam type of dude. Remember he got in trouble for talking about the Jews on that podcast? He's like, the white people and the Jews have been doing this to us and this.
I forgot about that.
People forget Nick Cannon's a lot more closer to Malcolm X than he is the guy he plays on television.
Nick the Dick Cannon.
I don't understand why people would do that.
Investigators are left
Glad
with the
she was
same
there.
question.
You don't want to put the community at risk. Kids pump gas, adults pump gas. We don't want anybody getting hurt.
Is pump gas a euphemism for gay anal sex?
In this town, yeah.
I feel uncomfortable because, I mean, it really could happen to anybody, and anybody can seriously get
But
hurt.
it is all recovering meth addicts in this town.
This is kind of scary.
Is this town just a meth rehab? Is that all it is?
Is this Forest City, Minnesota?
No.
Right now, investigators are looking through surveillance footage for a suspect.
Make sure that you're aware of your surroundings. Look before you grab.
Forest City.
Of course.
Words to live by.
Absolutely. Especially if it's going to be a her at the club and her dress looks good.
Check under the hood
Definitely
first.
give it one of these. I mean, yeah, she's not going to go home with you anymore because that's fucking creepy, but you're going to know if she has a dick or not.
Yeah, but now you're not getting laid.
Better safe than sorry. That's what I say.
I'd rather not get laid than go home with a dick. Right.
Investigators are working alongside the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office and Department of Agriculture. In Rutherford County, Samir Nafsi, News 13.
So you literally just went to other gas stations and scared the shit out of people when this didn't have to be a big issue because nobody's been hurt by it yet.
I think we actually did more exposing of that town than anything.
Yeah, I think that town was the more troubling part of this whole deal. Oh, my God. Please, no, hide them. Nobody wants to see that shit, says Consider. If you look into it, every town called Forest City is a fucking shit stain. I mean...
Look, I hold a Forest City near and dear to my heart.
I like the Forest City Stockade. I like
I
when they open up the old-timey shit and they sell fry bread.
Honestly, it's the best. Why have you and I not gone to that together?
We've all talked about how we love that thing.
I've gone to that basically every year of my life except when I've been with you.
Do they open up the town for the Thresher show or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's two of them.
It's on the opposite.
When is the Forest City Stockade? Forest City, every third weekend in August. Well, what's the wintry one?
I've never gone in the winter. It's always this summer for me.
That's like a cock tease thing that they
Forest
have.
City Stockade Christmas right there.
Oh. Well, there you go. There it is.
You dummy.
That would explain it. Every third weekend in August, we have the Summer Rendezvous, and the first Saturday of every December, we celebrate Pioneer Christmas. See, to have this really...
Where everyone had smallpox.
Yeah, you have this really cool, awesome 1860s era village that they've built, and they open it twice a year, the cock block.
Can
and
I tell you
sacks of
something?
shit.
Yeah,
What?
you could show them a little. But I used to help stain those buildings in the old timey stuff. How cool is that? I'd get up on a big old ladder and have my bucket of stain and a big old sloppy paint.
I mean, if it was truly an 1800s operation, they would have slaves doing that, but...
They made us do blackface.
Oh, okay. Well, then...
And dress in loincloths.
Oh, good. I mean, at least they,
I got a tan.
At least they
while I
stayed
was doing it.
era appropriate, if you will. April slopping creosote. Creosto.
I like the smell.
Creosote.
Thanks, SC Motorsports. I hope you enjoy my small town lore.
SC Motorsports. Good story, April. Michael writes, ha, lazy cunt. Oh, shit. We got a few minutes left. Tennessee teacher says she's quitting because people who don't want LGBTQ plus propaganda in classrooms are taking over education. Guys, you hear it? Hear that? You're ruining it for this completely stable septum-pierced woman. And of course, there's a septum piercing in the person who wants to push propaganda on your children. I can't imagine.
Do you ever kind of just want to take a normal human being, kind of like myself, and for a week trial, get the septum piercing and see just if it changes your entire soul?
There's something about the metal going into that particular part of your nose
Right
that
here.
shoots right to the sensory in your brain.
Yeah.
And it fucks you up.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I have no idea what comment this video goes back to, but the comment, there's a groomer flag in the background. I was able to pull a screen grab, and if you see in my old classroom, I had my pride flag right there. It's in a different spot in my new classroom. It's still there. Here's the thing.
I don't want I'm not even discriminating against the LGBTQ thing. I don't want somebody with a septum piercing teaching my children. Call me snooty. I don't think people with septum piercings display good judgment. I'm very boomery on this.
Yeah, I'm a person with tattoos too. Do you and I'm wondering if I draw the line on that at all, depending on what it is. Like if you got somebody with like neck tattoos or something, I think that's a bit weird.
Like if you, I think if you're in a professional setting, you should cover up tattoos. And if you can't cover up the tattoos, you can't do the job.
Like don't have neck and face tattoos. How about that? How about
or
neck
you
and
can,
face
you can't teach
tattoos
kids.
or piercings?
Yeah, there you go. This country does need to fucking... I'm not saying you can't slut it up in the wild. Go nuts. I don't care about that shit. But I'm saying I want to have some places where it's still like super professional. And then if you want to think that's square or gay or whatever, then you can. And we'll have those two cultures. It'll
Okay,
be great.
do you have any lines drawing on hairdos?
You know when you remember when Antonin Scalia or Clarence Thomas said that when asked about pornography, they said, "I know it when I see it." Appropriate and inappropriate hair to me is the same way. I know it when I see it. To me, it's just self-explanatory. You can look at someone's hair and go, you know I'm not going to let you go into a professional setting like that.
How do you feel about prosthetic tits?
I mean, look, I'm not sitting here trying to be hateful and get sued. I think they're wonderful.
Okay, good.
I am going to quit. I'm 100% going to quit. Yes. And it is because, not comments like this, but it is because people like this have taken over or are starting to take over education. And education is not what it once was, and it's not worth it anymore.
Yeah, I feel like waving an American flag and going, victory! Victory! Or chanting, Wallace, Wallace, Wallace.
I feel like we all feel the same way she does, but about the other person.
Isn't that funny? Like you have these two sides of this argument and they both feel like they're losing to the other one and they're both ready to quit.
Yeah. Because a certain type of person is taking over the education system.
How about we just all stop the bullshit then? Fair enough. How about all these cops with tattooed full sleeve tats? Yeah, I'm not okay with it.
Cops?
A certain type of person gets that kind of tattoo, and it's not usually a person whose first instinct is, I should de-escalate this situation.
When it's something that I have, I get nervous about saying certain things. Like, I guess I do have piercings and I do have tattoos, so I don't know how to feel about that.
He's asking me specifically about the white boys with the full sleeves.
Okay.
Have you ever seen any of those who wax,
Yes, of course I have.
who wax intellectual about really important subjects? Have you seen them? Really? Guys with full sleeve tattoos who are really intellectual and
No,
really
I thought you
think
said
about...
lax it.
Oh, no, I said wax intellectual.
Oh, no. I
Yeah.
thought you said lax.
Oh, okay.
Because, yes, they always lack it.
Right. So,
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry to stereotype, but stereotypes exist for a reason. I don't want me teaching a lesson on doing squats in a gym. I'll tell you why. I skip leg day a lot. There are just certain people who shouldn't be... What?
I just looked at you.
I saw this face and I thought something was coming. I was like, all right, go ahead, lay it on me.
Wow.
What happened? What did I do?
A little nervous over there.
Oh, a little jumpy about my legs. They're not
Ironically.
they're not as sore today as they were last week. That's good, right? That's a positive.
Improvements
That's
are
improvement.
being made. But that's pretty solid sound.
Pretty soon.
Why do you have...
Pretty soon my ass is going to be like mutton. All right, boys and girls, let's get out of here.
You shave it?
That's no, firm. Firm. Mutton is a firm
I like a
meat.
freshly shorn cheek.
That's right. April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To you, boys and girls, that disgusting, ridiculous, amazing rally you went on during the Super Chat music was basically cleared us for tomorrow. We're at 1:35. Thank you very much. We're going to have a lot of fun. We'll put up a great clip this afternoon. I promise you'll enjoy it very much. Subscribe to the channel. Like the video. Apparently, we're over 420 already. Thank you.
Bro.
April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to get out of here, guys. Enjoy the show tomorrow.